We be the Penguinati, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying and keep denying that they got all of the minds prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hosts. Questioning things of that'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no dome, but it kinda feels like going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight the fleece to fly, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Thinking, let think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the damned adaption, armed with minds to unlock the hidden answers, interested in research, journalistic freelancers. Having left behind any model specific proposition, opened eyes believing through direct observation, having left the realm of fairy tales and fiction, sharpened beaks pointing the right direction, making use of the tools we have at hand to fight against ignorance across all lands, smashing absurdity with blue branches, uncovering idiocy and distributing pink branches, separating the wheat from the chaff, enabling the think tank with your tragedies, follow patterns and make us yawn, badly acting human shields that randomly spawn. We do in fact call BS on your fabricated anecdotes, moving on without you, not even leaving notes, activating infinite potential, lying fallow people waking up, speaking what they know. We recognize your fakes, empty the frames, we have looked through all your fancy games, your green screen doesn't impress us anymore, your fear tactics acting weaker despite fake gore. Not accepting false dichotomy thought cages, thinking freely from our hearts, writing pages, entries to the book of life so keen, walking a new passes and lands unseen. Walking a new passes and lands unseen.
All right, let me get an audio test really quick here. I'm rebooting everything, as everybody here should know. We had a crash yesterday, no big deal. But before I proceed, mic's on, excellent, thank you. And let me make sure. Okay, good. We have voicemails, so phones are on. I'm going to go ahead and play one of those, just a quick test here, and then we'll get started covering a few things. I've been following this cyber symposium very closely, as I said I would. And they are kicking a hornet's nest, a murder hornet's nest. It's really hard to overstate the damage that they can do with this, which, let's just start with that. So today is August the 10th, 2021, and it is the first day of the 3-day cyber symposium, Mike Lindell's cyber symposium, the Pillow Guy. And one of the things I want to point out, first off, is that we know from observing last year that truth is the first casualty of war, and it really didn't matter that the death of George Floyd was a staged psyop. It doesn't matter that we can prove it. It didn't matter because it was enough in the court of public opinion to incite action. And I think what we're seeing here is mob action being stirred up. And it doesn't even matter true or false, at this point. But Mike Lindell is doing this symposium that I think is going to be very effective. So it's going to succeed, I believe. And we'll see. I'll be following it. At 7 p.m., he has an announcement. Now, you have to keep in mind that the media debunks everything that they don't agree with. So just because the media says it's nothing doesn't mean it's nothing. Again, like I said, as last year shows, they can psyop. They can fake it till they make it, the way they control media here. And he's getting a big enough signal here. There's enough attention on this symposium. And he's keeping it up for 72 hours. Supposedly, it was attacked right off at the very start. Also, someone pointed out that Cuomo resigned, and I'm wondering, a couple of things. The timing of it seems suspect. Why did they announce it today? Is it a distraction? But regardless, these world stage characters aren't all that interesting to me. I'm glad to see a pro-lockdown fascist hypocrite be shuffled off the stage. And that can't be emphasized enough either, the hypocrisy of these individuals in power who use their position to basically control others. So again, this is tomorrow, so make sure your phone is charged. FCC reminds emergency alert system participants of compliance obligations. So are you aware of what your compliance obligations are? And that's the scary part, because if they say the compliance obligations consist of the following, you know that more than half the population is going to do it. They'll say quadruple mask, space junk helmet, diapers in public. So I'm not looking forward to what these obligations are. It says this test message will be sent to TVs, radios, and cell phones. It's the FCC's Enforcement Bureau. So this emergency alert system is going to be accessible to everybody everywhere. And of course, this has been kind of grafted onto the QAnon prophecy about Trump's triumphant return being announced through such a message. I mean, interesting timing at a minimum. Also, Chet Hanks seems to have gone against the grain of his Illuminati programming. You got to listen to this. This just came out, and it's the Chet Hanks. Well, I'm not going to spoil it.
So, just checking in. Look, I've been kind of on the fence about this for a while. That's why I've never spoke on it. But with the amount of people that I know recently that have gotten COVID, and with the numbers rising, I think it's important for me to say, I got the vaccine.
Now, just to contextualize this, he's in his car. He's looking at the camera, very serious. And this is, the son of Forrest Gump. So he's very high profile considering Tom Hanks' role in promulgating the COVID myth. Tom Hanks was the first celebrity COVID case. And of course, this was all telegraphed in the Dan Brown-based movie he was in, Inferno. We've talked about this. We debunked 2020 before it was over. So this is ancient history. But it's worth noting here that Chet Hanks, you got to hear this, because he takes a real oddball turn here.
I think everybody should. I think it's really important, that we all do this just as, citizens, as Americans. We have to look out for each other and get this shit under control, guys. So, I suggest to all my followers, you guys set an appointment and get the vaccine first thing. Psych! Bitch! If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I never had COVID. You ain't sticking me with that motherfucking needle. It's the motherfucking flu. Get over it, okay? If you're sick, stay inside. I'm tired of having, okay? Why are we working around y'all? If you're in danger, stay your ass inside. I'm tired of wearing a motherfucking mask.
So there you go. I don't know. What is this? Is he a great actor? Is that legitimate? I mean, of course, this is too little too late. If you had said that, I don't know, March 11th, 2020, I would have paid attention. Same thing with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's getting all kinds of credit. It's Joe Rogan says that this is just a step towards dictatorship. It's duh. Mr. Obvious, they call him king of the podcasts because he's got this gigantic podcasting platform. Well, little people can't say that stuff without being censored. If you don't have a $100 million contract, no, you can't state the obvious. Because, you know, describing reality is a hate crime today. And in fact, to emphasize that, I just want to point out that our Dark Matter YouTube channel was taken down 2 strikes yesterday. And it's because of the title of the podcast. I believe it was Fake World News. You can't even be ironic or sarcastic without hurting. I mean, whose feelings are we hurting? Is there some AI bot that's overly sensitive? Is it our coming AI god? Doesn't like irony, doesn't like any kind of deviation from pure fact. I mean, that's what, you know, storytelling, embellishment. There's a point where they're not going to allow you to tell stories. They're going to say, nope, this story has not passed through the fact checkers. Well, it's fiction. And it's complicated by the fact that the world stage is based on fictions. So it's, well, we're in an information war. Frank Murr had a comment on Chet Hanks' performance there. He says, I love the first frame look it's giving in the video. Press action. Yeah, he did look like he was rehearsed, didn't he? Like he didn't just snap. Let's see what we have here. Look, a lot of the people back in March who were saying that Trump was being reelected, that it was going to be an inauguration on March 4th, some of them are actually walking back to that and revisiting and saying, yeah, actually, we were right. Trump has been president this whole time. So I believe this individual's name is Jeff Jensen, pro-Trump pastor who said Trump would be back in office in June, says he was actually inaugurated in March. So the truth's coming out.
God has not forgotten. There are many that are still standing on the premise of what's happening with President Trump. As a matter of fact, I know for a fact that he has already been inaugurated. I guess I can share that there was a general that was March the 4th, 2021, March the 4th, where he was actually sworn in as the 19th president of the new reformed Republic of the United States.
You like the churchy music? Because they've really spiritualized this. Again, right-wing pastor prophesied that Trump would be back in office. So all their prophecies actually did come true. But it was not revealed, and it probably won't be revealed until the emergency broadcast alert or something. But I see them hedging their bets.
States going back to 1851, when everything was traded away in our nation. Don't have the time to get into that. But, you know, I do want to say this, because people get so caught up with, oh, Jeff, you said by spring we'd be dancing in the streets. That's right, I did say by spring.
Now, someone's asking about the 19th. And sorry, I don't want to put you to sleep with his eulogy music. That is just like funeral music. What the hell? Okay, so it's this. The prophecy is based on this. Trump was inaugurated on March 4th to become the first true president since Ulysses Grant, as prior to the 20th Amendment of the Constitution, which was adopted in 1933. Man, this is actually going back, because this is something we talked about earlier this summer. There's something even further back. Let me put this back. 19th president. And I first started looking into this when I saw memes of Trump as the 19th. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? And a few news outlets actually covered this in depth, and it has to do with the idea that America, the corporation, is now dead, and that all of the presidents since a certain year had been illegitimate, and that now he'll be the first legitimate president since President. Let me go back and see. Now, is anybody else versed in this March 4th thing? 'Cause at first it was the 20th, then it was March 4th. Here we go. Why are QAnon believers obsessed with March 4th? And remember, they took March 4th as a cue to go March 4th. Okay, so here's the basis for the claim, the full basis. It stems from the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871. And so every president, every act, and every amendment since 1871 is actually illegitimate according to this theory. So it says Trump will be inaugurated on March the 4th in D.C., and they believe it was done in secret. They're claiming March 4th could be a false flag by the deep state. That didn't happen. I'm going through old news and all these shifting goalposts. And that's another facet to this, the shifting goalposts. So they put their hope in March 4th. Didn't actually happen. It says most experts say that these failed prophecies will not change the views. Well, we know this. And before you laugh at the QAnoners for moving their goalposts and coming up with new theories to give themselves hope, global warmists have been doing this for 33 years. For 33 years, they've been shifting the goalposts. In fact, originally, it was global freezing. And as of June 24th, 2021, happy birthday, global warming climate change turns 33. It entered politics in June of 88. And there's Al Gorleone. I still don't know how they fit him into that Greta costume. But that's what it took to sell it. This month, climate change celebrates its 33rd birthday. And this was after James Hansen from NASA testified that greenhouse effect had been detected. And of course, it's our high priests from above who are able to tell us about this. Salty says, Axe Truth website got attacked yesterday. Not surprising. Nothing new. I mean, we lose channels every day, but it's like a Hydra. We just pop out a new head. In fact, right now I'm streaming on a third YouTube channel anyway. I don't even announce it because every time a channel goes down, another one does come up because they come up every 3 months when these strikes expire. Yeah, again, here's what Joe Rogan said. Vaccine passports move us closer to dictatorship. I mean, this is a guy who is pro-establishment science and media in every other meaningful way. So it's like here he is stating the obvious a year later, too little, too late, and it's being reported on. Like this is a headline. Like his opinion has all kinds of weight or something. It's like, where were you in 2020 to say this might be something of a move towards dictatorship? And I've been wondering, are they going to start mandating faith? And this may be the next step. Because you'll notice how they're advancing climate change on the back of the COVID lockdowns. So here's an article from, I believe this is from Australia. This is posted in Discord. The West Australian. Unequivocal evidence we are warming the planet. No doubt on climate. No doubt. And it just says humans, 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 humans. I've seen other scientific reports saying that it's too late. It's too late to stop it. That we already kicked it off. It's like dominoes have been pushed. But I'm wondering, are they going to mandate this faith? Because they mandated faith in the devil. Like you have to believe in the devil. You have to believe in the God of this world religion. The devil is COVID. The virus is sin. God's the globe, etc. Space is heaven. You may not think you believe in heaven because you're an atheist. Well, you do. They've just rebranded your utopian vision as something achievable through technology, but only to the priesthood, the elites, the elevated. Maybe if you're really good, if you recycle really hard and really try not to breathe as much to save the planet, maybe you'll be worthy. You know, there's actually a movie worth watching if you want to. It's called From Beyond. I think, oh no, it's The Beyond. It's 2017. It's a science fiction movie, sci-fi thriller, and it's about Earth 2. So essentially, they have this, and it's very scientific. A mission sends robotically enhanced astronauts through a wormhole. When they return early, they scramble to discover what the astronauts encountered. But the story is basically this. There's a new Earth, but it's blue. You know, ours is all broken and it's just charred and kind of ugly because we destroyed it. You got this new one, but they're not going to let you into the new Earth, Earth 2, unless you become human 2. And so the beyond isn't about going to a new planet. It's actually about going beyond human. So to go to Earth 2, you have to be human 2. In other words, you have to have your brain taken out of your head, which is what the media does to you, and you have it implanted into a computer or into a robot. And then with your robot body, you are activated, you're turned back alive, I guess, and then you can go to this other planet and you're not going to be a carbon polluter. No carbon footprint. And this mask, there's a mask built into it, so you're not breathing. But anyway, this is their vision of heaven, transcendence. Because if you think about it, are you going to take your body with you to heaven? No. You're going up in your spiritual body, which is pure. It doesn't have a carbon footprint, just like this. So I think they've reinvented heaven pretty well, and transcendence, all dressed up as science. So anyway, now we have these papers saying there's no doubt on climate change. And I'm like, wait, if there's no doubt, then there's no science. No doubt, no science. Doubt is fundamental to science. And it's not about unhinged skepticism, just calling people out as liars or pushing falsities without a basis. I'm talking about legitimate challenge. So that's what I mean by doubt. Legitimate challenges to scientific theories should always be tolerated. You know, the logically fallacious should always be ignored. You know, that there's just the idea that there should be no doubt on climate change is based on that there's this consensus of 97% of scientists say it is warming up, therefore it is. Well, that doesn't actually matter. If 98% say, if 99%, the 1% may have information that contradicts this. But scientific consensus isn't the basis for science. Facts are. But consensus is the basis for this reality, apparently. That's how the media treats it. And so that's why I say establishment media and establishment science. I have to differentiate these from actual journalism and actual scientific inquiry. But I'm wondering, are they going to censor climate change doubt like they censored pandemic doubt or virus doubt? Because if they get to that point, it's going to be really hard to say anything online at all without criticizing their God and his potential wrath. And it is just a reinvention of the old flood god myths. Going through some comments. User offline says big storms in Western Australia. Well, look, okay, there's weather, there's storms, there's floods, and most of this stuff is predictable, just annual cycles. And then there's climate change, where it's all connected. Oh, you didn't recycle, so there's a flood in China. Like they say that cow flatulence here in America is causing ice caps to melt. So the cows are causing the polar bears to drown. Like, no, you can't make these connections. They're saying climate change caused that condo to collapse in June, or late May in June. That condo collapse was caused by climate change. What about the rest of the city? How come it didn't take all of the whole block? You know, it's they're getting to the point where they're actually saying you can put climate change as a cause of death. Like it's going to be on your death certificate. See, climate change is a cover for the Marxist revolution. So it's rich versus poor. And the poor has been replaced by the environment, which is being victimized by the rich. And they say that the rich do most of the polluting, that's America, and it disproportionately affects the world's poor. So climate change has a worse effect on the people who can't afford to mitigate it and can't escape it. So they've replaced a lot of the class warfare talk and they've covered it up with science. Watermelon Marxism. Green on the outside, red on the inside. Nothing new there. But what's ironic about this is that right-wingers will always see through the climate change fraud. But then they see the space program and they somehow conflate that with technology, progress, and capitalism, and they're kind of blinded. It's the ultimate stalking horse. Because the space program has been used to advance climate change, the myth of climate change, which again is a cover for Marxism. That's why ultimately this is leading to space communes, as we've been saying. Truth VJ McDirtywork says, just discovered Infinite Plane Radio months ago. Absolutely loving it. Appreciate it. And we're aiming just to do more interviews, more callers. In fact, I recently got onto a new podcasting platform called Reason FM. And Reason FM has a listing of podcasts that are open to receiving guests. And so I put myself on a listing there. So we're just trying to keep things interesting. And of course, we're breaking down the news real time. And we're generally ahead of the curve here. When we predicted spacesuits would be mainstreamed in 2020, 2021. It's happening. So many interesting things to go through. There's an audiobook here listed on fakeworld.news. This is where all my notes are. You may want to listen to it. It's Propaganda by Edward Bernays, the great uncle of the CEO and co-founder of Netflix. Propaganda. Also a relative, a blood relative of Sigmund Freud. I'm just going to play a few seconds.
And thank you for taking the time to listen to
Now, this is a 4-hour video, and it's Edward Bernays. He worked for the U.S. government producing propaganda during World War I.
Chapter 1, Organizing Chaos. The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power in our country.
So there you have it. Little intro there to chapter 1. I read this a while ago, and I already knew at that point the control media had over people's minds. I lived through it in the military because, I realized after having left it how brainwashed I was. In fact, I remember being told, more or less ordered, that we weren't to listen to Alex Jones. So one of the first things I did was I went to a library and downloaded a bunch of MP3s. So I realized, okay, that it's all about governing minds to control bodies, and they control minds through the media, and the controllers of media have all kinds of dirty tricks up their sleeve. And that's why it's important to study Edward Bernays, and that's why his connection to Freud is very interesting. Let's just listen to another 30 seconds here.
We are governed, our minds are moulded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never heard of. This is a logical result of the way in which our democratic society is organized. Vast numbers of human beings must cooperate in this manner if they are to live together as a smoothly functioning society.
Now, that's where I would diverge. I don't think that human beings need to be turned into a hive. Worth noting, one of the early symbols of the Illuminati was the beehive. Okay, look at this, a little callback. We've been talking about the big script, the big stories, and how they recycle things, and how summer of 2020 was a recycled 1968. Very much templated. And 1969 has been superimposed over 2021. It actually has followed, like a template. Like, this meta script might be part of the big MO here for the elite controllers of media. And so when we picked up on this last year, I had said, watch, 2021 is going to contain all of the main elements of 69 that made it what it was. So sure enough, we had a new space race. On the anniversary of Apollo, we had King Bezos launching himself to the heavens. And these are very symbolic, ritualistic acts that we could spend a lot of time analyzing, but the significance can't be overstated of the fact that they're repeating 1969. In fact, right now, August 9th, 10th, and 11th, I believe this is the anniversary of the Manson killings. Summer of 69, when Charles Manson scared the hell out of Hollywood. And I've been suggesting that we may have some kind of callback to the Manson event, like around now. So, actress Sharon Tate and 6 others were killed over the course of 2 nights in 1969 that had the biggest stars of Hollywood buying guns, tightening security, and wondering who might be next. So I got to thinking about this. A couple of things. One, Manson was convinced that the Beatles were communicating to him through their White Album, and that this album was telling them that they needed to kick off a revolution. So it says here, the killings were intended to trigger a race war. Some members of the Black Panther Party had started calling cops pigs, for instance. So this is true. They started calling the cops pigs. So in the course of the murders, the murderers had actually smeared pigs on the walls and on the fridge as a reference to this to frame the Black Panthers. So this was actually a psyop. So they believed that the Beatles song Helter Skelter was code for starting a race war. So it was a false flag. That's why when I was covering this before, I was saying that, Charles Manson was doing a race war psyop like Jussie Smollett. Like, instead of getting his hands dirty, he should have just gone to work for CNN. Now, the word rise was also all over the place, and the rise was from one of their songs, which is just like noise and somebody chanting rise and the sounds of squealing pigs. Really disturbing stuff, the Beatles. So I was thinking, well, could this happen again? Now, if you look at the way things have flipped, there are so many inversions. Like, as I said before, nobody's worried about Quranic-inspired terrorists. Now it's QAnon-inspired terrorists. So the sides have flipped in many ways. Like the virtue signaling pro-war party waving their flags post 9/11 became the virtue signaling pro-mask party. And they're also pro-lockdown, which is essentially the pro-war, pro-statist side. Like the sides switch. And what I'm suggesting here is that you could say that the Manson, the hippie group, would be considered to be anti-establishment, maybe even, left or liberal or whatever. Well, it wouldn't surprise me if they repeat that scenario, and this time it comes from the right. Because if anybody has their eyes on Hollywood, if anybody scares the hell out of Hollywood now, it's the QAnoners, who are convinced that Hollywood is a cult of Satanists who are eating babies. So I'm just kind of suggesting here that, if we see something, any kind of instigation, anything heinous that would echo 1969, a new Manson event, I'm expecting it to come from the other side. Another article here from Salon. Why was it so easy for Donald Trump to sucker Americans into his cult? They're actually comparing Donald Trump to Charles Manson. And again, I talked about this, how these repeating templates, these stories, they often use a lot of memes. They put ideas out there that build up this narrative. So here it says, there's a reason why people are drawn to street gangs. There's a reason why Charles Manson preyed upon teenage runaways. There's a reason why so many poor black women died in Jonestown. When you're down and out, you cling to people who give you hope. So it's talking about Trump selling bad hopium to a cult. So again, just keep your eyes out for that. Not sure what form it's going to take. And one more thing on that note. Before Isaac Cappy died, he said, if they take me out, someone needs to go through Hollywood Hills with a 50 cal. That was Isaac Cappy. And Isaac Cappy was brought up by Lynn Wood right before the election last year. When Lynn Wood, actually it was during the siege, it was 1-6, when Lynn Wood was chanting, hang Pence, well, Lynn Wood had also brought up Isaac Cappy. Like, we have to avenge Cappy. Try to create a martyr. Let me bring this up. Here we go. This is really, to me, I happen to think that Lynn Wood is one of the major instigators. And I'm surprised, among all the other instigators too, that they didn't get him over calling for hanging people. And it's not just like talking about it like calmly, like, oh, maybe we ought to hang this person. No, it's more like to an angry mob. And that's the part that seems like incitement. So pro-Trump lawyer Lynn Wood, this is from last May. Isaac Cappy died after he was forced off a bridge in Arizona. He was 42. His last post on Instagram was, beware the man that has nothing to lose. Isaac knew the lies. Every lie will be revealed. I have the key to his treasure trove of truth. So Lynn Wood has already claimed to have been privy to whatever Isaac Cappy has or had. It's never been released, though. Erica Bear says, maybe Marilyn Manson will kill people. Right. Well, Marilyn Manson is going through something of a structured takedown, it seems. Some 33-year-old accused him of doing, quote, Nazi knife sex. I don't know what that is. Don't want to know. I almost want to look it up. No, I'm not going to. I'm going to look up Marilyn Manson. And I'm going to look up Nazi knife. And we'll leave it at that. Okay, yes, he was accused of threats with a Nazi knife. He was dating Esme Bianco. a lot of stuff in here that suggests to me that, well, first of all, his accuser was 33. He may be playing into a takedown of toxic masculinity, or who knows. The guy's always been playing into psyops. Marilyn Manson helped legitimize the Littleton psyop, that there was a problem with angry kids in schools, guns. Like, he helped invent the myth of the bolt cut shooter, which is a myth. Commenter says, Truth VJ says, I remembered your voice from 2016. You did an interview with Ol Damagard, plus the Penguin I remembered. Yeah, we chose the Penguin mascot almost immediately after the channel started as a meme in order to be what we described as like a cultural rallying point. You know, memes are very effective, and so we needed something that would signify the point of view that we're taking on things. And the penguins would represent something of an outsider view. Fringe. Maybe they know more. If anybody knows if there's an edge to the world, it would be the penguins. They would just have to turn around and look. So we took that as a mascot, and if you look closely at the mascot, you might recognize that we kind of just took another mascot that was used for a similar purpose and we put a beak on it. In fact, the other mascot, the predecessor, and they don't really have a lot of relationship. There's no relationships between frogs and penguins. Penguins eat frogs. But it is worth noting that Pepe the Frog is under attack right now, like in the news. Alt-right meme culture. Wow, there's so much on here. Can Pepe the Frog ever be redeemed? And I believe his creator, who's like a liberal, is trying to take him back from the right. But there are a number of, I think there's a European Commission report, there's an ADL, there's a number of groups that are saying that this is a hate symbol. Why ADL put Pepe the Frog on its hate symbol list? And this is around the time that they turned the AOK symbol into a hate symbol, which before that it went from AOK to 666 to a hate symbol. And I'm starting to think that hate too. Okay, you know, is hate even something? Like, is there a difference between a hate crime and a crime? Or is the term hate crime just a way of politicizing certain crimes? And I'm saying this because my contention is that the virus is just a new iteration of sin. Nothing real, just a tool used to control you. And I'm starting to think that hate might just be a modern replacement for evil. Because they can't use the word evil, it's connected to religion. It's not something that you'll talk about in sociology. It's not a real thing you can quantify. But you can quantify hate. You don't have evil crimes, you have hate crimes. Well, there should be evil crimes, but you know. Anyway, my point being, it's control over language, and I think that if they get you to believe in this quality that makes this thing worse than the other based on someone's intentions, like, I think that they are biasing us into accepting a worldview based on, like, blasphemy, for example. I think they've reintroduced blasphemy, where Fauci says criticizing me is criticizing science. And there are some who are saying that scientists need the same protections from criticism as priests, you know, federal religious protections, to be protected from hate crimes. So it's a hate crime to criticize some guy that tells me that the oceans are rising. Dr. Peter Hotez calls for scientists to be protected under hate crime laws. And it makes sense to me if you consider that this is your new priesthood, and your priests do have to be protected.
Upgrade your home fast.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play a clip here. And this is Dr. Peter Hotez. And here's what he says. It really makes me uneasy when we look at possibly adding professions to the hate crime legislation. Oh, this is a critic of it. I'm going to play the video as soon as this commercial ends. But think about this. Criticizing Fauci is criticizing science. I mean, this is the type of rhetoric you hear from preachers. Oh, you're criticizing me while you're criticizing God. It's like, oh, really? You speak for God? Okay, here we go. And this is again Dr. Peter Hotez calling for.
We're talking about this man right here, Dr. Peter Hotez. And because of his fame, he's also a frequent target for critics. But should that vaccine criticism or outright threats be classified as a hate crime? Dr. Hotez thinks that option should be on the table. Our Devin Clark is live in Montrose tonight with that story all new at 10 o'clock. Devin?
Chris, when it comes to extending protections under hate crime laws, groups that are already protected had varying opinions today here at the Montrose Center. It is a...
All right, so are we going to include scientists under this? Well, here's what he says. We should look at, and this is from Hotez, we should look at expanding protection mechanisms for scientists who are targeted by far-right extremists. So this is specifically targeting climate science critics. Another possibility is to extend federal hate crime protections. He's tweeted images of hate emails. Right. Well, anyway, makes perfect sense. We do have a theocracy, which is passing itself off as a scientocracy. Take a look at this. We have competition. Waynell Sexton has competition for the most prolific crisis actor. I believe she's been spotted at 4 scenes. Graving Mother at 2. Shooting Victim at 1. And Raging Liberal at another. But this is a new one. This is Jonathan Simpson. He's appeared at 4 different events. So first is Officer Jonathan Simpson. He was at the Capitol on January 6th, and he helped put down, quote, the Trump fascist insurrection. Retweet if Officer Simpson is a hero. Now look to the right. This is my cousin, Dr. Jonathan Simpson. He's getting a lot of hate right now because he's telling people they need to mask up to stop the spread. Retweet if you like him. So, again, this is the same individual. He was putting down the insurrection, and he's also putting down COVID and putting down the anti-maskers. Not wearing a mask in that picture, by the way. Now let's go down. This is firefighter Jonathan Simpson. He went to vacation in Florida where DeSantis lifted the mask mandates. Even though Jonathan Simpson wore his mask the whole time, it didn't matter. Now he has advanced pulmonary ligma. Retweet if you think mask mandates should be permanent. So, same individual, Jonathan Simpson, who was putting down the Trump fascist insurrection, who has been fighting against the spread of faces, is now in the hospital because of Governor Santos. And here's another one. U.S. Army Private Jonathan Simpson refusing to take the vaccine due to religious objections. Now that POTUS is making it mandatory, he's concerned he'll be discharged, and he just wants to serve his country. Please share. 1 like equals 1 respect. Jonathan Simpson as a private in the military. Now, what are we looking at here? Is this legitimate? Or are these costumes? Judging by the battle dress uniform, and it looks like a captain's rank, I would posit here that this is probably fake. Very busy. Well paid. That's how you make money as a crisis actor. And the Government Acting Guild, apparently there's a lot of openings because I'm seeing people playing multiple roles. Going through comments. User offline says Manson might die in prison on a special ritual date. Oh, Marilyn Manson. Right. Right. Wouldn't surprise me. No needles, no problem. This COVID-19 vaccine can be inhaled. So you're not going to have to worry about becoming magnetized. They're not going to put a chip in you. They're going to create an inhalable. It's like, what if they just put this in the chemtrails, like a chemtrail additive? They could vaccinate the whole nation in a week. And you would not be able to do anything about it. You just walk around like, why does it smell like a wet bat market? Like why does it smell, I don't know, a little Wuhan-y? I don't know, but whatever it is, yes, they're going to put the COVID vaccine in an inhalant, and you don't have any excuse if you're just a needle phobe. Lacey May says, is this live? Yeah, you can join us most mornings. We'll be live here going over fake world news. Most of the notes here are over at fakeworld.news. Right now, we're also covering Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium. It's a 72-hour non-stop event, and I have been watching that very closely. At 7 o'clock p.m., he's going to make some kind of an announcement, and they're really kind of teasing it out. They're not saying exactly what. So let me see if I have any updates for you over there from Mike Lindell's site. Again, the Cyber Symposium is for 3 days, and tomorrow is the FCC's emergency broadcast, where they're going to be on every single device. Okay, here's a short clip from Lindell, who actually says that at the very start of the symposium they were attacked.
We probably expected this, so we have a backup plan. They're hooking up now. This was attacked. The whole technology was attacked. We expected that.
All right, the technology was attacked, but they were expecting it. Little side note here. Tom Brady has some kind of avocado ice cream. And I really don't want to get into the Pizzagate thing. But from what I've heard, the avocado is symbolic of something, as is ice cream. Like Joe Biden likes ice cream. So if anyone wants to comment on that, let me know. If you have any Pizzagators. Is Pizzagate still a thing? I was wondering. I was like, I'm pretty sure Obama must have ordered, what, $60,000 worth of hot dogs for that event, which they did not downsize. They did not downsize that party. And I'm not hating. I'm just pointing out that, look, this is the level of hypocrisy that they can get away with. And you can bet that the people on that side of the fence were totally cool with it. Like, they're not even worried. They're not even worried that Obama might get sick, because they know it's all fake. I have a quote of the day from Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it's done. All right. That was shared by a Mandela affectee. Again, fakeworld.news. I'm posting all the links that you might find relevant to debunking the fake events of the day. And we also do a lot of retro auto hoaxing. And we do a bit of Metascript analysis to see what they're going to do in the future. And it's usually pretty obvious. Like making it a hate crime to criticize science. That's next. By the way, I'm surprised I haven't seen more of these. I was thinking about it. And at this point, nobody's stopping you from quarantining. Like, if you think that masking is good and lockdowns are good, then mask up and lock down. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense that you could be pro-mask, pro-lockdown, but that you're not going to lock down until everybody else does. Nor does it make sense that you would stop wearing masks and then start again just because they say so. Like, you wouldn't be thinking, wait, why was it okay not to wear it? What has changed? Like, in other words, the people who are falling for it, I think, are complicit in this whole premise that the government says we do. Government says jump, we say how high. So I'm thinking the most appropriate mask design would really be the Hitler mustache. And I don't think you can invoke Godwin's law. You know, that idea that the first person to invoke Hitler loses the argument. So Godwin's law, or rule of Nazi analogies, is an internet adage asserting that as an online discussion grows longer, the probability of comparing something to Nazis or Hitler becomes more likely. And it's the idea that you can't reduce it to that. Nothing's as bad as Hitler. Well, I'm saying that, yeah, the mask Karens are basically as bad as Hitler in the sense that they're endorsing fascism. They're endorsing total authoritarianism. It's do as I say, not as I do. And again, if this was truly about saving us from COVID or saving the planet, none of these fascists would be walking around. You wouldn't even see them. They would be in their homes, starting their own lockdown culture. They would be selling their cars to save the planet and investing in gardening or something. But they're not doing it. Look at the Hitlerette in the middle. Green is my power color. That's her shirt, green. Obviously, green is the color. Green is envy, and communism is based on envy. And the green movement is they envy this class warfare. It's based on actually a kind of creating it, stirring up conflict where there shouldn't be any. This is where you have Andrew Cuomo coming out saying, yeah, we're all about redistributing the wealth. Well, they're not going to redistribute the wealth from Kim Kardashian to the poor. That's not how this thing works. And the people advocating for the redistribution of wealth aren't the ones affected by it. And ultimately what it means is they're removing the rungs of upward mobility, destroying opportunities in advance. Now here's Gene Simmons. I always admired him as an entrepreneur. I read one of his books, and I thought, okay, this guy understands freedom, free market, free flow of ideas and information. And yet he is one of these pro-lockdown, pro-mandatory mask, mandatory vax fascists. It's like vax yourself, mask yourself, lock yourself in your basement. Do your part. Sell off your mansions, your private jets. Stop going on tours. Do you remember a few years ago when all of the liberal climate change advocates were saying that going on tours was bad? They were trying to shut down stuff before COVID. It's all part of the same agenda. And so I'm seeing all these sellouts in high places, and I'm just not impressed. Here's what he said. Just got our second vaccine shots, please. Oh, this is Gene Simmons. Direct quote. Just got our second vaccine shots, feeling no after effect. Please take the vaccine, protect others, and protect yourself. Ignore the conspiracy lunatics. The earth is not flat. The earth is actually round. Gene Simmons. And obviously, he's not experiencing any side effects. Now, what about vaccinated flat earthers? Is he not open to having vaccinated flat earthers? Lacey May says Gene Simmons is a great artist. No, he really is. I mean, I don't dispute the achievements of any of these celebrities. Just because they've made it somewhere doesn't mean that they've sold their souls. A lot of them are genuinely good at what they do and earn their place. But you see how it happens at some point. They reveal who they really serve. And it's the mandatory thing, the thou shalt, and setting the premise that the government can tell us. And then again, this is all against the backdrop of hypocrites like this. Here you have President Obama, Michelle, and one of their daughters, and they're at this birthday party, close quarters, no social distancing. I mean, you can't have a birthday party. If you have a kid, you can't have them blowing on their candles. It could spread COVID and kill the other kids. Wipe out the whole school. But no, the Obamas have their party on their island. And again, are we to expect that anybody here dies? How come nobody's worried? I'm so worried that Obama's going to catch COVID because of this party, and nobody in the MSM cares. Jessica the Green says they want your medical to belong to the collective to protect others. Exactly. Do you remember sick days? I have a tummy ache, I'm staying home. It's not Billy has a tummy ache, everybody stay home. No, you can self-quarantine. You always did. I have the flu, I stay in my room, and I don't go out till it's done and everybody stays away from me. Like, yeah, that was always a thing. But what they want you to believe is that you no longer have an individual immune system. You have a collective one that has to be injected. So we're all on the same sheet. This is also the reason why the pro-vaxies, the pro-vaxxers, mandatory vaxxers rather, because you can be pro-vax and not be pro-mandatory vax. The ones who want it mandated are also the ones who want to take your guns. Not a coincidence. They have the gun versus needle dynamic set up here. Marjorie Taylor Greene was playing on this, saying in Alabama, if they come over with needles, bring out your guns. Well, it's all part of this structured, I think, division that they're creating and enhancing with this whole debate. But they want your guns because they believe that you shouldn't have to protect yourself. The state can protect you. Why do you need guns? The state can protect you, the police. You don't need to be able to do any self-defense. Why do you need an immune system? The state can give you one. You see, it's the same exact thing. It's all about your relationship to power and who's going to protect you. Anyway, I have a ton of these memes. And if you want one of these, by the way, these Hitler mustache masks, just go to my Twitter feed, Real Tim Osman. And I think this might actually be the only legitimate comparison to Hitler on the internet. Like, let's just stop pretending that COVID 1984 isn't about imposing a dictatorship under the guise of a medical emergency. If you're pro-mask, pro-lockdown, and pro-mandatory cough drops, even, you're a little dictator. And that's what the mask actually is. It's just a Hitler mustache on your face. And we've been saying this for some time, COVID 1984. That's why when Joe Rogan comes out and he says, I think we're creeping towards dictatorship, I'm like, more than a year too late, and it's too little. It's actually meaningless coming from someone who's been supportive of establishment science and establishment media this entire time. Now again, I'm going over everything on fakeworld.news. This is the list of topics that I'm covering this day. And at 7 p.m., Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium is going to have some type of big announcement. So I'm actually going to cover that live. Subscribe, hit the notification bell. And if you join Patreon, it's patreon.com/Infinite Plane Society. You'll get notifications when we go live as well as the newsletters. Let me go ahead and play voicemails.
This call is for Agent Tim Osman. I don't believe in the Mandela effect mostly because it's only pop cultural references that, people make these claims to. It's never anything physical, natural that changes. But I do have one that I question.
Okay, so again, this is he's calling about the Mandela effect. He thinks that mostly pop cultural references that are, and again, this is true. Most of them only pertain to certain people in America. These aren't universal effects. But anyway, he has one effect apparently, and let's hear it.
Because it's neither pop cultural and it's not really physical. I don't know how to describe mathematics, but so the greater than and the lesser than sign, when I was a child, about 35, 40 years ago, my math teacher said an easy way to remember which sign is which is to look at it like an alligator mouth, like an open alligator mouth, and it's going to eat something. And so for that alligator to eat something, whatever it eats has to be smaller, has to be lesser than, right? Because...
Okay, so he's talking about greater than, less than, and he was taught that the greater than symbol will be open towards what he believes something smaller that it can eat. That's what he's explaining. I remember the alligator being greedy and eating the larger sum, but let's hear the rest of this.
If it's not lesser than, it won't fit inside. So whatever is in front of the sign, if it's pointing at whatever is greater than, then...
I gotcha. So yeah, I got what he's saying here, is that he thinks it's been reversed. And look, it's ambiguous. That's the whole nature of this. And this is the reason why you have some A students, some B students, some C students, because learning is a process that takes work, because we are designed to take information in certain ways. And there are some things that, like I said, it's ambiguous, and you have to come up with mnemonics and tricks to get it right. DNS 561 says his teacher was just messing with him. Right, she might have just been a sadist, just messing with their heads, mandoozling the kids. That's what the Mandela effect is doing. It's just gaslighting you. Mandoozling is the term we came up with to describe somebody whose sense of reality has been tweaked with a little bit. Again, a quote of the day: "It always seems impossible until it's done." Nelson Mandela. Got another voicemail.
Good morning to IPR. Listen, what do you think about the most overrated ocean wave anon, aka Blue Anon term? So the thing is, over the last year and so, ever since this COVID thing, it seems the most overused blue anon term is community. They always stress so hard on community this, community that. I mean, it's really nauseating, annoying, and it's just as bland as the word folk, especially the way McEanes used to use it, folk. So anyway, that's just a small opinion out there. I mean, if you'd like to go a little further on it, no problem. I'm just putting it out there either way. So
okay.
Thank you.
Awesome. Appreciate the message. And all these buzzwords, it matters because they're restructuring our language. Language is, in a way, it can form a prison. This is why they're constantly censoring certain memes. There's a war on memes because they don't want certain ideas and concepts spreading, and they do want others proliferating. There's a war on the self. The idea of putting on the mask to help others it's an act of effacing one's self or self-sacrifice, and then removing your face physically as well in order to blend in with the average. So everybody's average, they all look the same, nobody's more attractive than anybody else. And so this use of the word community, to me, it's all tied into the idea of groupthink and getting everybody into this big world commune. And the vaccination represents this. The world church, mother church, the big commune, the global world state. And you don't get in until you've taken the injectable communion, which shows that you've been saved from the devil, COVID, the virus, sin. Going through comments here. User offline says community is a born-again Christian term. Well, the term community, again, I see it a lot, and I've always associated it with commune and then space communism, which is a thing. You know, if you look up space communism, you'll actually find some interesting Soviet art where they were already creating this utopian vision for outer space. And it's just a big work camp in a very far-off environment. I mean, it doesn't look any different than, well, like Siberian gulag or something. And in my honest opinion, Mars is probably beneath Nevada or Ares Zona. Now, I just want to point out for all the censors, for the 110,000 plus info volunteers from the UN, and all the triggered church ladies out there, this channel is not pro or anti-vax or open phones for open minds. We basically have a platform to discuss things honestly. So I'm pro-vax, I'm pro-anti-vax, I'm pro-anti-pro-vax. So I'm for your position if you're against mine. Don't care. We're really fact-oriented here. We reality test the claims of the media. This is actually a post-media critique. None of what we do here is hate. It's philosophy. It's based on love. Anyway, we'll be back, returning it to the 24/7 stream. And we will be back at the 7 p.m. Cyber Symposium announcement to cover it live. So stick around, and if you want to get any of the links I covered, including a link to this track, go to fakeworld.news. This is COVID-19 84. By Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. And by the way, there's a link to all of the music at infiniteplainsociety.com.
Or deceit. Shut up, shut the door. Government media bend you over like a whore. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84. 33 puzzle, face mask muzzle. Going to my grandma's house. Shut in, shut up, cover your mouth.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
We be the Penguinati, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying and keep denying that they got all of the minds prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hoax. Questioning things of that'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no tone, but it kinda feels like I'm going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Thinking, let think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the damned action. Armed with minds to unlock the hidden answers, interested in research, journalistic freelancers. Having left behind any model specific proposition, opened eyes believing through direct observation. Having left the realm of fairy tales and fiction, sharpened beaks pointing the right direction. Making use of the tools we have at hand to fight against ignorance across all lands. Smashing absurdity with blue branches, uncovering idiocy and distributing pink branches. Separating the wheat from the chaff, enabling the think tank with your tragedies. Follow patterns and make us yawn, badly acting human shields that randomly spawn. We do in fact call BS on your fabricated anecdotes, moving on without you, not even leaving notes. Activating infinite potential, lying fallow people waking up, speaking what they know. We recognize your fakes, empty the frames. We have looked through all your fancy games. Your green screen doesn't impress us anymore. Your fear tactics acting weaker despite fake gore. Not accepting false dichotomy thought cages, thinking freely from our hearts, writing pages. Entries to the book of life so keen, walking a new passes and lands unseen. Walking a new passes and lands unseen.
Uh-oh, I think they made a typo. Just like Tuttle Bottle, but the R is the S. WWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, 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 faceless pup, another NPC.
Alright, thank you for joining, everyone. It's August the 5th, 2021, and you're hearing One-Eyed Jack and the Shells' Mud Flood, which is the previous reset to the one we're about to go through. I don't know if the coming reset, the Great Reset, involves mud or anomalous soil deposits or not. Thanks, everyone, for joining. Thanks, Thirst for Truth, for the kind support. This is listener supported. We have a new system where if you click the link where it says to send a tip, it will post an animated jiffy on the screen. I replaced the generic zombie with a penguin basically dancing on top of a big COVID ball. And then it has the person's name right there. And I think we also have TTS, text to speech. And just a warning for all the trolls and the prank callers, it filters out the bad words automatically. I haven't gone through to see, but I mean, there's ways around these things. But I'm not gonna divulge any of that. It'll be used against us. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Yesterday we talked about a Mandela effect. And someone who plays the game Call of Duty said they do not recall ever having seen the Russian sign that was somehow Mandela affected into the game. Sounds like nothing. Sounds like something trivial, for most people who aren't really aware of the Mandela effect. But it's not trivial because if true, it means that our reality is some kind of an interactive simulation, and it's given away in the glitches. But we'll see. I'm not holding out hope that Ed McMahon will show up at my door at any time with a big check. And by the way, I'm wondering, is there anyone out there claiming that their family's wealth came from an Ed McMahon check? I kind of don't think so. If you're looking on the screen, that is not a hostage situation, even though it looks like it. The little girl with the mask looks like she's been kidnapped. You see some bracelets, like she's tied down. No, that's your president, not my president. Making her feel very awkward and uncomfortable. Or it might just be an angle. I don't know. What do you want to say? It's trending right now. Creepy Biden. If that is Joe Biden. We'll move on. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Hardly even noteworthy. Biden invites children to the desk before he signs a bill into law. It's just, to me, it's surreal. Here's the thing. And the mass media has not noticed this, or they choose not to. So we're supposed to be wearing the masks, going through with the vaccination, in order to prevent the spread of the deadly variant. Well, they're not socially distanced, one, which cancels out the mask. And two, Joe Biden is not wearing a mask. So he's basically an example of the kind of, what did he call the uninjected? Maybe he used the word morons or something. But anyway, he's such a hypocrite, but I think this might be strategic. Strategic hypocrisy to induce cognitive dissonance, confusion, to cause people to just give up or something, tune out, because it's just too crazy. Wanted to point this out. Yesterday I was talking about how the author of the book, The Turner Diaries, was born on September the 11th, 1933. So 9/11/33. And how this book was the inspiration for Timothy McVeigh, sort of his blueprint. He used this book, bombed the government buildings. He was executed on 6/11/2001, which is kind of an inverted 9/11. Well, it turns out he was 33. I just found this out today. Born in 68, the year the towers went up. Executed 2001, the years the towers go down. But again, the author of the book that gave us Timothy McVeigh, I pretty much think he's a character out of the book. His birthday was 9/11/33, and here's a guy who's 33, executed on 6/11. Just a little bit of interesting little nuances when you're getting into these psyops, just how interconnected they actually are. And they all are. I can go off on some of these things. It's just absurd, and there's a point where we know what we're looking at now. You know, that last shooting in Boulder, Colorado, like the last major mass shooting in public, it was at a King Soopers. You know, that was King Soopers number 33. There were 33 union members there that day who were being shot at, and they overlap the PSYOPs. So they're there for their COVID-19 shots, and they get the AR-15 shots. It's all meant to be ironic. This shooter was doing so in retaliation for the Christchurch shooting, fake, of course, side note. And then, strangely enough, at that same time, we had the Parler shootings in Atlanta, and the Parler shootings were templated 100% off of Christchurch, the inspiration for the King Sooper shooting. And what I mean by templated is Christchurch was a shooting at two locations of a target immigrant population, and the shooter, who was a white right-wing racist, was run off the road in a pit maneuver, dragged out of the car, and arrested. Well, that was Christchurch. In Atlanta, the Parler shooter, two locations, dragged out of the car in a pit maneuver, and arrested. Totally templated. And it's because all of these events exist in the same fictional universe. And it's true that they all are interconnected because they're written with the same exact background. This, like fictional universes, you know, you're probably familiar with them. They're just internally consistent backdrops for different characters to interact, but they have the same basic timeline, same events, same conditions. And the majority of the world's population inhabit the same fictional universe that all the fake shooters and all the fake victims live in. I mean, some of us are able to see how you have some characters who are clearly world stage characters, but they're conscious of their roles, whereas the general public is unaware of it. Case in point, crisis actor, we'll say David Hogg. Well, he's been called out as an actor, but he still plays the role. The public has confused the role for the person. They don't know that these are two different things. Those of us who do are censored. No, truly, we live in a schizophrenic world. The people who are in love with the image of the beast, the TV, the ones who worship this thing, are in a simulation already. Restless Bear says, what happened to the other guy involved in the bombing? I can't remember his name. I think it was Terry Nichols. And I believe he was Okay, born 1955. I'm going to see what his death date was. I don't think he's dead yet. So. Oh, by the way, someone brought something up yesterday, and I want to mention this. So the Unabomber, I was looking into him recently because there's a rumor that Greta Thunberg is one of his biggest pen pals, which wouldn't surprise me one bit. But someone had suggested that the Unabomber is a character portrayed or played by Terence McKenna, kind of a drug guru, an ethnobotanist and mystic. So it would be kind of interesting that he would portray such a role. I think this is the thing. I don't think they look all that similar. They may sound alike. I mean, come to think of it, they do look kind of similar. But when you're talking about environmentalists, people who believe in Earth, like Gaia, Mother Earth is this conscious thing, and we need to put down our technology and stop using fossil fuels. These environmentalists are all basically copacetic with the Unabomber manifesto, which is why it wouldn't surprise me if Greta Thunberg was in fact one of his biggest fans. Think about it. If she didn't have that outlet at the UN to make those faces and tell us how bad we all are, she probably would be sending off bombs. Like, I'm kind of glad that she had an outlet. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Let me go ahead and start off with a voicemail.
Hey, Tim. I have a quick, fun Metascript related message for you. So I was looking through 80s cartoons for no reason whatsoever, and
80s cartoons, which probably a great source of predictive programming, because what we're doing is we're undoing our individual and collective MK Ultra programming, and we were all born into this MK Ultra entertainment zone where basically all of your entertainment is there for mind control. It's mind control and brainwashing first. Entertainment is really just a side effect. Very tasty poison. So anyway, the caller here has been watching 80s cartoons.
Found a Mask show. Clicked around, didn't really find anything there, but just thought it was funny. There was a show in the 80s called Mask, or Masks. And then what I really was calling you about is a show called Silverhawks. It started in 1986. And a bunch of really weird symbolism on the cover art of this show. But I wanted to mention that the storyline is when outer space gangsters, or an outer space gangster known as Mon Star, escapes from the Pineal planet. Pineal, the pineal gland. Supposedly the limbo section of the galaxy.
Okay, I'll take a look at these. I'll pull them up on the screen. And I'm going through my Twitter feed. There was something I wanted to put up on the screen. I was picking up groceries today, and I got a case of bottled water because I trust the bisphenol A more than I trust the fluoride. I don't even want to say what that will do to you according to Alex Jones. But look at this here. Recycle. And it has a bottle with the recycling logo, which, again, I pointed this out. This is a symbol of Saturn, the god of death and resurrection, god of death and rebirth. Contains a hexagram within the negative space, and it consists of 3 arrows, which are used to nail the god of death and resurrection to the cross. Anyway, this is a very modern take on this ancient god's symbolism, the god of the earth, the vegetation god Osiris. Saturn, Osiris, this concept here again has to do with death, as in the harvest, and then rebirth. So this cycle. Anyway, I have pointed out before that I believe that the act of recycling is paying homage to this earth god. And of course, it is the earth god who will flood the world if you don't recycle, if you don't go green, because he is the original green god. But anyway, the bottled water company put this logo that says, "Help your bottle get reborn." And it has the recycling logo on it. So I just feel very vindicated here that yes, indeed, recycling is actually part of the act of earth worship. And it's a religious act. It's the expiation of guilt. It's confession for the modern atheist. So let's say you're a Catholic, you go to confession. Well, what are you actually doing? You're assessing your choices from the last week. And you're separating the good from the bad, confessing the bad. And then you're putting some money in the basket, staving off God's wrath. Because if too many people sin, God's going to flood the place again. Now fast forward, this modern era, they've replaced that. Well, now at the end of the week, you look at your trash, and that represents your choices. That's the trash, it's the garbage left over from your consumer choices. And then you have to separate them, your bad from your good choices. And your good choices are those that can be recycled, which is pleasing to the earth god, and will stave off his wrath. And then, of course, your other trash represents the bad decisions that you made and the bad companies that you shouldn't support. So what you're actually having to do here is recognize where you should feel guilty and act accordingly. It's an act of contrition. And of course, it's just the act of selling indulgences on behalf of the government, the way the churches would. No coincidences here. It's all just a religion. And it's all predicated on the notion that we have a vengeful God, but as long as we're obedient, we can actually kind of prevent that. And we have to listen to the priesthood, of course. So again, help your water bottles achieve rebirth. What a culty thing. All right, let me go ahead and continue with the rest of that voicemail.
Is in great peril. In response, an elite team of cyborgs called the Silverhawks are assembled as a counterforce that is Limbo's best hope against Monstar's gang. So I just thought it would be a cool thing to show as a juxtaposition between this and how Elon Musk is kind of...
I'll take a look at this. I will. I found something else today, actually, that was equally compelling. And it was, I think it was called Wonka Piercer, where someone had looked at the movie Snowpiercer, which is a very terrible movie, and they compared it to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And the conclusion here is that Snowpiercer is a sinister sequel when Charlie grows up, and he's the guy in charge of the train in Snowpiercer. The train that everyone is trapped on. I don't care to go too much into it. I watched it. I didn't see anything all that profound in terms of symbolism. What I saw, though, was more or less plagiarism and a template. But I recommend watching this thing. Again, it's called Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory Connections to Snowpiercer, or Wonka Piercer, because it shows you how movie directors are able to actually very subtly encode other messages. In this case, another movie is pretty much repeated through an entirely different set of circumstances. But if you know what you're looking at, you can see it. And it's this templating that we see here that's evident with all of the predictive programming, where movies, regular old movies, seem to foreshadow news events that show up later. I'll play a short clip. Again, this is Snowpiercer equals Willy Wonka sequel. And I'm just going to go right up to... We'll just play about 15 seconds of it.
And you'll see into your imagination.
Okay, it starts off with entering into a world of pure imagination. And that makes me think of the Mars program, the space program, entering into a full simulation. people already live in a simulation for the most part. But once they've gone to the Mars bases, it's all over. And it shows how the tunnel to the land where the Oompa Loomps are has a parallel in the movie Snowpiercer. And there are many, many parallels. I think that the connections are pretty well established. You even have a form of Oompa Loomps. So I won't play the whole video, but it's listed there on my Minds account. And it's a good example, though, of how a very subtle subtext can be inserted into a movie, and very deep messages can be communicated just very subtly to those in the know, hidden in plain sight. And there's an esoteric side to all of our popular entertainment that is important to understand, because that's the main part. The esoteric is the actual meaning. Everything else is to conceal the meaning. So that's what I said before, that the brainwashing is the main purpose. The entertainment's just a side effect. If you're looking on the screen, we have Dr. Aqualung, an individual walking around, and I've said this before, that on this channel we predicted people will be in space suits by 2021. Well, we have them. People are walking around with their own oxygen supplies, so they go out in public, which again is completely moronic, and that's just, I'm being charitable. If you're really so certain that there is this deadly virus out there, you really shouldn't even be leaving your house. And someone else brought something up. They said, let's say that we're not being lied to about everything, and thanks Zin Velis for the 311. Let's say, for example, that they're not lying about any of this stuff, and the people are now masking up again to protect the unmasked. It's like, well, why don't they just wear 2 masks before insisting that everyone else does it? Where are the self-quarantiners? You think there'd be a lot of support for that too. Where are the people who are voluntarily going into quarantine? Maybe even to save the planet, selling their cars and everything. Nobody's doing that. All right, let us continue. Now, I mentioned Gaia when I talked about the god of the earth that people are worshiping. And you need to know that the World Economic Forum has this thing called the Global AI Action Alliance. And this is all about putting, quote, artificial intelligence in control. Listen to this. The 4th Industrial Revolution, or if you want to be a real culty, you can call it the 4IR. The 4IR is a fusion of advances in artificial intelligence, robotics, and the Internet of Things, genetic engineering, quantum computing, and more. The 4th Industrial Revolution is a way of blurring the boundaries between the physical, the digital, and the biological. This is what they call the metaverse that they're putting us into. The metaverse is just mind control, but this is what I've been saying, that they have been using the entertainment mediums. They've been using the media, the news media, all the movies, the video games in particular, and all of the, I would even say like the comics and the novels are huge when predictive programming is taken into account. Books are big, but they've used all of this to blur the distinction between real and fake because they have total control over the media, and this allows them to totally redefine our reality. So here we are looking at the World Economic Forum with their 666 logo, with dear leader Darth Klaus talking about how we'll be happy when we have nothing. And they have this agenda named Gaia. So just so you know, Gaia is a primordial earth goddess. It's earth worship. So when I said that the god of the earth, the god of recycling, is the god that they worship, and it's the god that you're actually venerating when you recycle, I absolutely mean it. They're trying to appease their god before he punishes them, before he floods the place. And this is the basis for the story of Noah's Ark, but it's been repackaged. And so now we have the space program as our new escape. Should things get too bad, should we not be able to restrain the capitalists, we have a way out of here. And that's the role of Elon Musk. And they've even used the phrase space ark. And I frequently talk about this, about specifically NOAA, and how the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration actually uses the symbol of a dove to represent this organization that supposedly is just purely scientific. And their purpose is to warn us of any incoming flood, to help us to mitigate environmental catastrophe. Listen to this. This is a recent headline. NOAA predicts 18 days of high tide flooding in Boston next year. So NOAA is always here to warn us about the flood myths. And their logo, as I pointed out, is a dove. And if you look at their website, Science, Service, Stewardship, you can see a world flooding, and they have their big ark. So I did a little search on their site. So I wanted to find out, why did they choose a dove? Because the symbol of the dove is actually the symbol of Noah from the Bible. The dove and the olive branch serves to tell Noah that now you can go back to the earth and start again. The great reset can begin because the flooding is done. So you might think of the dove as a symbol of peace. No, it's a symbol of the reset. In fact, I would say it's an occulted phoenix. Same thing. Flood, burn it. It doesn't make a difference. It's a retelling of this ancient myth disguised as science. It's a modern flood myth. So I looked into it to see, did they choose the dove? Did they choose it because it's from the Bible? And it says here, the design from NOAA was chosen in 1971. In 1970, NOAA was officially recognized and all of its components were united under a common name and mission. 1 year later, their administrator had 3 choices of designs they presented for the emblem. The chosen design was made official and remains so to this day. A white, gull-like form links the atmosphere to the sea or earth. The earth and the atmosphere and the interrelationships between the two are the major concerns of NOAA. So anyway, this is their explanation for it. It makes no mention of it being a post-reset, post-flood, Old Testament symbol. Now, when you get into the why did God flood the world? Wickedness. So what is the wickedness of the day? It's your carbon footprint. It's your use of fossil fuels. And all this has to do with property and property materialism. Everything condemned by the World Economic Forum is something that the globe would want to punish. And the way that they describe global warming today, it is very much a punishing, vengeful storm god. There was even some suggestions that the condo that collapsed in Miami on Timothy McVeigh's death day on 6/11, around there, I think it was a couple days before, but anyway, that condo was said to have been taken out by global warming. And I'm like, wait a minute, you're talking about a global phenomenon. How is it targeting one building? It's the wrath of God. Miami condo collapse prompts questions over the role of climate change. Let me see when this thing collapsed. I think it was early June, but there were reports that it was going to fall anyway. People were talking about problems with the design. Whatever you think about it, the idea that they would connect this to global warming is absurd. Ocean levels rising? No. Maybe the ocean levels could rise now, given an abundance of masks. Going through some comments, Aline Dion says the Snowpiercer Netflix series was the one with the 311 shot on it. Oh yes, Netflix movies have all kinds of references to 311. In fact, one of the series is on Netflix called Colony, has an episode, it's Season 3, Episode 11. So there's your 311, where it actually has a couple of things. One, it talks about something called Operation Phoenix. So there's your Phoenix symbol, a reset symbol. And in this episode of Colony, they say that Seattle is going to be the ground zero for the reboot of civilization. Now think about that, because what we're seeing right now is the reset, the Great Reset. So what's the difference? Reset, reboot? Because the reset started with the pandemic, which kicked off on 3/11 in Seattle. So here's from hiddenremote.com, Colony, Season 3, Episode 11. I'm going to scroll through here and just give you a little rundown of what it has to do with Seattle. Here we go. Seattle was supposed to be safe. I'm going to play a clip. No, it's a jiffy. It's a gif of Seattle being nuked. That's what it actually has here. Project Phoenix. Now this is the reset symbol. And this movie, by the way, this series takes place after the world has been shut down because of an alien invasion. And like COVID, we never see the aliens. So you have this thing called Project Phoenix. You have an insurrection against this new order. Now listen to this, because it ties into this concept of the Ark. Because this takes place in the future. It says, and in our future, like with every science fiction movie, we've ruined everything. Okay, so at the meetup we see Adam. He explains the plan. He says that Seattle is the version of the Ark. They've been collecting all of the best people from every field, doctors, engineers, and soldiers, because when they get rid of the alien races, Seattle is going to be the place where human civilization starts over. And this is the real resistance. So if you look at from the perspective of the pandemic being the alien invasion, well, the only people who are going to be carriers, as in aliens, are going to be the unvaccinated. So if you look at it from this perspective, in this TV show, Seattle is beneath a dome. It's enclosed. So it would make sense that the reboot of civilization happens after they close up all the cities, with the people who are salvageable, people worthy of being put into the arcs, as in the vaxxed, the brainwashed. And the people who aren't inside can be easily wiped out. They're the aliens among us. And if you remember last year, there was an Economist cover, it was last August in fact, The Aliens Among Us, How Viruses Shape the World. And the cover looks like outer space. Looks like satellites, probes, moons, planets. But no, that's your inner space. And you're looking at viruses, you're looking at bacteria, and you're looking at the vaccine. But the concept here, the aliens among us, how viruses shape the world, it's all about how the carriers are like an alien force invading. Not a coincidence, in my opinion, that last August, Putin released Sputnik, the vaccine. Of course, named for the first object put into space, kicking off the space race. But what's more, on that same day, a film called Sputnik was released about a virus from outer space that takes possession of the cosmonauts and makes them into, well, predators. So, an alien invasion through kind of like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. So, my point being, the reboot of civilization is about rebooting it with an arc situation where you have the people who are salvageable, brainwashed, who go with the program, who have the blood pact vax with the state, because that's what it is. It's just a blood pact. It shows that you accept establishment science and establishment media. In other words, the state religion. And the infidels can all be filtered out. You're the alien invaders at this point. You're the ones who have been possessed. You're the carriers. You're the ones who have been body snatched. And your vax hesitancy has made you an enemy, as you can see by the way the media describes it. So I would say this is all just more predictive programming, but again, it's worth noting that the Resistance uses the name Project Phoenix, and the whole thing's about a reboot starting in Seattle. By the way, the first patient to come down with COVID shows up on 119. There's so much, if we want to go into the meta scripting of everything, that shows you how everything is carefully planned. And that's why I'm pointing this out. This is just one of many TV shows on Netflix, I'm talking about Colony, that was telling us to expect something big on 3/11, which is why we were. And 3/11 was the day they kicked this thing off, but unlike 9/11, this event, which was the 3/11 for this generation, wasn't described as, quote, 3/11. They didn't isolate a day. They didn't brand it that way. And I think it was on purpose. It would have been too obvious. Lean says the WEF are the globe's priests. They totally are. There's quite a lot there to substantiate that, because we're talking about Noah, Noah's Ark, and then the modern Noah, and the space program, which are the new arcs. This is the modern priesthood. The modern globe is just the new God. No, and look, you have the astronauts who are your high priests. Those are the ones who go really high, or they get really, they get a special view that you can't have. They get to see the face of God. They get to see heaven. They see the face of globe, and they get the overview effect, which is a cognitive shift, where they no longer see boundaries. Everything is one when you get that high. So they're able to tell us, hey, from our perspective, the globe's not looking too good. And if you don't change your behaviors, there's going to be a flood. So the priesthood informs our politicians, who are able to charge us money. You know, you got to pay money somehow to calm the globe down. I mean, it worked. It keeps God from flooding us. Why wouldn't it stop the globe? So now let's get into the next part of this, because I'm just describing here this modern flood myth and how it's been brought back. So the symbol of the dove was front and center during the inauguration when Lady Gaga performed the national anthem. And she was dressed up like someone out of the Hunger Games. So the Hunger Games is the very definition of post-reset dystopian science fiction. Post-reset, post-flood. After you start over with the salvageable, the ones who were worthy of being put into your arks or your enclosed cities. So here we are with all the talk about Dark Winter as a backdrop, and they come out dressed like characters from the Hunger Games, the author of which she was from Sandy Hook, which is kind of worth mentioning here. You know, because all of these movies, like I mentioned earlier, all of these books, these novels, they're all very much connected with the psyops, with the news. And Suzanne Collins has connections to the city of, or the town of Sandy Hook, which also has other connections to other movies, like the Batman Dark Knight Rises franchise, which, by the way, Dark Knight Rises makes use of the burning bat. Dark Knight Rises, like a phoenix rises. There's these correlations being made. But let me show you the movie poster if you haven't seen it. In the negative space between the buildings behind the Batman, you actually have the shape of a phoenix in the flames. So the phoenix is a symbol of the reset, the thing that causes the flood, or rather the symbol of the flood in the post-reset. But this time it's been rebranded as a bat. So you've seen it as a dove, you've seen it as the phoenix. Well, here you actually see it as a bat, same symbol. It just means burn down, flood, build back in the aftermath. Again, Joker played by Joaquin Phoenix. None of these things are insignificant. But the catalyst for the revolution, which was telegraphed in that movie with the Joker movie, where everyone put on the Joker masks, which referenced the medical masks that you're wearing, because they've made clowns out of all of you. But the catalyst for the reset was what? The bat soup. By the way, bats are also the culprit for Ebola. But anyway, it's the bat that kicked off the revolution. And there are so many examples of coronavirus predictive programming in these movies. And there's one scene in particular where Batman is hanging out with this character without a mask who says, "I don't need a mask, I'm not afraid." And Batman says, "The mask is not for you, it's to protect those you love." And then he throws a grenade that looks like a COVID, a spiked ball, and it explodes, leaving this cloud of smoke everywhere. So we haven't seen that yet, the nuke or whatever. But we've seen, well, maybe we have. Last August, we had a series of mushroom clouds covering the so-called globe from basically August, 4th to the 13th, starting with these bombings in Beirut, all coinciding with the anniversary of Hiroshima, Nagasaki. So back to Lady Gaga with the post-reset movie references in her wardrobe and the dove. This is all telling us the same story. It's about the reset and what comes next. So next, let's go to the movie Wall-E. The movie Wall-E actually has the number 113 encoded into the name, and that's admitted that the Wall-E is basically another one of these Pixars that uses all the same symbolism. But the thing about this movie is it takes place after man has destroyed the world. It's covered in junk. And not only is it covered in junk, but it's surrounded by space junk. It's uninhabitable. So mankind gets into a big spaceship. In other words, an ark. And in the ark, they get fat and lazy and they orbit around the Earth, waiting until they get the message that it's okay to go back and repopulate. So they send a little robot down to the Earth, and the robot happens to look like a dove. Not a coincidence. And this robot is searching for any signs of life, and she finds a branch. And just like the dove with the branch that goes to meet Noah, the dove with the branch on Lady Gaga's chest, it takes it back up to the captain of the ship of the Ark, who then decides to go back to the Earth. And by the way, the captain of the ship has to declare this thing called Directive 113, which is 311 in reverse. And it's all about how the Earth needs to be abandoned. And the person giving, the president giving the Directive 113, puts on a gas mask. So you even have a COVID reference to the reset and the shutting down, the abandoning of everything. In other words, shutting down society to save the planet. Now, in the movie, they literally leave the planet. But at the end, when they come back, they decide to abandon their technology and their lazy lifestyles and their TVs, their recliners, and their fast food, and they decide to become farmers. So at the end of Wall-E, you have a communist revolution. And again, this is all part of the same type of programming where we have a new priesthood that can tell us how to prevent the next flood, how to prevent a dystopia, how to stop the wicked from destroying everything. And one of the subtexts of this movie was just about how bad humans are. Like the robot becomes a very sympathetic character, and the humans are absolute pigs. And they're exploitative. They have a robot underclass that allows them to be lazy, that allows them to stop moving around on their own energy. So they just basically get fat, their muscles atrophy, and their bones get soft. So we're just blobs in space, staring at screens with robots attending to our every need. In other words, we've become wicked. And this is the message with Noah as well. The people have become wicked, and the flood came so they could be saved. Same thing here. They see the error of their ways. And again, this is for children. There are other aspects to the film that are certainly not for children, deeper levels of the symbolism having to do with, I would say, the esoteric aspects of the religion that it's actually indoctrinating us into. Okay, going through some comments. Lean Dion says, wildfires going on worldwide at the moment, as predicted on The Economist. Oh, sure. I mean, The Economist is 100% in tune with this meta script. If you want to know the future, watch Netflix and look at The Economist covers. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, the fire extinguisher. Someone brought up the fire extinguisher scene. Yes. Yes, that's the scene I'm talking about. That's probably not for children. I'll bring a picture up on the screen for you. So Wally's out in space with the fire extinguisher, and it's about a movie. The movie's about the world having been abandoned, and now you have to repopulate it. It has to be colonized again. And another thing about the robot that symbolizes the dove is that she's, well, you'll see. She's kind of like in love with Wally. So there's this part where they're floating around in space. So outer space, if you go into the symbolism of the rocket being the earth god and the obelisk being the symbol of the god having been replaced by the rocket, the goddess is the night sky. Isis. No coincidences here. And you have this scene where Wally is in space with a fire extinguisher, spraying it all over the robot Eve. And it's a very bizarre scene. I mean, if you were a Freudian, and by the way, the CEO of Netflix is related to Bernays, Edward Bernays, who's related to Sigmund Freud. But if you were a Freudian, you would immediately come to certain conclusions. But I'm saying beyond the obvious, there's an esoteric aspect to it. And I think we're looking at Mystery Babylon, fertility rites, right there in your face. But again, it wouldn't make sense without the full context of knowing that we're looking at a movie showing, one, the flood myth, but two, a new creation, like the creation myth, the repopulation of the world. And here you have this reenactment of the world about to be colonized again, with the robot spraying his fire extinguisher over his female companion. And then, of course, she carries within her the little green plant, symbol of new life. And that's ultimately what it's about. It's about new life, but new life after the reset. New life without the wickedness. And if you care to watch that scene and you watch the ecstatic way he behaves once he figures out how to use his fire extinguisher, it's pretty clear what you're seeing. Polecat78 says, why does Space Jam 2, a basketball movie for kids, have the droogs from Stanley Kubrick's 1971 film A Clockwork Orange cheering courtside? I haven't seen that. Actually, I saw part of it. I was listening to it, but I didn't notice that. And it's a valid question. Because A Clockwork Orange, I remember when I first saw it, I was in film studies class, and we were watching all these Kubrick films, and the teacher loved the movie Clockwork Orange and thought it was fantastic. And I was just kind of somewhat disturbed because it's a movie about a group of individuals beating people up, gang raping, just the worst things you could imagine. But the movie does have, as you would expect, the usual levels of symbolism, as all their movies do. The Space Jam movie also has a lot to do with this merging into the metaverse. It's another aspect of it. Let's go ahead and move on to another topic. Tonight, and I feel somewhat vindicated, tonight George News has officially admitted that they're QAnon. This is a message from Anonymous, also known as the Collective, and now known as George. Anonymous Q. This is the group that started the Q drops, and for some time, some people thought I was exaggerating, and then I started providing evidence. And here's a few quotes. There are no drops at the moment. That's a quote. Another one here. We were responsible for leaking the Integrity Initiative project. Why did Google terminate our channel in 2018? George News also says 35 and 45, yes. That's all code. You may not know. 35 is a code for JFK. And what he's saying in many of these drops, they're no longer, quote, Q drops, but more or less, is that JFK Jr. was standing up against the secret societies, and that the war on the deep state is real, and JFK Jr. is going to resurface very soon with his magazine, George. And that, moreover, he is QAnon. So, it sounds crazy. It is insane. But this is what is at the bottom of the QAnon rabbit hole. JFK is right front and center here, which makes me think the whole thing is an elaborate alternate reality game, probably written decades in advance. Not quite sure where it ends up, but it's not over yet. And in this live stream tonight, this individual behind this thing admitted that yes, they are one and the same, and that there are no drops at the moment. And my own research has revealed, and if you care to look, you can find it, this person is a personal acquaintance of the Trump family and actually received a key to the White House. There's quite a few things in there that substantiate this. It's already being looked into. It'll come out sooner or later. Oh, and in case any of you are holding out hopes that Keanu Reeves was the one, have a collection of pictures here. He's making all the same symbols as everyone else. I don't know if he's into pizza or hot dogs, but definitely throwing all the usual satanic hand signs. Here's a nice picture. Laurene Powell Jobs, owner of the Atlantic magazine, hanging out with Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell, the Forrest Gump of sex traffickers. Like, is there anybody in the world she hasn't been photographed with? You know, she was photographed with Elon Musk, and he claims that it was a photo bombing that he didn't know. Restless Bear says Ghislaine. Right, all of their names tell you a different story. By the way, she started this thing called Terra Mar, the Terra Mar Project. Like, apparently they have some kind of nation out in the high seas, uncharted waters, which is probably where all of this, quote, human trafficking goes on, if it's real, but it fits with the story. Atlantic is pure commie trash, says one commenter. No disagreement there. I played the clip earlier where Bill Gates was explaining to Anderson Cooper his relationship to Epstein. And it was because of Epstein that he was divorced. You know, Kevin Kline wanted nothing to do with him after he found out that he was over there at Epstein Island. Bill Gates claims that there were other people there, so it's not that big of a deal. But now, I meant to say Melinda Gates, but let me go ahead and show you this. This is a real interesting set of, I don't know. I think this might actually be true, what I'm about to explain here. So Bill Gates has a girlfriend named Ann Winblad. Okay, so he hangs out with Ann Winblad once per year. Nothing fishy there, but once per year, Melinda let Bill have a little getaway with an ex-girlfriend. And supposedly they just went skiing or something. So nothing strange about this. It's a little questionable, I guess, but it's their business. So I looked into this a little bit because here's where it gets weird. So if you're looking at the screen, you're looking at Bill Gates' ex-girlfriend, Winblad. But now, this is where it gets kind of, well, it kind of substantiates the idea that Melinda Gates isn't Melinda Gates anymore. Like, maybe she was Melinda Gates, but it seems like she's been replaced by Kevin Kline. That's been the theory. So it turns out that Bill Gates' ex-girlfriend that he hangs out with, Anne Winblad, is married to Kevin Kline's brother. So there you have it. Again, here's the connection. Bill Gates' girlfriend is married to Kevin Kline's brother. And strangely enough, since for the last 5 or 6 years, Melinda Gates has really taken on a really striking resemblance to Kevin Kline. And let me go ahead and show you 2 pictures back to back to kind of underscore this. Because my thinking here is that possibly both, but definitely Melinda, is not the same person. So if you're looking at the screen, you see Bill, Anne, and Melinda just a few years ago. Now here's the same 3, but Melinda no longer looks the same. Melinda looks like Kevin. Now I don't want to spend too much time on this. I know it's absurd. But there was this meme that was spreading around for like all of 2020 comparing Melinda to Kevin, and it kind of died down for a little while, but then it turns out that there's a definite connection between Bill Gates and Kevin Kline. Now, one more thing about Kevin Kline. He was in a movie called Dave. The movie Dave is about an actor who's hired to play the role of the president. So if you haven't seen Dave, I think it's very relevant for some reason. I guess it's because right now, like, we really don't know who is playing the president. So Dave, the film, 1993 American political comedy, Kevin Kline and Sigourney Weaver. So it's about a guy named Dave Kovic, which is, someone pointed out to me, has an anagram with COVID in there. Not that that means anything, but basically this. He's a body double. He impersonates the president. The president suffers a stroke. And so this guy steps in and ends up having to replace the president. Again, it's called Dave. Restless Bear says, what are the odds? Yeah, I'm saying that it's an explanation. So we probably are correct about it. And that might even explain why they had a public divorce. It's like, hey, this is getting a little too open. And did you all hear the theory that Bill and Melinda died? Like, didn't they die in like 2013 or something? There was this story. Yeah, here we go. 2013. Now, it was fact-checked. But it says here, Microsoft co-founder turned philanthropist Bill Gates claimed he and his soon-to-be ex-wife Melinda died in 2013. And I've seen the reports. Could be a hoax. Let's move on. I refuse to take this guy seriously as some kind of a villain. I really don't think that there's any chance he's going to blot out the sun or any of the things that people think that he's going to do. I think it's mostly a character to help substantiate this idea that we're looking at a potential global genocide by the technocrats. Now, they don't like you, that's for sure. They want to replace you with robots, but I think that they don't really need to inject anything to accomplish their goals. Just the existence of this choice is all that it took to cause all the division that they needed I don't have any sort of expectations of people dropping dead. I don't think vaccines make people magnetic. I'm not a vaxophobe, but I do support vaxophobes. They want to speak out on the topic. But anyway, listen to Bill Gates again defending his relationship with Epstein.
Can you explain your relationship with Epstein? Did you have any concerns? Was there ever any concerns you had about it?
Oh, certainly. I had several dinners with him, hoping that what he said about getting billions of philanthropy for global health through contacts that he had might emerge. When it looked like that wasn't a real thing, that relationship ended. But it was a huge mistake.
Now, again, he exonerates himself. Typical psychopath. He says, everybody else was doing it.
To spend time with him, to give him the credibility of, being there. There were lots of others in that same situation, but
Yep, there were lots of others. If you missed this earlier, Donald Trump's Trump cards have been released, and the main card has a phoenix on it. Red background, gold phoenix. Just pointing that out because there's no coincidences. Like, look at this. Loki variants. How many of you are watching the TV show Loki? I haven't seen it yet, but it came out before variants were a big thing, and variants figure very strongly into the story. They're always putting memes out there in advance. Let's see, Restless Bear says he had no idea. Right, he got on the Lolita Express, I take it. But for all the talk about Epstein, I think there needs to be more focus on Richard Branson. Richard Branson is said to be the Epstein for the royalties. So all the royal families, anybody who's higher up than these mere celebrities, they go through Branson. And he's got an island there, somewhere between Epstein Island and probably wherever SpongeBob has his island. Okay, so that was the daughter, by the way. The girl that was being kidnapped by the president or held hostage. No, that was actually the daughter of the late Capitol Police officer. Very young crisis actress, because nobody died, nobody cried on that day. It's such a flimsy story, and it's great to see even mainstream characters calling it out as just terrible crisis acting. Did you know that Laura Ingraham was doing this piece where, sort of like what we used to do, a couple years ago, we started something, we called it the Golden Hoggy Awards, named after, of course, David Hogg. And it was a way to give awards to the best crisis actors. Well, Laura Ingraham was giving out awards to the best actors of 1/6. And I'm pretty sure they stole this from us. But let me go ahead and play this.
I want you to get to the bottom of that.
We have more on him in a moment, but it's not about politics at all. And for best performance in an action role, the winner is Michael Fanone.
Too many are now telling me that hell doesn't exist, or that hell actually wasn't that bad. The indifference shown to my colleagues is disgraceful.
Oh, yeah, definitely. This is the one I said. This guy thinks he's Jack Nicholson, but they're giving out actual trophies to crisis actors. I've never seen them stoop this low, which is great. Yeah, they stole our our Golden Hoggy Awards. I mean, it's low when they do it because they think these people actually died. When we do it, it's just good satire and parody because we know it's a hoax. We know that the moral high ground is ours. We're not the ones lying to the country. I mean, the whole thing was not a riot. It was a stage production. It was a CNN production with a bunch of government actors. It wasn't the least bit believable. And there's a video out there, Everything Wrong with the Capitol Hill shooting in 21 minutes, that tells the whole story. And not only that, Ashley Babbitt is not dead. For all these attempts to make her into a martyr, there's nobody there. She's a fake character. And coincidentally, she was cremated 2 days later. Like, come on, 2 days? That's too quick. It doesn't take... I mean, we're talking about an autopsy, right? You have to do an autopsy to determine the cause of death. I mean, 2 days seems a little fast. Like, I understand maybe they could rush it and it wouldn't take 2 days to get her to the coroner, but to go from there to cremation in 2 days? And someone suggested that might be sort of hinted at in her name, Ashley, as much as these names are often indicative of the character's roles. But her mom's out there with someone else saying that she wanted to do this, she died as a martyr. I don't think so. Now check this out. Michael Fanone, Crisis Actor Award winner, listen to what he said to the GOP members of Congress. Quote, "You guys don't seem to have a problem when we're kicking the S out of black people. But when we're kicking the S out of white people, uh-oh, that's an issue." This is how you know he's an actor. He's a caricature, playing the role of a racist cop, pointing out the irony of the situation here. So phony. You could tell this was authored and written by Democrats. That's why I say this whole thing was a CNN production. Nobody talks like this. It's called The Aftermath, Why Officer Mike Fanone Won't Forget 1-6. This morning we did a closer examination of his ears, and it does look like the guy's wearing a mask. I mean, we know it's fake and all that. That's a given, but there are indications that that's not even a real face. He's got like an extra set of earlobes. But I'm not going to get too far into that right now. I did want to point this out again. Salon.com did a piece where they noticed that the story of the martyrdom of Ashley Babbitt mirrors a 1963 episode of The Twilight Zone called He's Alive. So, another example of a character drawn from fiction. Ashley Babbitt. I mean, all of them. I have a couple more links I want to share here. I missed this one last month. I wasn't following the Kyle Rittenhouse trial all that closely, but they're trying to bring up the fact that he shot a sex offender as something of a defense, which he couldn't have known. Kyle Rittenhouse's attorney wants to argue that one of the men killed was a sex offender who tried to steal his gun, which, according to the story, that would be true. I've often said that Joseph Rosenbaum died doing what he loved best, chasing a minor. But according to the story, he grabbed the barrel. And this is before he went and shot Gage Grosskreutz and then Huber, Anthony Huber. Now, you know, the thing about Anthony Huber is he was friends with Jacob Blake, the individual who was shot 7 times by the police, which kicked off the Kenosha riots in the first place. I mean, what are the odds? There's a few interesting side stories here, like about how Lynn Wood kind of left Kyle in jail to raise more money, and nobody knows where this money went. A lot of money was raised off of Kyle Rittenhouse, and it just kind of disappeared. Another story here, I want to bring this up. If you may remember, and I know TMZ covered this, that Kyle was at a bar, and in the bar he was making hand signs like the AOK hand sign. Kyle Rittenhouse flaunts his freedom, TMZ Live. He had a shirt that said free as F. Kyle Rittenhouse flaunts his freedom.
Shooting. 2 people, right. He had a busy weekend. Was out at a bar. Yes, he's 18. There's a reason it's fine for him to be there because he's with his parents, but it's more about what he's wearing while he was in the bar. A t-shirt that says free as blank, a 4-letter word.
You know, the interesting thing about this, he has a lot of supporters, Charles.
He does. I remember he got how much?
Now, okay, people remarked about the hand sign, and I remember thinking, okay, they're just taking it too far. Well, more information kind of came out that he was posing with Proud Boys. And they serenaded him with a song called Proud of Your Boy. This is something of, you could say, an initiation. So he was initiated into the Proud Boys. What? And the song Proud of Your Boy is from Aladdin. Here's a short clip. Now, the Proud Boys, you should know, are led by feds. Proud Boys leader was a prolific informer for law enforcement, a federal and local law enforcement informant. Proud Boy leader, government informant. FBI enlists Proud Boy leader. So, just another connection between intelligence agencies, between the feds, Kyle Rittenhouse, and that entire production. Afterward, if you remember, Trump went to Kenosha September 1st of last year and gave them $42 million. Nothing to see there. Oh, that reminds me. Let me go ahead and go back to a previous topic for a couple of minutes. We were talking about the arcs. You know, the arcs to save us from the flood, from global warming, or whatever. Well, earlier this year, there was the eruption at St. Vincent volcano. And I took note of this because I think it was the 42nd anniversary of the previous time that it had erupted. Yeah, the previous time, it says here, first time in 42 years, this eruption on St. Vincent, which was on Friday, I believe it was April the 9th. So, with this story, it kind of brought up the story that I brought up about the arcs. Like, this was one of these situations where you have this volcano on an island erupting, and the people on the island are trying to get to the ships to escape. Well, at this same time, you have the pandemic going on. And so people are told, well, you can't get onto the ships unless you're vaccinated. So here you have a situation where the people who are vaccinated, who have been saved, are going to get onto the ships and they're going to escape. The people who were unvaccinated are going to get the lake of fire, the lava. Here's an article from April 12th. The people on the Caribbean island where a volcano went off are being evacuated on cruise ships, but not without a COVID-19 vaccine. So what a perfect dilemma that they've created. What a perfect situation, a perfect hypothetical to overcome any vax hesitancy. Like, you might as well get saved, because if there is some type of a calamity, like a volcano or global warming or a flood, you know you're not going to get on any of those rockets to Mars or to the space stations without your Vax Pass. I mean, what a sales pitch. What a sales pitch for the Vax Pass. And this is what religions have been doing forever. If you get saved, you go to heaven. If you don't get saved, you go to hell. So the vaccine is truly salvation. They've repackaged and resold it. Commenter says, one article mentioned that they're criminalizing criticism of Fauci. Well, at first, Dr. Fauci said that if you criticize me, you criticize science. You're actually speaking against science. Dr. Fauci said, attacks on me, quite frankly, are attacks on science. Imagine that. You're critical of that guy, and now you're actually attacking the institution of science itself, the scientific method, all of it. Anybody who's ever been a scientist should be offended because you're blaspheming. Well, now criticizing scientists might actually become a hate crime. And why not? I mean, aren't they our priests of the day? You know, why wouldn't we apply the same standards? Like, if you're going to criticize a scientist, well, maybe you're an extremist, anti-vaxxer, and a murderer because you put people at risk when you breathe in public. I've actually seen that phrase being thrown around, that anti-vaxxers are murderers. But no, they do want to extend federal protections against hate crimes to scientists. You know, truthfully though, I mean, it should be a hate crime to discriminate or to in any way attack the anti-vaxxer for being an anti-vaxxer, to be prejudiced against them, the unjected. There was actually a dating app called Unjected that was pulled from the Apple Store. They're discriminating. They don't want you to have your separate opinions, and they don't want you to have kids and children. They don't want you to carry this on to the next generation. So they're actually trying to get into selective breeding, if you think about it. If the governments are taking control through the corporations that they control of the dating apps to control who meets who, I mean, how arbitrary is that? Oh, we can't have uninjected dating uninjected. Well, why not have other rules put into place? Why not just make it about political affiliation? How about Republicans can't join dating apps? Lean Dion says the Russian Orthodox Church comments on the vax. Yes, I believe they said that you go to hell without your vax. Like, actually, your vaccine pass is your pass to get into heaven. St. Peter's there at the gates. He's going to look at the list of the vaxxed and the unvaxxed and send you down into the lake of lava if you didn't have faith or if you blasphemed against Fauci. Tommy Jones says, where would we be without IPS bad-mouthing religion? They don't shoot people with poisons to be saved the last time I looked. Maybe you don't know the history of religions or the pederasty that they brought into our modern age, or their superstitions, their mind control, their guilt control, their false worldview. Maybe you haven't looked into religious persecutions, the enforced ignorance, the murders of the people who translated the Bible into the Vulgate because they didn't want the priesthood to be able to completely weaponize ignorance as they had. I mean, there's nothing positive about the history of religion. You're saying bad-mouthing religion? Yeah, I will badmouth fascism and mind control all day long. Bad-mouthing religion. The mass media is the religion of the day. The globe is the God construct. COVID is the devil that the atheists will believe in. I'm sure you badmouth all of these things. And the injection is just the newest iteration of the communion wafer. Religions are there for divide and conquer. The vaccine is the ultimate divide and conquer tool because it segregates society among the saved and unsaved depending on your relationship to establishment science and media. So if you're on the side of religion, you might as well be on the side of big media and big vax. It's the same program. But if you want to defend religion, you can call in 833-311-1984. George Carlin says, bipartisan usually means that a larger than usual deception is being carried out. Tommy Jones says, history can be altered. Right. Right. Well, what about recent history? What about like in the last 50 years, we can look at atrocities committed by religions or with the authority of religion. We can look at the hatred and division promulgated by religions, including sexism, racism, every form of bigotry, and all the phobias. All these things that have their origins in these ancient forms of regimenting minds. Now, I'm pro-religion in the sense of, I'm pro-choice. So if you want to join a religion, by all means, watch CNN every day for the rest of your life. Or, go to this church or that. I could care less. My issue is when they try to impose their religion on other people, whether it's through murder, coercion, or whatnot. And today, the religion is being imposed through peer pressure for the most part. The holy water of the day is your hand sanitizer. The concept of sin that could no longer be used to regulate the non-believers in any of these ancient gods has been replaced by the virus. So you can have all these sinful, wicked people by the old standards going to the nightclubs, drinking, having a lot of different partners or whatever. And you could say, you're going to go to hell for that. And they'll say, I don't believe in hell. That's superstition. Enter Dr. Fauci. You're going to catch a pandemic. You're going to spread a pandemic. Put on this garb, socially distance, stop going to bars, change your behaviors, and spend more time reading the Bible of the day, which is MSM. And people did it. Lockstep, overnight, puritanical revision of a wicked society. And they converted us into this new religion. They pulled it off flawlessly. And I'm not just picking on the Christian religions. I think that all of the religions were started by the same evil demigod. So, not picking on Christianity. I would say that Christianity, Islam, Judaism, heliocentrism are all part of the same cult, or they're all the same things. It's like a hydra. I would even throw Freemasonry into the group. If you want to have a list of all the Judeo-Christian religions, you have the big four, whatever, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and heliocentrism, and then throw in Freemasonry. Because I think it's all sun worship, including heliocentrism. They don't know that they're worshiping the sun, but they are. Tommy Jones says, bad analogies don't make good philosophy. Oh, these are these are perfect comparisons. I'm suggesting that it's the exact same thing. This is not a coincidence that Noah, as I've been saying, has the same exact template as the Noah from the Bible. But I'm not here to debate necessarily. I'm just pointing out the facts as they've been presented and as they are presented. And it does happen to be a fact that the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration uses the symbol of the dove, and they're warning us about the flood for our wickedness. And yes, it is indeed perfectly templated on an older, archaic religious system. And I say it worked flawlessly. Like, there are so many atheists out there who are devoutly religious. You'll never get them to touch holy water, but they'll put on the hand sanitizer. They would never consider a religious garment, but they'll put on the face mask. And if you look at the way they treat the people who don't put on their face masks or who don't go along with the program, it's all about shame, ostracism. It truly is a salvation template. And if you're not going to be saved by the blood of Bill Gates, the best they can do is guilt trip you and blame you for things that go bad in the world. They'll blame you if we're continued, if this devil continues to ravage the world. In fact, it's the unvaxxed that have allowed the new variant. Anyway, I'm totally open to conversations about religion for sure, because I think that that is the main topic of the day. I think that the Bible has been replaced, all of the holy books have been replaced by the monolith, the TV screen, and the curated version of reality, which is the New Testament. And it's a work in progress. They have to finish getting rid of the heretics, the blasphemers. They have to get rid of the Apocrypha. And they're doing pretty good. And right now, the infidels, the conspiracy theorists, are the only obstacle between total world salvation. That's why I call it the cult of the monolith, because it's all about this monolithic worldview, and until everybody's saved, the world isn't saved. You know, the world has to be saved before we can have this perfect utopia. They're trying to eliminate sin. You know, we're living through a holy war right now. All right, thanks everyone for joining. This is COVID 1984 by Chief Crow. We will be more than likely live tomorrow afternoon to parse through the news and everything that's developing. It's going to be a very interesting week. There's a new moon on 8/8, which is Lionsgate, which might mean something. Generally, these occult rituals happen around dates that correlate to that star, Sirius, and the sun, and their interplay above. I mean, everything about this cult is based on the celestial realm and the personification of the lights above. There's nothing really new under the sun. The new world order is the old world order, and this reset we're going through is basically taking everything that was old and rebranding it. So the arcs of the space age are just like the arcs from the past myths. It's all about taking those that are chosen by the priesthood that aren't deemed wicked. And if you're uninjected or unmasked, you're pretty much one of the wicked, and you're going to be excluded from the rapture. You won't be let into the domed Chazistans when they start opening those things up. All right, this is COVID 1984. Have a great night.
Truth.
Okay, today is August the 5th, 2021, aka 1984, the year it will always be. This is Fake World News coverage. Join us here daily, Infinite Plane Radio, generally between 10 and 12 p.m. Mountain Time. We'll parse through the latest news and links dropped in the Discord server, and I'll be going through the Infinite Plane Media forums. So let's go ahead and start. Yesterday was Barack Obama's birthday, and someone sent me this. Valerie Jarrett had sent him a tweet. My dear friend Barack is turning 60. For his birthday, I'm asking you to chip in $6 or $60 to help bring the Obama Presidential Center to life. 60 for 60, or 6 for 60. I mean, this is just an obvious shout out, I believe. To who? The devil, the Antichrist, the Pope, the AI God that's going to take over. Trump cards are out. Donald Trump has released Trump cards, and there's 5 versions of them. The one that caught my eye was the red with the gold phoenix. And listeners of this channel know what the phoenix means. Now, he's being roundly ridiculed and mocked by his opponents who think that this is some kind of a culty thing. One of them pointed out here that it resembles the imperial eagle of the Nazis. And there's a comparison, which, I mean, honestly, this is just a slander against eagles at this point. You know, any eagle I don't like is a Nazi. I mean, because they all do kind of look the same. But yeah, it is true that you had an eagle holding a swastika. Well, if the Trump card was holding, I don't know, like a coin with a T on it or Trump's face, I would say yes. But in this case, no, it's just a standard Illuminati insider cult of the reset phoenix symbol disguised as an eagle. I mean, that's the thing here. It is a phoenix, but they call it an eagle. And that's been the case in the beginning. If you look into the symbolism inherent within the dollar bill, the U.S. Capitol, and everything else, you can see it's all Masonic, and the eagle is a cover. Now, there's 4 versions. You have one with the phoenix thing, one with the flag, and now one of them here, it's look at the spelling, O-F-F-I-C-A-L. The official card. So I noticed one of them was misspelled, and sure enough, the QAnoners are taking this to mean that Trump is sending them a signal. And it involves the number 9, because I is the 9th letter, and it's missing an I. So missing an I, if anybody can crack that and let Q know. Why does he always just drop little hints? Why can't he just tell them something a little substantive? Okay, here's another lead to follow regarding the Officer Fan One, who may also have been the hillbilly with the fake teeth and the Confederate flag on 1/6. Warrior29 on Twitter found this. He said that there's something wrong with the ears of Officer Fan One. Now, I pointed out his mangy beard is just wildly out of regulation. I mean, it's actually touching his collar. You believe this? He's got gang tats, and he's got Class A's that look like he purchased them from an Army surplus store. Like, nothing about this guy seems legitimate, and his acting was terrible. I mean, pretty standard for someone in the Government Actors Guild. The GAG. Couldn't make it in the SAG. But look at these ears. Now, you all have earlobes. I have earlobes. You all have the same basic structure of an ear, but none of you have this piece, which is kind of like a shield in front of the earlobe. I don't know what you would call this. But that, to me, looks like the edge of a mask, and this would explain the mangy beard. So the suggestion here is that you're looking at a mask, and if you look at his eyes, you'll notice how deep set they are. He's not wearing eyeshadow. So it actually looks like the guy's entire face, as weird as this sounds, is a face piece. That would also include the neck tats. So whose eyes are these? Whose bad acting is that? Yet to be determined. But again, look, these ears are plastic, silicone. There's not one listener here today that has ears like this. Looks like Spock's ears, you know, from Star Trek. These are like the Spock ears you buy at the Halloween costume store. Here it's the Spirit Superstore, and they have all kinds of plastic ears you can just pop on. And this looks like silicone. These are not real ears. I'm sorry. That is not a human. Okay? And moreover, those eyes are way too deep set. What a terrible disguise. That's why their names all seem so made up. Thinks he's a penguin says, hey Tim, thanks for your work. Obreek says, great. Awesome, thanks for joining us. There's a live premiere from last night's Infinite Plane Radio live stream where we talked about the new Mandela effect that showed up in Call of Duty. That will be premiering after, and I'll just patch you in. Now look, this looks like an operation to me. This does not look like it's an accident. Look at these headlines. Taller people face a higher risk of catching COVID-19. Fox 11. Diabetes.co.uk. Short people are at a greater risk for catching COVID-19. Okay, so here's another one. New York Post. Taller people face a higher risk of catching COVID-19. Science says crazy study reveals short people have a higher risk of catching the coronavirus. So what is it? Do taller people have a higher risk and shorter people have a lower risk? Or do short people have a high risk and tall people have a low risk? Or is it tall, low, low, tall? You see how confusing this is? And I'm suggesting that this is intentionally inflicted cognitive dissonance to confuse you so you don't know which way to go. And then you ask Dr. Fauci or whoever they put in front of you to tell you which way to go. So just pointing that out. They're conflicting these stories on purpose. I remember these restaurants would have signs that say, wear your mask when you're walking around. Don't make eye contact. Don't talk to anybody you don't know. But when you're sitting down, you can take off your mask. So that had me thinking, well, maybe COVID does only stay about 5 or 6 feet up, and maybe duck and cover drills would be effective against COVID, because you could just apparently sit down at a booth and it can't get you. But no, according to this, if you're tall or you're short, you're done. Someone noticed something here. Patrick King is one of these anti-COVID activist types, I believe. You have all these activists, very colorful personalities, very vibrant tattoos, and apparently this guy has tattoos that match the tattoos of Jake and Jelly, the Viking who led the insurrection against the Capitol. God, what horrible tattoos, by the way. Matching tats, are they in the same club? Probably. I think these tattoos are all fake, by the way. There's nothing about Jake and Jelly that would connect him to these particular designs. White power, white nationalist. This one here is the 777, Triskelion. There's several different ways that they use this one, but the 3 7s are encoded into this one. Some have connected it with pedo symbols. And then you have the world tree, more Norse stuff. And I don't know if that's even his background or heritage. And it must have been awkward for the tattoo artist to have worked around his nipples that way. Very just awful tattoos. And I'm suggesting these are fake. Fake is the makeup on his face and as the character he's playing. This mentally ill guy who was swept up by all the memes and couldn't control himself. If this is a real insurrection, if this is a real event and not a staged CNN production, they would have shot him because he had a spear. You can't run anywhere around crowds with a spear or a knife without getting shot. This was a CNN production, bad performance art, terrible crisis acting. A lot of, honestly, if I had to guess, I would say, my first guess was actually that Jimmy Kimmel probably staffed this thing. Because he often sends a bunch of his goons undercover to wreck events. If you remember a couple of years ago, Jimmy Kimmel sent a bunch of people to the Flat Earth Conference pretending to be flat earthers. And this was done with the help of the organizers. They're the ones who got the camera time, and they acted goofy in front of the camera. The people who were authentically into the topic weren't represented. And every single person here is some kind of a caricature. These aren't real Trump supporters. These are all actors. They made sure that the real ones were left out. It just looks like a bad made-for-TV production designed to demonize people. Take a look at this picture. Here's AOC. Cameras on, mask on. Cameras off, mask off. And these are the ones who are telling you to put masks on your babies. Literally. Mask your pets, mask your babies. It's like, look, if you feel like you're a masky, right? You're vaxxed, double jabbed, you got your space junk helmet on, you're a masky. You feel like you're killing other people who don't wear masks. Just wear another layer. Triple it. Like, before trying to impose your mask ideology on the faced, consider doubling up on your own mask, your own ideology. Maybe you're not doing it hard enough. Squad member Corey Bush, who was with BLM trespassers at the McCloskey property, has slammed their pardon. So this is your Turner Diaries update. I've been talking about the McCloskeys who stepped off the cover of the Turner Diaries book, the Bible for the white nationalists. Well, they've been pardoned, and as a result, you have a blowback from Representative Corey Bush, who says, Mark McCloskey is an absolute liar. His day will come.
Governor of Missouri, a Republican, has pardoned Mark and Patricia McCloskey, who were famously photographed pointing guns at protesters during June of 2020 in those demonstrations in St. Louis. You were actually among the marchers who encountered the McCloskeys that day.
She was part of the PSYOP. You have to look at the McCloskeys. She's obviously an agitator, in my opinion. The McCloskeys look exactly like the cover of the Turner Diaries book. They dress like this when they go on their little political tours. Totally staged drama to make it look like these white privileged people with these big empty mansions are threatened by the masses of poor all around them who are fighting for their rights. I mean, this is all just theater, and it's right on time. So let's take a listen to the rest of this.
Mark McCloskey at the Republican convention called you the Marxist liberal activist leading the mob through our neighborhood. What is your reaction to this pardon?
It is absolutely unbelievable. There are other people that...
Now, one other thing about Bush here. Bush has also said that she will keep her own private security force even as she works to defund the police.
That there are pardons that we have been asking for, pardons that actually should happen in Missouri, and that was not one. That was not one. They stood there, they pointed their guns, totally reckless, to a group of nonviolent protesters.
Now, they were peaceful protesters, but we know what peaceful means today in 1984. And moreover, they had torn down a gate to access the gated community. And apparently the gate had some historic value. So there's some serious property damage, irreplaceable. This is just one of these things where they're painting themselves up as the good guys. But no, you can understand the McCloskeys. I'm not defending BLM's march through this neighborhood, and I'm not defending the McCloskeys either, because I kind of think that this is all theater. The way the McCloskeys reacted was absurd. They walked out onto their lawns and pointed guns at people directly who were not, in fact, directly threatening them. So let's listen to what she says, though, about Mark.
There's walking down a street that had no clue that they lived there, didn't care that they lived there, didn't know them, didn't want to know them. Mark McCloskey is an absolute liar. He has spat on my name, and because of that, his day will come. You will.
Okay, well, his day will come. I don't know if that's threatening. Just bringing that up. Rand Paul calls on citizens to resist mask mandates and lockdowns. This is one of these things that it's like, okay, you have to remember the place where he's coming from. He believes the virus is real. If you remember, his father made a whole lot of sense on 14, the day after they declared the national emergency. His father, Ron Paul, put out an article where he said that this was an authoritarian's dream come true. In fact, he called it a hoax. The next day, Rand Paul came down with COVID, and he refused to quarantine. So I don't think that Rand Paul is all that useful, because he says, oh no, disregard the rules, but I caught the virus. I believe in it. The virus that killed many people, according to the news. He is saying resist the masks, but again, he's also an admitted then super spreader. So he buys into the narrative, and then he fights it from that perspective by rejecting it, which is anti-science, it's anti-common sense. You really can't stand by his position, even if you're opposed to mask mandates and lockdowns. I mean, you can, but the fact that he doesn't outright question the very existence of the pandemic itself means that his position is still very world stagey. I'm not going to line up behind him. To me, this is controlled opposition, and what's he actually agitating for? They want the masks and the vaxxed people versus the anti-maskers and the anti-vaxxers because it's a perfect split, a perfect schism. Bill Gates has come out and apologized or sort of tried to explain his relationship to Epstein.
Epstein, did you have any concerns? Was there ever any concerns you
And if you remember, this was the reason why Kevin Kline divorced him.
had about it?
Oh, certainly. You know, I had several dinners with him, you know, hoping that what he said about getting billions of philanthropy for global health through contacts that he had might emerge, you know, when it looked like that wasn't a real thing.
So basically, he was there for the money. He wasn't there for whatever else is at the island. And then he kind of weakly defends himself, and he says other people were there too.
You know, being there, there were lots of others in that same situation, but I'm in that same situation, but
There were lots of others there too, so he's not as guilty. That's how it works. You see, if everybody's doing it, you can average out your guilt, and it actually spreads out among everybody equally, so you're all just not as bad. Listen to this. West Lafayette Mayor John Dennis has doubled down on his statements. So he's not my mayor. This is from, again, West Lafayette. And he said here, we will not close down the city to protect the a-hole unvaccinated. So it's good and bad news. They're not going to shut down the city. But yes, he has really bad things to say about you if you're one of the unvaccinated. And that is the new group that is being isolated. The unsaved, the reprobates, the heathens. That's how they look at you. Infidels. Just the other day, Apple kicked an app off their website, off of their Apple store, and it was an app for the unvaccinated to date each other. It was called Unjected. Like, don't you have the right to know who you're, what they have? Like, what do you have? Do you have AIDS? Do you have Pfizer? Like, do you want to know what's in the blood of the person that you're dating? Well, they don't want you to know if that person is a vax rejecter, probably because they don't want people to meet up who connect along ideological grounds. It's not about health. It's all reality curation, though. They don't even want you to be able to meet. I mean, this is insanity, if you ask me. It's just anti-freedom is what it is. Listen to this. I talked about this yesterday, how the 4 cops who died obviously didn't die. These are crisis actors, and they're trying to bury the story. They're not going to show us the 14,000 hours of CCTV from the Capitol on 1/6/2021, because that would show it was all just a really bad movie. You would see all the actors with Pelosi taking their lunch break. You'd see all the backstage stuff. It's all fake. But look at this. Suspicious how the far right is spreading a bizarre conspiracy theory. Well, the bizarre conspiracy theory here is that the 4 cops didn't commit suicide. What's bizarre about that? It says here, it's a bizarre conspiracy theory to consider the 4 deaths suspicious. No, it is suspicious. For them to say, this is Raw Story, that it's not suspicious that 4 of these cops would have committed suicide before they could testify, that to me is suspect. What are they trying to hide? And again, we were looking at Officer Fanon. His ear is plastic. That's a mask. Like, really think about this for a minute. If you look at him closely, if you look at the brow, and you look at the depth of the eyes, and you look at the ear, it makes sense. It's some kind of a silicone mask. Now, who's wearing it? I don't know. Now, here's some more confusion for you, and I think this is intentional. The director of the NIH, Francis Collins, clarified statements he made. So, originally the statements were basically that vaccinated parents need to wear masks around kids and vice versa. It says, 2, if you're in an area with children, wear a mask. But anyway, he walked it back. He said, vaccinated parents who live in communities with high COVID transmission rates should wear the masks. in public indoor settings to minimize the risk to their unvaxxed kids. But they confirmed that you do not need to wear masks in your home. So they send these messages that are very garbled. In fact, in his words, I mean, I sound garbled explaining it. He said, "Let me clarify the masking message that I garbled on New Day this morning. Vaccinated parents who live in communities with high COVID transmission rates should mask when out in public indoor settings to minimize the risk to their unvaccinated kids at home, but no need to wear the mask at home." Again, this is like saying, I believe this is all intentionally to create confusion. This is like saying to get there, go right, then take a left, then go straight, then take 2 rights, and then 3 turns. It's intentionally meant to get you lost in a labyrinth. And it works because people don't know, and then they look around to see, well, what am I supposed to do? And if they see a bunch of masks, what do? They follow along and they get the masks. You know, because a lot of people are just going to go with the flow. In fact, I have a quote here. I believe it's Kurt Vonnegut. I have to play. I actually have to read this. This is just a perfect explanation of where we are at today. Okay, so find it in just a moment. Here's another one. This is George Carlin. Bipartisan usually means that a larger than usual deception is being carried out. I'll find this other quote here momentarily by Kurt Vonnegut, and it has to do with the way that people tend to automate their behaviors. And really that's what I'm referring to with the masks. A lot of it is, I believe, the confusion is intentionally sown because they know that people will default. They'll kind of blend themselves in with everyone else. Nothing new there. And the elites who program your media know this. Here's a quick update. Corona movie theater shooting. Suspect said he stopped taking his medications, and the voices in his head prompted the killings. So the story here was at a Corona theater, someone gets shot in their head, crown of the head, and it was at The Purge Forever. So it's another movie in the Purge franchise, and there were a number of things that were kind of fishy about this, in my opinion. So, for example, the person who was killed is a very popular social media influencer. And that in itself, I think, it should be taken with a degree of suspicion. Because a lot of these psyops are used basically to influence us in various ways, and they use people who are reaching you, who may not be mainstream, but are still vastly popular. And so what would be the incentive, what would be the motivation between a psyop, or with a psyop where someone shoots somebody in a theater? And I think it might have to do with the medication thing. He said he stopped taking his medication, and then he started shooting people. Well, if you think about it, that's the exact story of the Aurora movie theater shooter, and that was during the Batman movie. And the Batman movie was very much included in a lot of the predictive programming, and the same can be said for the Purge series. So looking at this story, the Purge, the voices prompting the killing, social media influencer, and then the theater's called Corona. No, the place is called Corona. The theater was, I believe it was like Regis Theater, which is king or crown. So the thing is latent with symbolism, making me think it's probably as fake as everything else. Now check this out. The mother of Ashley Babbitt. Now Ashley Babbitt was cremated 2 days after, which I think is very suspicious. But the mother is suggesting that her daughter was a martyr and ought to be treated as a martyr. And here they are playing that role. And I think this is highly suspicious. I kind of suspect that her mother is probably just as connected to the PSYOP entertainment complex as her daughter. Take a listen.
Babbitt's mom. I was invited by Congressman Gosar to speak at the election integrity rally for Donald Trump. My daughter died for this cause. There are still political prisoners being held in the DC jail under horrible conditions as a result of this. They were protesting their American birthright to go and redress their government because everybody in this country knows this was a stolen election. So I'm here to be my daughter's voice because it has been silenced. And I'm Wilma, a family friend, and I'm here for justice for Ashley because nobody should die when they go to the Capitol.
So again, what she's saying, it's kind of hard to hear, but she's saying that her daughter died for this cause. And so here they have these portraits of her daughter with a MAGA hat, very nice airbrush paintings. It looks like they're taking cues from off camera. It looks really fishy to me. I find it to be very unbelievable. But Representative Paul Gosar invited her to attend his Arizona speech. Okay, here's the quote by Kurt Vonnegut, which makes me think about pretty much everyone today who just goes along with the crowd. Quote, so in the interest of survival, they train themselves to be agreeing machines instead of thinking machines. All their minds had to do was to discover what other people were thinking, and then they thought that too. So that makes sense to me. We're looking at agreeing machines. It's all about the consensus. Nobody's safe till everybody's safe. We can't have fake news. We have to have agreement news where everybody agrees. Consensus reality news. Consensus media. If it goes against the consensus, it's unharmonious or something. That's pretty much what people are being trained to think here. That we shouldn't have disagreement, that there should be unanimous agreement on everything. One world system, one monolithic, one world view, one media. That's where we're going. That's why they burn the competition. That's why they censor. That's why they don't believe in debate. That's why they, and I'm talking about the mainstream media and its consumers who really don't stand up in defense of the so-called conspiracy theorists who have been, I think, unfairly demonized, because the conspiracy theorists are the only fact checkers of the day. Let me go ahead and go through some of your comments. Last night we had a live stream, which I'm going to be mirroring here when it premieres. We talked about Call of Duty and the Mandela effect. Also, yesterday was the 4th. It was Obama's birthday. Nothing big happened. He canceled the big party. I don't know what they did with all those stranded hot dogs. Now, in about 6 days, and this is what I'm watching, we have the Cyber Symposium. The Cyber Symposium is going to be on the 9th, 10th, and 11th, and the pillow guy, Lindell, is going to be attempting to change the public's opinion on what happened at the election, but they're no longer making promises that they're going to overturn it this symposium, that it's going to take until some time. They have to go to the Supreme Court, so September possibly. Now, one more note here. I brought this up last night, but Tim and Vic Stagram sent this to me. The author of the Turner Diaries was born on 9/11. The significance here, 9/11 actually has astrological significance, as does January 1st. These are New Year's dates, our New Year's date and then the Coptic calendar's date. And both of these dates have a relationship to the dog star, to Sirius. Like, on New Year's, when you're counting down and the ball's dropping, it represents the dog star, which reaches its highest point at midnight on New Year's. This is the significance of these dates, and it's all about this astrotheological cult that worships these things. The dog star is in every single Masonic lodge. It's not a coincidence that Jim Carrey in The Truman Show woke up to the false nature of his reality, to the fact that he was a false man. He woke up when the dog star fell. It was a satellite in the stage that was labeled Dog Star. My point being, all of this is integrated into a bigger picture, a bigger script. So the McCloskeys walking around the world stage right now, to me, it is definitely worth paying attention to. And look, here's another example of scripting in the 1/6 insurrection event. So listen to this. Ashley Babbitt, the 35-year-old QAnon supporter and Trump superfan who was killed, is more famous in death than she was in life. Her fate reminds me, and this is from Salon, her fate reminds me of a famous 1963 episode of The Twilight Zone, He's Alive, in which Hitler's ghost returns from the grave to teach a young neo-Nazi how to manipulate crowds. Hitler explains that exploiting the death of an obscure follower transforms the individual into a heroic martyr. This is an act of friendship, says the ghost of Hitler. We're allowing him to serve the cause. So this is from Salon.com. Matthew Rosa wrote this. And Ashley Babbitt, the 21st century Horst Wessel, symbolic martyr to the fascist cause. All right, thanks everyone for joining. We'll be live pretty much every day around this time to go over the links posted at the forum and the Discord server. Join InfinitePlaneSociety.com if you want access to the Discord server where we collaborate and we compile all of our findings. This is Chief Crow, Auto Hoax, or GTFO, and I'll be turning this over to 24/7 stream shortly.
Listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
I'm sure you have many questions. Are you afraid to hear me out? What you fear is the unknown. I'm sure you have many questions. sure you have many questions. Here, amidst the stars of our own galaxy, we shall seek the answer together. I'm sure you have many questions. Here, amidst the stars of our own galaxy, we shall seek the answer together.
It's not about the shape of the earth. I'm an atheist to your religion.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. I refuse to be a part of your religion, to be a carrier pigeon, to spread your word just a smidgen. This is not about the shape of the earth. It's about expanding your consciousness and finding your self-worth. We're all gods with extraordinary capabilities. Positive manifestation leads to endless possibilities. We're supposed to love one another and take care of each other. Realize that earth is our mother. We are kept in this lower vibration too. Stop us from ascension. They stifle us with religion and keep the afterlife hidden and make you think that you burn for eternity if you're not forgiven. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. I'll smash the door down, fuck the system, fuck your rhetoric. The watchful eye needs gouged out, and I do not have a preference. We'll use our cleverness because our cleverness is plethoric. Degenerate electorates are thought to be illiterate. They want you to be as dumb as you can be. They tell you that your ignorance is how you become free. But freedom comes from the realization that you've been lied to. They pulled the cloak over your eyes and attempt to blind you. Once you come to grips with the fact there's no factual information, you gotta use your discernment to sift through all the bullshit and find communication with your higher self, the one that we can't see, the one that's truly free. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
Knowledge that you've accepted the people I consider to be the priesthood. You're scientists, your fake science, your fake news, you bought it, and I don't. We don't. The globe is something accepted as an article of faith.
They're not hiding us from God, they're hiding us from ourselves. Pick a God you want to praise, there's one on the shelf. Biocentric reality, biocentric collective, solipsistic realm. Omnipresence at the helm. Singular moments wrapped up in the present. The past and the future illusions for the peasant. Everybody gets their own moon and sun. That's why triangulation can't be done.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I start myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the written or. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. The door. The door. The door. The door. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I start myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I start myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
don't have a set of beliefs. We're a loose-knit organization of reality perceivers, but the main thing in our strength is this. Synchronization. There's power in synchronization. That's why you get these government news alerts on your phone. That's why 9/11 was so critical for them. They timed it just right to get everybody the most number of viewers. You know, that's why they had 65 million viewers for the Challenger explosion. 700 million people saw the Apollo 11. It's all about synchronization. And I'm thinking here, a few hundred of us synchronized will make it impossible to run a PSYOP without it being unchallenged, or do a rocket launch, or any of these things. So I'm talking about Rapid Response Anti-Media Network.
Truth music. This is my medicine, I'm steadily fetishing to make sense out of this nonsense they relish in. Look at all the poison they're feeding us, always misleading us. All they're doing is bleeding us dry. I'll be red pilling to keep on with healing us. Why? I just want to open your mind. Open your mind. May take more than a minute to get it, but once you get it, you'll never regret it. Their lies are incredible. All this destruction was always inevitable. Fuck these elitists, they're up on their pedestals. Pharmaceuticals, they're pushing their chemicals. Some sort of federal tyranny up in your medicals. Are you really hearing me wrong? It's pitiful. Bear witness to my swan song, I'm a general. When we're gone, we're leaving everything to rubble. We're gonna watch you stumble through the fall. You'll find deliverance in the barrel when we're playing cards. Wake up, wake up. What the fuck? I'm trying to wake the masses.
With your vocal cord, shake your minds with your every word. Remove the shift from your lyrical sword. Swallow your tongue, not suited for the war. Wake the masses with your vocal cord, Shake their minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Whether your tongue not suited for the
Nothing in your world works the way you think it does. There's a far higher, bigger picture going on the earth for at least 7,000 years of human history that we modern day people really just don't relate to.
I keep my mind over matter, all I see is propaganda. It's snakes and ladders up on every channel. Lights, camera, action, what's the latest fashion? Welcome to the Ghost Society. Do you really know what's happening? When you watch the movie, do you see the patterns? No, it's not hard to fathom. This shit is far from random. I see the puppet driving on, man. Sifting through the rubbish like that's a strong man. Where's the gummage? Don't be unique and discouraged. Root it deep and do your best to make it flourish. Feed your soul the best of foods to keep you nourished. Stay on it, find your strength and solace and become a colossus.
Break the masses with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Why know your tongue not suited for the war? Break the masses with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Why know your tongue not suited for the war?
Man, I try so hard to learn the truth myself. And when I learn something new, I wanna tell somebody else. Truth is in plain sight. If you look, can't you tell? You allow all these lies. That's why you created hell. Wake up now. Who are you? Are you self? Are you truth? Are you calves of a cow? Are you right? Where's the proof? Can you tell me what it is that they put in your food? These are questions that I ask cause I don't like being fooled. I'm not a rebel, but they're making me. I need truth for my sanity. Friends ask why can I let it be? Well, cause lies won't set me free. I am rooted like a walking tree. I think it's time for the better me. Express my thoughts by melodies. Least I can do is plant the seeds. Least I can do is plant the seeds.
Break the masses with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Why know your tongue not suited for the war? Break the masses with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Why know your tongue not suited for the war?
Governments do not operate the way you think they do. Banks do not do what you think they do.
Have a look, all our rights getting took. First a pandemic, now these riots got them hooked. Fuck the state, fuck the police, 33 times, yeah. But the ones burning the streets, that's by design, yeah. Stacks of bricks planted randomly on certain corners. Order out of chaos, that's how they control us. They got us separated in every way, it's cold and soulless. Say that we're profane, fuck that we got game. Genius as they are, don't matter old and late. If this their new normal, let's make a whole new lane. The ones at the top of the most of the crime, the higher you go, then the deeper the bite. They've done this before and I work every time. The world is a stage full of curtains and blinds. Tip of the beat, we can lift up the line.
Break the masses with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Why know your tongue not suited for the war? Break the masses with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the sheets from your lyrical side. Why know your tongue not suited for the war?
The Vatican simply took over the position of Caesar of Rome. And this is why all of the nations of Europe all come to bow down to the Pope in Rome, because he is, in point of fact, Caesar. His official title is Pontifex Maximus. That was a term that was given to Caesar of Rome. So the point I'm making here is that for 3,200 years, Rome has dominated Europe. And for 3,200 years, Europe has dominated the world. Therefore, there is an old saying that all roads lead to Rome.
All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. In fact, let me go ahead and just jump right into the voicemails. Again, that's Masquerade, JT33, and Symbia. Put a link to the track below. Okay, first voicemail of the night. Looks like this one is a long one. I'll parse
Hey,
through it.
Tim, how you doing? It's Rich from Cape Cod. Hey, I just wanted to see if you could find the video of the MAGA hat guy at the insurrection yelling at the riot guys, cops, all in full gear with their riot shields, just standing down. He's yelling at them, hey, get in there. Get in there. They need you in there. And they're just standing down. Can you find that video? See if you can find that video.
Okay, I think I know what he's talking about. And again, we're talking about the 1/6 performance art piece / CNN production that's being treated as some kind of a 9/11 level event, which clearly it was not. And so I'll get back to this one. And then we'll move on to the main topic, which is a new Mandela effect, which should be of interest to the Mandela affected.
It'd be interesting to watch. Also, the people who make the people pushing for the vaccine passport, look into the last name of those people. They were literally the people that are doing that, their parents, and it's still in the same family name, were they owned the Nazi slave camps, and the company's still in business. They bypassed the Nuremberg trials and everything. You should look into that as well. Anyway, God bless you. Take it easy.
Yeah, okay.
I'm listening to a replay, I guess.
I've heard that, and I saw the comment, which I'll look into if anyone has any information about whether or not that's true. I mean, I don't even think we need to go into genealogy to prove anything about that. I think it's pretty clear who the Nazis are today. It's the ones who call everyone else Nazis for not agreeing with them. They're the only ones behaving like fascists. And, you know, I'm all for lockdown, masking, vaccine, whatever, but the people who advocate it for this stuff the most are not doing it themselves first. They should lead by example. I want to see the pro-lockdown crowd sell their cars. Why not? The next stage is environmental-based lockdowns. You got to save the planet. What do you need a car for? The future is lockdowns. Flower says, so excited for the Mandela effect. So let's go ahead and get into that. There's a new Mandela effect in the Call of Duty. And the reason why this matters is most Mandela effects have to do with things, artifacts, cultural artifacts, things from the 1980s and 90s, characters who people today wouldn't know who they are. I always find it dubious when a 20-year-old on YouTube, 25-year-old or whatever, is saying, I remember Mr. Ed McMahon passing out checks, big checks. It's like, wait, he died before you would have been a baby when he was doing that. So you wouldn't have had that as a memory. And lately we've been talking about this, how people remember recollections of things that never actually happened because they kind of formed the memory secondhand. And recently I've been bringing up this clip with Buzz Aldrin is talking to Conan O'Brien. And O'Brien says, I remember watching you land on the moon on TV live. And Buzz says, no, you didn't. You might have heard me, but you watched an animation. He had to make that distinction. And that's how I believe the Mandela effect generally works. At least that's been my explanation. If you have another explanation for the Mandela effect, you're welcome to call in. If you think it's something other than faulty eyewitness testimony and false memory. But my point is, most of the Mandela effects were things that happened 90s, 80s. There were some episodes, I think, from Lassie fell down the well, right? And that was like in the 40s. But my point is, there's no new Mandela effects. And I'm thinking, what's going to happen when there's no more Mandela effectees? Like, new ones aren't being born. There aren't any new effects. Is this going to go away? And I started thinking that was the end of it, and that they were going to have to maybe hold Mandela effect conferences maybe to try to continue this thing. Maybe they could have children and then raise their children Mandela affected like a religion. But short of that, the cult's going to die. That was my thinking. The idea is going to just go away. But no, that's not true. I just came across some information a few hours ago about a brand new Mandela effect in the Call of Duty game. Now, I don't play Call of Duty. However, I have been paying attention to the predictive programming inherent within it. So this is from Game Rant. Black Ops 2 map is causing a rift in the community, a Mandela effect. Black Ops Cold War community is divided over a big yellow Russian sign. And this might sound trivial. Like it might sound trivial that some people remember Jiffy, some people remember Jif, some people remember Luke, I'm your father, others remember I'm your father. So this might not sound like a lot. It says here, the Mandela effect is a phenomenon that makes people question the most mundane memories from the past. So, Call of Duty, Black Ops, Civil War has sparked a passionate debate over this effect because there's an image, a photograph of a map in a town, and I looked at it, and I don't think it's all that remarkable, but just so you can see for yourself if you're looking at the screen, this is a game where you run around with a gun and you shoot at other people running around with guns. In the midst of the game, in the middle of it somewhere, there's a yellow sign. Now, the debate is this sign new? Well, it turns out that this sign has been there since 2012, but most people don't remember it. So Trenton says, apparently it's been here the whole time, but I don't remember it. But it was always there. But it's the first time we've seen it. It's as though the simulation is glitching and the Mandela effect is in overdrive. Next commenter says, I can't believe they just added this sign. The response is, nope, it's been there forever. So many users have been kind of fighting over this. It's been getting kind of bloody, more or less. They're infighting, you could say. And there was a poll, millions of people took it, and it's like 50-50. So I don't know if any of you are passionately attached to this game, willing to fight over whether or not that sign was already there, but it's a Mandela effect. And to my knowledge, there hasn't been one in this is the only new Mandela effect in 10 years? Stranger says Lassie has a golden leg. Right, that's a Mandela effect. The explanation was that the leg was actually silver, but it's reflecting the environment or something like that. Oh, you're joking because the real Mandela effect is C-3PO. Lassie didn't have a golden leg. Lassie fell down the well. Worst Nightmare says it's like it's always there and they tweak the little things. Orwell is right, says 100%. I don't remember that sign first time seeing it. And you would remember a yellow sign, right? A yellow sign with Russian lettering. Who wouldn't remember that? So, now again, I'm looking at the numbers here. 62,000 people giving this thing a heart. You think this is trivial? So laugh if you want. But what you're talking about here, what we're actually discussing, is the possibility that millions of people have branched off. Sorry, Windows is trying to shut me down. I'm going to snooze it. Yeah, what we're talking about here is the idea that there's a breakaway civilization of people who have walked through or passed through a glitch in the simulation, and they've noticed. In other words, the prisoners, or rather the sentient beings within the Matrix, are becoming self-aware of the Matrix itself by comparing notes. And that's what the Mandela effect kind of reveals, if it's real, in other words. If it's real, it's showing, okay, there's something going on here that can only be explained by accounting for the effect of the observers on what we are observing. Puzzle says, Tim, does life seem more pointless these days? I would say it seems more game-like. And I guess it depends on what you watch. If you watch a lot of Netflix, I can understand why you might walk away saying, well, life is pointless. It's time to just shut it down, upload our minds into the cloud. I was going to start watching a TV show about that. I think it's called, is it called Upload? There's a number of shows that are confronting this idea that there's a better world in the digital heaven that they're kind of constructing. It's like they've replaced the old kind of mysticism. Like yoga's bad now because you got to breathe. And people who do yoga are prone to conspiratorial thinking. But they're getting people used to this idea of this spiritualized technology, beaming your life, your mind up into the cloud. And there was some character recently, some individual who was still communicating with his dead ex through a simulation that he had created. They called it an AI, but come on. You might as well be using a Ouija board. It's just bias confirmation. Sleepy Random says, did Mandela wear a monocle? Right, that's another. There's so many Mandela effects that we should probably go through before we go any further, just to show you that, yeah, there are many things that people have arrived at as like legitimate Mandela effects. And there are legitimate effects and there are fake Mandela effects. Like there's a Mandela effect that I have that I talked about it and I was chastised by the main Mandela effect promulgators. Do you remember that movie, The Christmas Story? Where he says, "You'll shoot your eye out, kid." Well, I remember it being, "You'll shoot your eyes out, kid." Like eyes. You'll shoot your eyes out, plural. So the theory is that if there's a Mandela effect and you find any kind of evidence that it used to be something different, you call that evidence residue. Like here's residue of where it used to be the other way, where somebody else remembers it that way. And funnily enough, there are a few old graphics and t-shirts that that are wrong the same way that I'm wrong. So it's more or less a contest of who is wrong. Well, not only who is wrong, it's who's wronger. Well, you're both equally wrong when it comes to Mandela effects, but it's like who has the most people thinking that this is the right way. It's a strange thing. It'd be analogous to a lot of people spelling a word wrong in a dictionary and then blaming the dictionary and then considering all the people who still use the dictionary to be people of the previous universe, previous timeline, people who didn't get the update. Does it sound madness? Like it's like a delusional trap? Because it might just be. Let's go ahead and go through some of these. Now this is from mentalfloss.com. Fiona Broom coined the phrase Mandela effect in 2009. She was discussing the passing of Nelson Mandela. People she spoke to recalled him dying in prison, but some believed he was alive, even though this is all very much insane. If you don't know about Mandela effects past, it would sound preposterous to you that people had these ideas that they remember him dying previously. But anyway, she found that people were so divided on it that she called it the Mandela effect. And then later, people started finding other things that they had significant disagreements on, and these are things that there should be unanimous agreement on. So here we have Star Wars, I'm your father, Luke, I'm your father, or no, I'm, whatever it is. I mean, like I said, these things are mundane. A yellow sign in a game, was it there in 2009 or was it not there? Worst Nightmare says, I think you called it right when you defined it as chaos magic. Well, there's only one way to find out. Has anyone here ever attempted to create a Mandela effect or believe themselves into a different but very similar reality? Dumb says, dinosaurs were not real, now they are. Dinosaurs, God, that's not technically a Mandela effect, but when you have fake history or hoaxes of any kinds, those aren't Mandela effects, but they're similar. Like the media, to the extent that people are true believers, it has the power to Mandela affect people. It's really a remarkable thing. They can pretty much change history real time, 1984 style. And you know what? The more people are locked down, quarantined, the more people are filtered through the screen, the more power they have, because you can't cross-reference it. And I think this is one of the reasons why they're pulling down statues, getting rid of books. They want to get rid of anything physical and replace everything with a metaverse that they completely control. Now, as far as these effects, though, it's been an ongoing conversation because you have so many ways of dismissing it entirely. But then there is the possibility that this is some kind of intentionally created psychological operation. Evar says, do people really remember being inside the head of Statue of Liberty, or did they watch it on Ghostbusters? See, some people will say they remember going inside of the torch. But when we debunked it a couple of years ago, we brought up some examples where you have the psychiatrist talking about memory and false memories. And she says, you know, you can just have a poster up from Disneyland and have Bugs Bunny on the poster, even though he's not from Disneyland. And if you ask somebody about their memories of Disneyland and you throw in, did you see Bugs Bunny? Many people will recollect it, even though he wasn't there. And it has to do with your recent exposure to these memories, and they can be tampered with. They call this the interrogator, I think it's the interrogator influence. Might even be bias. But the whole point of it is, yeah, the interrogator bias has everything to do with the Mandela effect, because the person who is asking the question is in fact creating a bias in how it's just the way it's framed. For example, if I tell you, do you remember Chick-fil-A with a K or Chick-fil-A without a K? Well, I just kind of biased you. I steered you into one of two. Maybe you remember, as I do, that Chick-fil-A has a Q in it. C-H-I-Q, Chick-fil-A. Who doesn't remember Chick-fil-A like that? But when they frame it that way, they kind of control your answer. And then there are other factors in play, why you might choose one over the other. And then once you choose one, you're more likely to stick with it. And then you kind of cement it emotionally. It's a well understood process. And the Mandela effect pushers are in fact gaslighting and manipulating the people that they are interrogating. Commenter says it makes you think you can't even trust your own memory. Well, I think it destroys your credibility in a certain way if you're going to get into the area of media criticism. Like, if you want to be taken seriously and say, well, nobody died at fill in the blank event. And then you're going to also say that reality is constantly changing, reality is fake. Well, then you're in no position to say the news is fake. Like, either reality's fake or the news is fake. But if reality's fake, then everything's fake. You have no way to actually say, well, this news is fake versus that news, because it's all fake. There has to be some objective reality. And the problem with the Mandela effect is it removes objective reality. And if there's no objective reality, then the question of whether or not the news is fake is immaterial. It's irrelevant. So that's why I don't really care for it. But I am interested in the topic of synchronicity. I am interested in the topic of the apparent influence of observers on events, on reality, in a tangible way, however you may experience it. And that's different from the Mandela effect, but I think there's a lot of overlap when you get into these areas of conversation. Because we're talking about subjective experiences, and as the subjective, and specifically ones that seem imbued with meaning, which by definition is like a synchronicity. However, the Mandela effect is also so strange and peculiar because it also ties in with so many mainstream artifacts, mainstream characters, that it just seems like it could be something manipulated, but the question is what for? And one of my answers for this, why, is maybe it's part of getting people to believe in the magic of CERN, and D-wave computing, maybe to get people to actually believe in, well, a lot of pseudoscience and mysticism. But if you have any Mandela effects of your own, please call in 833-311-1984. The one I was talking about tonight was the one in the video game that seemed very trivial, doesn't it? But that's the nature of the glitch. It's very, very trivial. It might seem trivial. Couple of other things. Today is 8/4. Happy birthday, Barack Obama. Remember last night I was talking about how there was like 500 people going to Martha's Vineyard? Well, apparently they canceled the party because of COVID. I don't know if they still had all those, what is it, $65,000 worth of hot dogs delivered, but the party seems to have been tapered down. There was also this idea that something might have gone down today or was planning. There might be still. There's still like an hour, but 8/4 was supposed to be the day, according to some, we'll just say media analysts. It might have been a very significant day, but we'll see. It's not over yet. My sights are firmly fixed on 8/11 and this cyber symposium and the upcoming emergency broadcast test by the FCC and FEMA. And what is that about? Remember, keep your phones charged. FEMA and FCC plan nationwide emergency test, coinciding perfectly with the Pillowman's expose on the election. Commenter asks, have people always worn masks? Are these a Mandela effect? Let's see. Stranger says life is glitchy. Right. I'm of the opinion that there are rational explanations for each and every Mandela effect. I was talking about this last night, how, it's good marketing. One person in the Discord server had remarked that it would be really good for your company to be accused of or associated with the Mandela effect because you get a lot of searches. And it turns out that the reason why Ed McMahon is such a popular figure in this conspiracy theory is that he worked for American Family Publishing. Publishers Clearinghouse was a competitor, and they had a prize patrol with a van that would go around and give checks. Well, anyway, their commercials would run at the same time. And people mistakenly assumed that Ed McMahon represented Publishers Clearinghouse when he did not. However, since Publishers Clearinghouse, this is all free publicity, nobody complained. That's my point. They allowed the confusion to remain. And so this became some sort of confirmation. Some people just seeing these associations think that they remember Ed McMahon giving out big checks. But strangely enough, there's a few things that kind of suggest that it's assumed that Ed McMahon did pass out big checks. Like the Johnny Carson show made some joke about it. So there's this kind of gray area where, are we looking at some kind of prank, some deep troll? And is it just targeting a fringe? What are we looking at? Sleepy says, I don't recognize my friends without their masks. Look, when I see people with masks on, I'm just thinking, why aren't you quarantined? Why aren't you socially distanced? Like, you're out because the D variant, it's worse than before, and the unmasked people presumably are unvaxxed and they could die. It just seems strange to me. Like they're brave or they're dumb or they don't really believe it and they're just pretending. But if I really believe that going outside could kill me or kill somebody else, I would stay indoors. You have an excuse. Let's see. User offline says Trump won. It's a Mandela effect. Yeah, they kind of Mandela affected the election if you want to look at it that way. You have the facts, we have the observations, but we know what history is going to say. Assuming the Pillowman doesn't succeed in flipping it. That might happen. If it does happen, it would it would be, in my opinion, just an operation meant to divide, create a bit of a rapture. Okay, so yesterday was interesting too because Obama's party was at Martha's Vineyard, and someone pointed out to me that that's where JFK Jr. was going when he supposedly crashed. And if you didn't know, JFK Jr. is believed to be QAnon. And we're following that story closely. A few other interesting tidbits here. I appreciate everyone who brings these puzzle pieces to the table. We have this massive puzzle on a table that we're putting together. We have most of the big picture. There's a lot of blank spots. That's the difference between the so-called conspiracy theorists and the true believers in the beast, the image of the beast, the TV. They think they know everything. They think they have the big picture, and so when they see us looking at puzzle pieces, they're like, what are you doing? Catch up. We already have all the answers. It's on TV. So whenever someone brings little bits of information, I aggregate it because I know that these are parts that kind of fit into the bigger thing, and people who are joining in are able to add to it. And someone had dropped off some interesting information. Maybe it's not huge, but the author of the Turner Diaries was born on September the 11th. There's a lot of overlap between the race war psyops and the white nationalist boogeyman they created and that number. Like, if you didn't know, the Derek Chauvin George Floyd event is heavily integrated with 9/11. 9/11 is connected to it through symbolism and through the storytelling in many different ways we could talk about. But so too is the beating of Rodney King. And these events are all interconnected, and it's tied in the symbolism, and the use of the number 911 is prevalent through all these events. So it's just not a surprise that the author of the Bible of White Nationalism would have 9/11 as his birthday. William Luther Pierce. And this was the inspiration for Timothy McVeigh, who was executed on 6/11. And he was, of course, Timothy McVeigh was inspired by the book, total psyop, fake and everything. But, I mean, if you want to get into the numerology, some would say 6/11 and 9/11 could be related in a way, kind of mirrored. Now, this was interesting. Simon said that obelisks on the moon shall one day speak and destroy the voice of man. Benjamin Perevinci, the most accurate prophet who ever lived. He also prophesied that satellites would fall down from the sky. And I found these prophecies from the 40s. Very interesting stuff. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hello?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. How you doing?
I don't hear you very well, but you sound like a long distance.
I'll see if I can fix that. Let me go ahead and... Oh, you know what? I'm glad that you mentioned...
Let me put you on speakerphone. Let me see if it works better.
I got it. I got it now.
Okay, good.
No, thank you. No,
Hey, yeah,
I've been trying to fix that for
Go
like
ahead.
three. I've been trying to fix that for like 3 days now, and you said
Oh, it sounds perfect.
You said long distance, so that gave me the clue. It told me that I was on the wrong mic. So thank you. I appreciate it. So we're good.
Yeah, I was talking about, you're talking about the Mandela effect, right?
Yes, the Mandela effect, and there's a new one, Call of Duty. What's your thoughts on the Mandela effect?
Well, the thing was, I never had heard of it until I heard Stavey talking about it a few years ago. Of course, that's all he talked about for a long time. And I tried to call in and tell him something, and you know how short-tempered he is. He got mad and hung up on me because I was in England until '89. And so over in England, so I was trying to give him a thing. Maybe some things in some countries aren't Mandela effect because they were different in what they portray on our TVs, I guess, or media. Because when I was over in England, when I go to London all the time, in front of the South African embassy, they always had people protesting, release him from jail. So I told him, I said, we never over there thought he was dead. We always knew he was in jail. And of course, he got mad and hung up on me. So that's the only thing I have to go on.
Interesting. And I've heard him and others say that they kind of regret that it's called the Mandela effect because very few people actually even know anything about that story. And I've suggested that they rebrand it the Ed McMahon effect, but they haven't gone
that would be better. Yeah, but that's why I tried to tell him. I said, over there, they're protesting every weekend. They're almost always protesting. There has some marchers in front of there to release him from jail. So it was never a thing for me.
Right, and that's kind of the thing here. What we're talking about is, is it possible for millions of people to misremember? And the answer is yes. If it wasn't, we would have all straight A students in history courses. But no, you get Fs because not everybody remembers things appropriately. It takes effort, and there's so many factors.
Yeah. Anyway, I joined your Patreon today, and I'm the one that sent you that one about the coronavirus, Corona being murdered or something like that.
Oh, yeah, actually. Are you talking about at the movie theater?
No, no. It was called Rona something. I can't remember. I did it. I didn't save it. Now let me see. Yeah, here it is. It's called Rona Reclassified, short film.
Okay, you're the one who sent that to me. I started watching it. Rona Reclassified. I started watching it. It's about a 10-minute film, and I'll check it out though, and I'll do a little review on it. I like.
Yeah, and the very end of it has him. Well, I won't spoil the surprise to you. It's really good ending, and it's really quality done for a short film if you looked at it a little bit.
Yeah, I started looking through it, and I decided I'd watch it when I have time to sit down. I've always liked the medium of short films. I got burned out on big productions, big films, but short films are where I think you get a lot of the deep thinkers who put their ideas in a format that communicates it better than these longer, grandiose films. And this one seems interesting.
Yeah, you reminded me yesterday on your show when you were talking about flu being murdered or something like that, and you said, "Where'd the flu go?"
Yes.
And that's exactly what this little short film's about.
Yeah, someone was like, "What do you mean no bodies? Like, what do you mean no deaths?" And I'm like, "Well, the only death I can think of is flu." Because, yeah, they played with the numbers. I mean, to me, this whole scam has been exposed so well. But what do you think? You think that this is going to stick around for 15 years? Or you think that this
I know. Well, the exercise is good till at least 8 years from the two. I got the one form where they got the World Health Organization has it world exercise until 2025. And then what was it called? I can't remember the other one. Through the John Hopkins, they put out another one. It's supposed to be pick up from 25 to 28. So I've got 8 years for sure.
Right. See, I think so too. I see the mask and the vax and the PPE. I think it's all part of getting us used to being aliens, as in we're not designed for the environment that we're in. So we require protection, as in domes, PPE. The vaccination is part of this because it's part of, I think, the space age mentality, the new age. So
I never thought of it that way. I just thought it is just divide and conquer. It's simple.
Yeah, very much. It's a religious garment is what I'm suggesting. And religious garments do that. They are there to protect you or block the world in some way. It's a religious garment in my view, and it's very divisive, as you've seen. My contention with the vax all along has been this is very divisive because it's putting a line in the sand between people who are in favor of government mandates and people who prefer freedom. It's very basic.
There was a guy who already put out a video. I was watching today. I watched so many, so I don't know. But he did a Project Mockingbird on the unvaccinated through this news, and they must have mentioned it 200 times about the unvaccinated. Same, just like on every channel was the same verbiage. So they're really hitting the unvaccinated hard right now.
Right. Well, when they first brought out HRC 6666, the Tracer Act, I said, hey, look, contact tracing is inquisition, and the unvaccinated are the sinners, the unrepentant, the unsaved. And what we're seeing is essentially an injectable communion wafer, and the mass media is the church. And so the people who reject that wafer are the ones who reject the mass media, the church.
You reject Christ, right?
Yeah.
What you call it? Did you on that form you said HR 666, whatever that is, right?
Right.
The form you just talked about.
Yeah.
That's not the patent, is it?
No, that's a different 666. Funnily enough, but no, the form I'm talking about, the Tracer Act that had the sixes in it, which
right from the House. Okay, I did check. I checked out the ones on the patent, right? And I went back and looked at them, and I typed it in, trying to find out what's going back. Every 2 years, that number's issued out, and so it goes 2015, same number, but it's only differentiated by the years. And it seems like every 2 years that same number is going on. They go through the same numbers, and I was looking at it. So you can take back 2 years from, what was it, 19 that came out, or 20, whichever one. You go back, I think it was the 19. So you go back to 17, they had the same number, but it was 2017 6666, and they had 2015 666. So it wasn't uncommon. I don't know what the other ones were. I didn't look, but people tripping out on that one. So I don't know how much on purpose it was.
Oh yeah, no doubt. People do trip, and people have been experiencing like Bill Gates phobia since Alex Jones made it cool like more than 10 years ago. I think a lot of these things are, I don't know why they do it. Like, do you have an answer for why AstraZeneca has an obvious 666 in the logo?
Well, I think that's just the corporations being part of the team. They're in love with numbers. Whether we believe it or not, they like the numbers. There's definitely, I think almost all major corporations have to have 666 somewhere in their labels. And that's why I think it's just one of their club numbers. That's the way I would look at it.
Right. Even like I'm on my Adrenochrome Chrome browser, Adrena graphics processor, and the Chrome is a 666. CERN is 666. World Economic Forum, and yeah, it's like it's everywhere.
Like the space agencies are sevens. They all got their what group they're in. The 7 vectors and stuff like that.
Right. Okay, so
so if it's through a space, it's always got 7s. And there's another one I can't remember. And I just think that's just their number. Okay, you're in this group. You're in this group. You're in this group.
It could be as simple as that. Could very much be. I was kind of positing that maybe Mask of the Beast would be the appropriate interpretation, that somewhere somebody had screwed up one letter, typo, some monk, some scribe, and ever since then people were waiting for the Mark of the Beast when it was Mask, because the mask to me already did the job that the mark was supposed to have done, if you ask me.
But you got to remember, this mask was done before, so people keep thinking the end of the world's tomorrow. They've been thinking that for 1,000 years. So that part, this isn't new. It's happened before. We know that, right?
Yeah. Very good point. Very good point. The world is not ended.
Huh?
No, that's a good point. I mean, the religious prophecies have all failed to come true. The global warmists and their prophecies have failed to come true. And the world was supposed to end last year from the pandemic. It didn't. Vaccines were supposed to kill everybody. They didn't. So many doomsday scenarios. How many asteroids, how many world-killing asteroids have missed us?
Well, we can laugh at those now, the space stuff. So, but you know what? You should be able to laugh at the other stuff too. But, religion's a deep thing, and people just can. I mean, you got the most awake truthers that will just die by that Bible. They just do. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and my best way of explaining it is,
go ahead.
Well, we're talking about curated historical accounts, if you want to call it that, but the key word here is curated, edited. And
yes,
it's like, wait, that's the old school mass media. You're going to swear by that. You might as well just believe in CNN.
There you go. It's the same thing. They give everybody their poison. Whatever fits. There's something for everybody, and I just wish I could. Sometimes I say, what am I missing? What am I still asleep about? And you still think it's just like, okay, have you heard about? You've heard what's that called? Our immune system. You've heard of immune system, right?
Yeah. What about it?
Well, you believe in it, right?
Sure. The dictionary definition. Sure, I do.
Have you ever questioned it?
I've experienced it. I imagine, like, I just assume that your skin, your entire body.
This is how it came. Amanda Vollmiller, Amanda Vollmiller, the doctor up there in Canada.
What about her? And I'll put her up on the screen.
Well, yeah, she's amazing, and she just said she quit. She gave up her title of doctor and everything else. Like Dr. Kaufman, he just gave up his title of doctor because of all the bullshit, and. What it is, it's the lymphatic node system is what we had. But to make it where Big Pharma changed it and calls it an immune system so they can have something with the vaccination to create it. And they needed an immune system so the vaccination would work what they wanted to be with it. And she says it was always referred to as the lymphatic node system. And that's what it is. So Big Pharma, the same ones that came up with the ball and everything else and all this other bullshit science, and Big Pharma came up with the immune system.
Okay, I'm interested to hear more about this, because one thing that I think is critical here is that we're not anti-science. There's no anti-science sentiment here.
No.
It's anti-science to say you can't question, you must accept dogmas. And so I'm interested to learn more, especially when it comes to the media plays off of popular misconceptions of things. And so I want to understand the definitions that are being used.
Right, and they couldn't have a vaccine without an immune system. With the lymphatic node system, I can't say that word right, but I think you know what I'm trying to say. And it doesn't work. So they had to create something to make the vaccine work. It's like reverse engineering the heliocentric model. They started with this, and they had to reverse engineer it to make it work. And everything that doesn't work, they keep adding to it. And that's the same thing they do with Big Pharma.
Sure, it reminds me of, in a lot of ways, this, like I've been suggesting that the virus is just a new iteration of sin, and this is a new priesthood. And when I look at like the DSM-5, the manual that describes mental illnesses and how to diagnose them, you know, it reminds me in many ways of the Inquisition's Guide for Hunting Witches. It's like if all you have is a hammer, everything begins to look like a nail. There's like, you can kind of prove anything when you have one of these books. You can find what you're looking for. And I think that's kind of what they've done all along with the fake sciences all around, where they make it possible to find climate change. They'll find an asteroid and ping it with some sort like that Osiris Rex.
Well, they just did it the other day. There's another one heading our way. I don't know if you saw that or not. There's always one heading our way.
Look, I never believe it. I never believe that they're going to hit us because they've been wrong 100% of the time. But the last one, the one you're referring to, was reported on TMZ. So I believe it, because TMZ is very tight with the whole PSYOP entertainment complex, and they reach all of the people who are into the entertainment and celebrity news. So if they're going to hit us with an asteroid, it's going to be pushed through TMZ first, for sure.
Well, I'm saying, yeah, but you're saying they're going to hit us, but they have to, you know, it won't be an asteroid, though, but we know something like that. I mean, I'm on the same page as you. You don't believe in space, do you?
No, what they'll do is they will have some kind of CGI thing on TV. They'll have bombs on the ground,
right.
And a bunch of crisis actors running around saying that they were hit by a piece of the rock. Like, no, this is just going to be a staged production, decades in the planning.
Right. Okay, so also what you're saying is, so you're still thinking they're going to have some space incident, right?
Oh, yes. In fact,
that's a lot of the truth they're saying. I think we've never guessed what they're going to do. Project Bluebeam, that part I don't think is going to happen, because they feed us stuff. We've never guessed ahead of time what they're going to do. You know, it wasn't hard about the vaccines. They gave us that. All you had to do is read about the vaccines and Gavi and passports. They've been doing that for 2 years in Africa already, and they've already done it in China. We know that stuff. So what I was thinking is the alien invasion was the coronavirus. It's instead of outer space, it was the inner space. It's just as fake and just as bad as the heliocentric model. If you think about the viruses and all the micro stuff that you can't see, the same thing as in the heliocentric model, it's the same thing in inner space. Do you remember that one movie where they shrunk the submarine down to super micro thing and it went inside the person's body?
Yes, Inner Space with Rick Moranis. Rick Moranis, yes.
No, not comedy. Not a comedy. This was in the 70s movie.
I probably have.
But anyway, so that's what it is. I think the alien invasion was the coronavirus. That's just what I was thinking way back over a year and a half ago. I said, this is the invasion. Instead of looking up, which they had us looking up, it was actually right there.
That would make a lot of sense. We had generations of planning for it, and it would fit all of the various hallmarks of what an alien invasion would result in. And there are many movies you can point to where the aliens don't show themselves physically. It's just like it's assumed
Right,
they've taken
they have
over.
a virus or something.
Now,
Remember, they've had alien viruses.
and on that point, it just happened to be the case that the Roswell crash landing was in Corona Field. So there's always been this alien virus kind of connection. And then last August, when Putin released their vaccine, it was called Sputnik. And the same day, and Sputnik.
I didn't know that.
The first object in space. And on that same day in Russia, they released a film called Sputnik about a virus from outer space that takes over human bodies.
So I told, back in December of 2019, I said, this is the alien invasion. I said, the only reason is, Tim, is because we've never been able to guess what they're going to do. We never guessed the shooting in advance. We never guessed 9/11 in advance. We never guessed anything in advance. We have to see the clues afterwards.
You're right.
Hello?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, as much as we try, the best we can do is look apprehensive at certain dates. Like, for example, on 3/22, I said it's a super day for a PSYOP, or I said it's a likely day for a PSYOP, and that was the day of the King Super shooting. There are anniversaries like that, but no, as far as the big one, nobody would have guessed that. I wouldn't have believed it. I was thinking,
Right.
I was thinking COVID's going to disappear the next time some celebrity dies or the Kardashians have a wardrobe malfunction. But I was completely caught off guard by how easily I was surprised that America fell for it. I thought everybody else would go for it. But when Trump was like, yep, America, we're shutting down, I thought, well, I underestimated the power of the media.
Well, think about it. Well, I think it's the hundreds of movies that were prepared us for this. I think mentally people were prepared because of the movies and even like, what was that called? The Stephen King one was on a TV series where they all went to Denver together or something.
The Stand? Was it The Stand?
Yeah. Yeah, we've been programmed. We've been programmed to accept this. That's why it was so easy. It wasn't like it just happened. This is a long program. They've been telling us this since the 50s and 40s since they made movies. So it's just ingrained in us, and we don't. That's what I'm saying. What do we asleep to? Even when we're awake, what are we still asleep to?
Yeah, exactly. And good point there. And by the way, The Stand was being re-released last year, and it was the 42nd anniversary. And there are so many interesting connections, counting back from 2020, 42 years in the movies and the video games that were basically forecasting what happened. And, funnily enough, somebody in the chat said that we're experiencing a Mandela effect in real time. And the phone line started acting up, and it actually sounded like we were experiencing a Mandela effect in real time. Have you seen any changes, like real time in your room? Anything changed?
Well, I don't want. Okay, I know this is. I'm going to wacko land here. Okay, I started noticing the time. Well, okay, you could always go to time off your computer, off your phone, any digital clock connected to the internet. They're always within a minute or 30 seconds of each other. Isn't that about right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, I was noticing there was missing, and so I went and bought 6 analog clocks and put them up on my wall. And within 6 weeks, it was almost 10 minutes difference. The time was faster, and my analog clocks were behind. 6 of them, all of them, was the exact same time difference. And so I'm sitting there looking at this, and then all of a sudden, a wave, it just whoom, just like you would say a warp or something warping, whoom, and all of a sudden, boom, it just went through me, and all the clocks were the same. And that just happened about 3 months ago. I said, fuck it. I took all the clocks down. I said, this ain't going to work. So all the clocks synced up when I was trying to prove to myself what was going on. And there was like a little wave went through me.
That's fascinating.
I know
well, I can't.
What can you say?
Commenter Mark says that's true. I have analog clocks that always get behind too. My thinking on it is, I have a few different thoughts on it. For one thing, the other day I was talking about Jeff Bezos. Did you know he spent $42 million on a clock that he built into a mountain?
No, I had no idea.
Yeah, $42 million. And I've been thinking about this because everything about the cult that runs the world, the cult of the monolith, revolves around the figure of Saturn, which is time, and ultimately time control. So I find the clock to be a very interesting thing in the sense that it's used symbolically. And ultimately, we're living in some kind of matrix, and it's all about their control over time, which is why control over media and history is so important, because they're writing our history.
Well, how could it change? How could my clocks? How could it was just like I can almost see the wave just come through. It's just like I got dizzy and sat down. It was only lasted maybe 3 seconds, but all the clocks were back to normal, all matched with the digital. So if you're talking about Mandela effects, maybe there's something way out there we don't know that fucking has control of it, and there's nothing we can do to change it.
Yeah, that's as good as an explanation as I could come up with, because that sounds like what the Mandela effect would entail, where you're talking about very subtle changes.
It changed. You said in real time that something happened. I said, well, that happened in real time right there, and you're the first one I've told, because you're going to think I'm crazy, but you're not going to think I'm jumping off a cliff crazy. You know?
Right.
So you're the first one I've told. Who can you tell that to?
Well, hey, I'm always interested in the topic of time travel and time control. I think that it has a number of areas where it intersects with the media control, and it's worth talking about, especially because we're also discussing, I think, this cult, which again is based around this god of time, and time is all about, it's what kills everybody. It's the god of death, but also the god of starting points.
Birth, yeah.
But
it's birth and death.
Fascinating. Well, hey, thanks very much for the call, and thanks for helping me out fixing the microphone. I wouldn't have fixed that issue if you hadn't told me that.
Without me saying long distance, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Also, I just liked it that I call the coronavirus. I want to point for that was the alien invasion. That's just what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Okay. I'll continue on with that topic as well. All right. Have a great night. All right, everyone. And our mic is fixed. So those callers who, like, for the last week have been saying that I sound like I'm coming from long distance, that's because it was using the microphone on the tower, a little built-in microphone there. It wasn't using my headset, so it's fixed. Enslaved by Truth says he's a robot trying to sell Walmart China clocks. Well, the thing about Bezos' clock is it's a $42 million clock, huge expenditure, and it's supposed to last for 10,000 years. A 10,000-year clock. Have you looked into Vibes of Cosmos? Anyone here? I've been promoting them forever. Vibes of Cosmos, that channel used to be Sturgio Studios 10. The way he describes the world, it would look like we're on essentially the face of a big clock, and the zodiac represents immense periods of 2,000 years. And the idea is that the area of the world we inhabit, the lands that we have, are the areas that are being exposed by the local sun. But that as the ages progress, the center moves in a circle, going through the signs every some 2,000 years, so that basically, according to this theory, Vibes of Cosmos and Iwar Anon, if you put these two together, their explanation, it would seem that if you had a 10,000-year clock, maybe you know something about how these cycles work or something. And if you don't know about Vibes of Cosmos, I think I have a video here that I actually highlighted. I'll play a bit. What he has done is he has posited a model that explains the moon and the Earth below it, but only if you're looking at it from the perspective of the Earth possibly being stationary and more or less flat, and the moon being a projection in the ionosphere, and it reveals what's beneath it by way of something of a negative. So in other words, like the Batman signal projecting on the clouds, but that the dark spots would represent the continents. And what he has done is he has meticulously gone over the map of the moon and all the craters and correlated them with areas on the ground below. And has actually had a great deal of success, I think, in kind of making a very strong case for his particular model. But Vibes of Cosmos, and I'll make sure I put links below, and I think I have one of his videos bookmarked, and I'll make sure I play it. Here's a quote from George Carlin. Bipartisan usually means that a larger than usual deception is being carried out. Totally true. All of the psyops are essentially bipartisan, and both sides are playing into them. And that's kind of what I think might be happening now with this QAnon and the election resentment, the pillow guy, and the idea of there being some kind of an overturning. And there's an article that came out today from Daily Maverick, and it's about the book The Storm is Upon Us, how QAnon became a movement, a cult, and a conspiracy theory of everything. I had interviewed the author last month, and this is just taking a look at the book and what it's projecting. And listen to this, because this is what I had said months ago. I said, I think that the QAnoners were patsies. They were scapegoated for the fake insurrection, and that it's probably not over yet. This article is, could QAnon commit acts the magnitude of 9/11? I mean, how strange is that? 19 years ago, you'd be worried about Quran radicalized individuals in America committing some destructive acts. But now, nobody cares about the mind virus of radical Islam. Now it's the mind virus of QAnon. Strange that, the Patriot Act was passed back then, and now it's the people who think that they're the uber patriots who are the target. I mean, who didn't see this coming? It says here, QAnon has become both organized and violent, much more quickly than any form of Islamic extremism. Al-Qaeda has been around for well over a decade, when its hijackers took control of 4 planes in the sky over the East Coast and used them to commit the worst attack on the continental United States. Now look, this goes on to talk about McVeigh, and I mentioned McVeigh a moment ago. And I mentioned it because the McCloskeys are back in the news, Turner Diaries and all this stuff. And of course, that book is the book that is like the Bible, supposedly, for these white nationalists and QAnon and everything. But anyway, the author of that book's birthday was 9/11. And I just think it's very significant here, because QAnon, could white Al-Qaeda commit 9/11 style events? Well, it's certainly scripted that day. It says, while nothing approaching this level of horror has come from an organized group of QAnon believers yet, the violent chaos perpetrated by them at the Capitol proves without a doubt that the potential is there. And see, that's the problem. I said before that this book in particular has established the premise that this is within the realm of possibility. And this is the book that people are going to hear from. They're not going to ask their crazy uncle about QAnon. They're going to read this book. And the very opening page talks about how the Trumpers were storming the Capitol, killing cops and burning it down. I mean, the author believes the mainstream story and all the drama. The way it's going to be represented in the movies later, not the way it actually was. By the way, do you remember I was kind of joking about how we should just quarantine the 33-year-olds because they're causing all the problems? And I was citing the QAnon shaman, Jake Angeli, who's 33. I'm not only I guess I'm joking, but not really. Because that type of thing is constantly coming up. And I had to show you this one. So, in Australia, last week, there was an activist wearing a shirt that says free speech who punched a horse in the face. I don't know if you saw this guy. Very unbelievable. The whole thing looked unbelievable, like Photoshop. But as a 33-year-old who was punching a horse, he was taken to King's Cross Police Station and charged with cruelty to animals. My point being, he's 33 years old. like I said, just quarantine the 33-year-olds and we wouldn't have any problems. But the fact is, he's wearing a shirt that says free speech. So I'm just suggesting that the horse was a crisis actor. This whole thing's a psyop to make people who believe in free speech look dangerous. Australian man accused of punching police horse at a COVID lockdown protest. Man punches horse at a rally. Christian Polkolnik, 33, photographed punching a horse. Now you can look at the picture for yourself. It looks incredibly staged. It looks like something you might see on, I don't know, the Power Rangers, like really cheesy, made-for-TV violence. I don't think the horse was hurt, but anyway, it's a crime to even strike out at them. My point being, it just looks psyopy, and he's 33. Nothing else to see here. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, what's up, caller? What are your thoughts on the topics we're covering tonight? Mandela effect in particular.
Mandela effect. I don't know. I mean, the thing that got me originally was the Bernstein Bears versus the Bernstein Bears, and I don't know. I remember as a kid as Bernstein. So, I mean, as any farther, I don't know. I mean, it seems so like people are kind of grasping at straws at this point. Like things may be a few syllables off or a few letters off from what they remember them. So, and that's kind of ridiculous to me.
Fair enough. I tend to agree. I'm a terrible speller. I rely on Grammarly. And if I was to assume that every time I misspelled a word I was jumping universes, I would be totally lost.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of it is misremembering. But I don't know. I definitely remember Bernstein Bears. So, like I said, that's one thing that kind of got me. But and I guess what mirror on the wall? It's a magic mirror on the wall now. But and Sally Fields too. That one got me a little bit. But I mean, I think it's just misremembering stuff.
Right.
I don't think there's really anything to it.
I've looked through some of them indeed. Like Joel Osteen I used to think it was Joe Olstein, but it's Joel Osteen. But if you look at the way he writes his name and his logo, you could actually say it's ambiguous. So it's just a matter of, do you remember him as Joe or Joel? And people think that's a Mandela effect. And I'm thinking, no, that's just how you remember it when you observe the logo. It's ambiguous. And people need to understand that reality can be ambiguous at times.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of channels that, are kind of riding on this Mandela effect thing. But like I said, I think it's kind of grasping at straws at times. Like one of the latest ones I saw was, do you remember the Motorola phone as being Razor, RAZOR versus RAZR? And I'm like, I don't remember. Like, I don't remember that shit, I don't know. I mean, but it to me, it's just, finding something that might be a little off and, making a huge deal about it.
Yeah, exactly. And when I debunked this thing, or I was analyzing, because I'm very interested in how people believe things because of social pressure as well as false memory.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very fascinating topic. Yep. But after the coronavirus thing and the lockdowns, I realized that this is too trivial of a so-called conspiracy theory in the face of things that are actually impacting us every day. So I'm surprised it's still around. And I only brought it up today because there's this trivial little effect in a video game that I thought I would bring up to see if anybody had recognized this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't play video games, but I mean, yeah, considering we're living in a like dystopia at this point, like what does it really matter? you know?
This could be a publicity
Um,
stunt by Call of Duty. They're like, hey, let's put a Mandela effect in our game that will sell copies.
yeah, that's possible. That's a possibility. Definitely.
Yep. Now, on the other topic, the QAnon being set up for a 9/11 style event, in your opinion, is it believable? Or do you think, like, if the media were to stage another insurrection type event, uh,
hmm
do you think QAnoners are that unhinged, or is this just kind of a media hype? What do you think?
I think they've been played up in the media to be that unhinged, but no, I think it's just something that people got around is some kind of hope that somebody was trying to actually do something good from the inside. But I mean they've been staging a lot of things to blame it on a certain group of people, and that's all just divide and conquer. So
Yeah.
mm, yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah. I mean it's all media play. I mean, they create a certain narrative, and people, like my parents, and especially like you know, the generation right above mine, like my parents, like they'll just buy into that because they're sitting in front of CNN all day.
Yeah, that's actually true. People I know, 'cause I follow this stuff every day, but people I know in the real world, they don't know anything about QAnon. I bring it up and they seem like, what are you talking about? I'm like, wow. So then they see something on the news about it on 60 Minutes, and then they know. But everything they know came from that one
Right.
source, and
Yeah.
that's always the pattern with this thing. They go from complete ignorance to they know all they need to know, but it happens to be the
Mhm.
official line.
Yep. Like my family at this point is pushing me to get the vaccine, and I'm like, I've learned a long time ago that I'm not gonna argue or bring any like um point or make any points that could be like conspiracy minded because the media has already, you know, kind of ping those people who have an alternative point of view as, crazy people.
Oh yes,
So
they have. They really have. Haven't they ruined Thanksgiving? Like every Thanksgiving, the media says how to talk to your crazy uncle about climate change, how to talk to your crazy uncle about fill in the blank.
Yeah.
They do it every year, and this year they're saying,
Yeah.
should you invite your crazy uncle over if he doesn't wear a mask? They've been building this up.
Yeah, they have. And, I'm looking at it like I don't feel like the crazy person anymore. I look around and I'm like, all you other people are crazy. I mean, I got like 3 calls in the past week about, from family members, like, when are you going to get the vaccine? You need to get the vaccine. And I'm like, I'm not getting it, in the discussion. I mean, but there's so much pressure because, like I said, these people are sitting in front of CNN all day and they're, scared to death um, that this coronavirus is like a real thing. Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's not a real thing. Like coronavirus has been a real thing in existence for many years, but the way that it's been hyped up, and them, you know, reclassifying debts and inflating numbers and so on and so forth, like, it's obvious that something really fishy is going on, and I'm just shocked that I'm the only person, around many, who really smart people who don't get it.
Yes, it's really incredible because the way these deceptions work is if you accept one premise, everything falls from it. It's like a trap. With climate change, I often have the same kind of conversation with people where I don't deny the weather, I don't deny climate exists. However, it's a leap to say that my actions are responsible for the changes collectively, and that's the leap they keep making. Like, I don't deny that people get sick. I'm just denying that their perfect model that they can just show you in a very, I would say, very prophetic way, how the numbers are going to come out. They're able to predict these things practically. It just shows me it's almost like a war game more than anything. And I don't trust climate scientists because there's an obvious agenda, there's an obvious incentive in order, to game the numbers a little bit. And as far as I know, the ocean levels haven't gone up at all. But my point is, it's the same kind of game, but with the virus and the pandemic thing, they've managed to reduce the time scale. So instead of scaring us about climate change in 20 years if we don't change our behaviors, now it's we're all going to die, this year if we don't change our behaviors. And it worked.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I can tell you that, this virus bill has affected me, and a lot of people a lot closer to home than any other, like, quote, conspiracy theory ever had, in our lifetime. Because there's all this pressure to, inject something into your body that, there's no long-term studies, there's nothing, but, there's a lot of societal pressure. Like, people are losing their jobs over this,
Oh, yes. Did you hear the drummer?
Like, families, like...
Oh, I was going to say the drummer...
Like, families are fighting with each other behind it, So it hits close to the home.
Yeah, people are getting fired, and there was a drummer from, I think it was The Offspring, which is some punk rock band, who was fired because he didn't get the vaccine, and he claims that he had a autoimmune disorder, so he didn't want to have the injection, but they kicked him out of the band. And I'm like, wait a minute here. Here you have a band that has sold more than 10 million records worldwide. There's no way that this is anything more than a publicity stunt, if you ask me, where they're punishing this guy publicly, like shaming him for not conforming. And, punk rock was always counterculture, and it shows you how they've completely co-opted that as well.
Well, yeah, they've co-opted. I mean, they've even tried to make the vaccine like a left versus right thing. So, I mean, and like as a black person, like I know a lot of black people aren't getting the vaccine, but I mean, we're like 60 years from the Tuskegee experiment, so like, why would we trust that? So they're even politicizing that. I mean, now because Biden is president, like the vaccines are okay, but I promise you, if like Trump was pushing vaccines, then like people would be a lot more hesitant to get it. So they're even, creating a divide between this vaccine thing as a left versus right thing, which is crazy.
Yeah, it really is. It's incredible what they've done. I call it a schism. I say, whatever you think's in it, it doesn't matter. It's a schism that just the existence of this and this choice that everyone has to make, because it makes you choose sides with the media or against the media. And that decision is splitting families, friendships, separating, like you said, from their jobs. It's just, this has been a crack, in this country, in this world probably.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say this is the best thing they've ever pulled off. I mean, because, I watched 9/11, and that was, pretty traumatizing. I mean, I was in high school at the time. But this, like, the pressure is, like, crazy. Where they're, sticking, like, your family on you to inject something in your body that nobody really knows. I mean, it's different than any kind of vaccine that, we've ever had. I mean, it's mRNA technology. It's not like, the flu shot, which I still wouldn't get, but it's not injecting a virus into your body to, build your immunity up against it. It's a completely different type of technology. So I don't understand why people are so anxious to get it.
I think it's a very powerful thing that they've managed to convince people that there's this threat that's going to encompass the entire world and the government can save you. And so I think what they've sold people on is the illusion of salvation, and salvation from what? That's the question. Does that even exist? Is there something to be saved from? Which I would say no. But regardless, I think it's ludicrous. This whole thing has just been, I think, a big sales pitch for big government and global governance in particular. And just like the war on terror gave government all kinds of power and reach, this is even more, I think, of a power grab and expansion than post 9/11. And I think that was the objective all along. I think this was all about and has always been about power and censorship. That's the part that kills me, though, is the censorship side of it, where they just want to stop conversations altogether because of a sickness.
Oh, I mean, you haven't been able to Google anything outside of, that's not on the first 100 pages outside of, what the mainstream media narrative is. So even if I do say, oh, well, there's these possible side effects, somebody will Google it and see that, oh, that's debunked, that's misinformation, fact checkers, which is like.
And then independent media get defunded all the time. So, like, let's say your channel is devoted to independent investigation journalism and you cover these topics. Well, now your funding, your PayPal will get pulled very easily these days. So they make it very cost prohibitive to even be independent media if you're going to cover these topics. So this is how they coerce a monopoly around this topic all around. And it's been working, I think, for the most part.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I mean, if you Google something, if I, were to tell somebody that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is caused blood clots, like you probably wouldn't be able to. You'd probably have to go to page 95 on Google to find that. And if you did find it, it would be how it's been in very few cases. I mean, but I'm going to take that risk because you're talking about a virus with a 99.8% recovery rate. Like, what are we all in a panic about in the first place?
Man, I've seen some.
Like, don't people don't see that? I mean,
I got to find it. I saw this tweet today where some politician said that people who aren't vaccinated are, quote, murderers. They literally have made these connections. Like,
right.
That's all shame. And if they're using shame, it makes me question, like, well, that's a very specific tactic. I mean, usually it's religions, get to church, get baptized, get saved.
Burn the witch, yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, burn the witch. And they're starting to, you're a witch if you're unvaccinated. You're an infidel.
Yeah.
You're an apostate if you've been shown the science and you rejected it. So, yeah, I feel like that it's a worldwide cult. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's really starting to weird me out because, like I said, I mean, this is the first, and, and I've been into conspiracy theories for about 10 years now, and this is the first one that's really hit close to home. And it had just started, the crazy thing is that it just started to die out. Like, my state had stopped the mask mandates, so I was able to walk around freely without a mask. But then with this Delta variant thing, they picked it right back up. And I was even saying, like, oh, we don't have to wear a mask anymore. I mean, this happened, like, in June. And I was like, wait, is the government just going to let go of that control that easily? And it was cool for like a month. And then, they started ramping it back up with this Delta variant thing. And one YouTuber I heard made a good point about even the word Delta and the brainwaves. Like, that signifies that you're kind of like in a zombie state with the word Delta.
I've heard that brought up here.
Delta brainwave.
Right, that there's a correlation there, that we're being lulled to sleep into a dream state, and it's hard. It's almost like a spell being cast at times, the way that they're rolling this thing out. But yeah, unfortunately, it seems like we are hostage to the mind-controlled masses. If 95% of the population trust the news implicitly as true believers, the 5% are kind of constrained by that, and that's always been the case, I think.
Right. Yep. Yep. So I feel like they're gonna start really ramping up the constraints. I mean, in my area, they're talking about, oh, you can only go into certain restaurants if you have a vaccination card. So they're gonna start with it locally, like exclude you from certain places, which I don't care. Like I don't want to go in any place that's gonna require me to show my papers. Um, but I think it's just gonna keep ramping up because, like I said, they're not gonna give up that control. They're just gonna ramp it up even more. And I was surprised when they lifted the mask mandate for a month or so.
Wow,
So
I think, yeah. I'm gonna carry on along this topic because I think you're right. When we're looking at this thing as control, ramping up their control, why would they relinquish it? Especially when there hasn't really been any strong intellectual resistance. You have the exaggerated resistance where people are like the QAnoners. But as far as like credible resistance to it, not really. Everything's just censored as quote misinformation. The media doesn't consider anything that goes against it to be credible at all. And there's no voice for it, like you said. And just like, well, I think that this is going to stick for 10 or 15 years, to be quite honest. I think it's going to go up and down depending on the level of censorship. Because that's what really holds us back, if you ask me. It's the level of awareness. And most people just aren't aware. They're in the echo chamber that the mass media puts them in.
you're right. Well, and I'm done trying to, talk to people about different viewpoints because, that's gotten nowhere. And, with the, people who watch CNN all day, I just look like a crazy person. So I don't even talk about it anymore. I don't even express any opposing viewpoints. I'm just like, it's a personal decision, and, I'm not comfortable with, there not being enough long-term research on it and so on and so forth, but I have to keep it really simple.
Right, right. Well, yeah, I'm the same way. I mean, I see there's no reason to alienate people, and just because they don't have the same level of situational awareness doesn't mean you have to rock the boat. But you always have this platform, this chat room, call in anytime because, yeah, we all keep an open platform for these types of topics, knowing that, yeah, you run the risk of alienating people just discussing some of these things. And I'll talk about any of these topics that the media considers to be borderline or censorable because really there's nowhere else. And I think we've kind of found a way to skirt the censorship, and it's really based on keeping a think tank with the same group of people so we can kind of move around as we have to.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I've been listening to you since like the Nipsey Hussle days, so keep going, and keep listening.
Cool. All right. Appreciate it. Have a great night. Thanks for the call again.
You too.
All right. Been listening since the Nipsey Hussle staged death of 2019. I have come across a clue as to who Nipsey Hussle may have transitioned into. A few people are saying thanks, caller. Yes, appreciate it very much, as always. And Infinite Plane Radio, open phones for open minds. Also open phones for closed minds. But the point is, you have an echo chamber, which means that nothing gets out. It's closed. So you have the echoes. No new information. What we have is a think tank. And the difference is you have open doors. There's like in other words, more thoughts are allowed in. So it's the opposite of an echo chamber. It's like a refinement chamber, a crucible for ideas. All right, Molly, Roland, Stranger, they all say nice caller. Yes. And the previous caller before that brought up the idea that the COVID-19 was the alien invasion that we were all anticipating, which I think is a very fair assessment, and we've covered that a few times. The ways that they may have been preparing us for an invasion, and we're looking up and it comes from within. I mean, it's perfect. What a perfect ruse. And we can find a lot to kind of substantiate this, invasion of the body snatchers. I mentioned this on the call. The Offspring drummer Pete Pareda was dropped over vaccine refusal. I just find that to be strange. I mean, I don't know about that band in particular, but it's like it's probably not the worst thing that these guys have injected into themselves all those years of touring. But he's going to refuse this thing. But he says he has an autoimmune disorder. I think it might be a psyop, but we'll see. Now let's see here. I think Giuliani might have backed up that, quote, conspiracy theory that the police officer at the Capitol, the guy with the mangy beard, Michael Fanwon, that this character is also the one with the Confederate flag and the bad teeth. And I think so too. But I think it's interesting. It says here, another hysterical lie about 1/6. This is Rudy Giuliani. And the cover-up of an unarmed woman being killed by an unidentified officer. Oh yeah, Ashley Babbitt, who was cremated 2 days after, which is very fast. Someone suggested to me this might be the reason for the name Ashley. Infinite Plane Radio, do you believe that the Mandela effect is real?
Well, I believe what you said earlier, that we've all been Mandela affected, because I think we can't remember a time when we didn't wear a mask, you know. So basically, what I think is going on, maybe perhaps, is one of the things that I'm seeing happening is that the wages for specialized jobs are going up due to this pandemic, and everybody knows that that's what this is. And I'm noticing that in the field that I'm in, and I'm seeing job offers for like $50 to $100 an hour for the things that I'm doing, and it's in the science field. So, but it's unprecedented. I mean, it might be due to the hyperinflation taking place, but maybe what this is like a big smoke screen to mask the hyperinflation happening in the world today. But I don't know. It seems kind of fishy, you know. So
I don't think you can separate the two. I think that there's just as much predictive programming and preparation for a financial collapse of some kind as there was for a pandemic. These two things go hand in hand. And a number of people have drawn attention to that 1988 cover of The Economist with a phoenix on top of all the burning currency. So it more than likely is a smokescreen. I just figured, what's it a smokescreen for? That's what we have to figure out.
Yeah, the more we talk about it, well, the more they let us talk about it on your Rogue channel here, the faster we're going to figure it out. But I can't seem to read the meta script any deeper than you can. But maybe together we all can figure something out fast enough. I personally think it's a supercomputer spitting out fake news from a mainframe somewhere, and I not only think that, I think it's catered to each individual person listening on cell phone. So like whatever you search for, the fake news will be catered to you directly. You know, that's the way I that's what I think is going on. I don't think there's any think tank out there like a DARPA think tank that is, could ever put this together the way they've done it. It has to be a computer. It has to be. So nothing else makes sense. And to be able to manipulate the world the way that it's doing it is unprecedented. And it has to be a supercomputer pumping out catered fake news for each individual person out there. That's what I think is going on. So, I mean, it's just my idea. I could be wrong. This could be all view.
I've heard that this has been described as an alternate reality game. I've heard some very good explanations of what those are and how they're interactive, and that for example, QAnon you could describe as an alternate reality game where their reality is going to depend on what they're fed, and that's going to depend on their reactions. And so if you're suggesting that this could be done by a very sophisticated computer, absolutely. And we could each be within our own ARG.
Yeah, I suspected that when I had my YouTube channel, and it got shut down, in the blink of an eye. during the first purge, way back in the day. I suspect I was wondering how many of my subs are actually real subs, because I had like 10,000 subs at the time. I was like, how many of these subs are actually real? You know, I mean, it makes me wonder. You know, and I think this whole thing started in 2012 with that prophecy Terrence McKenna had. He said, you know, like all novelty stops in 2012. I don't know if you recall listening to that. Which I'm in the same boat with you. I think Terrence is a Unabomber. That's what I think.
I love that one.
But,
yes.
yeah,
Terrence
yeah.
McKenna may have played the role of the Unabomber on the world stage. Good. There's a good storyline connecting the two. But, this idea of, okay, so 2012 was when I started paying attention to fake news because of Sandy Hook. And that's what started me. What about you?
So I'm about an hour away, and I went down there a month after the event, and they were already tearing it down. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why would you be like tearing it? It was like they were taking apart like a movie, like a stage or something like that. I'm like, why would you be? Wouldn't you be like, you know, calculating the trajectory of every bullet that, you know, like got fired there, like for you know, like months and years on end to figure out what was going? It's all bullshit. I was like, what the fuck, man? This is so weird. It was eerie, actually, you know. And I'm not the only one that went down there to check it out. The guy that fixes my computers, he went down there too. Like, we were having this conversation. I was like, holy shit, you went down there too? He's like, yeah, I went down there too. I was like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And I'm from here, you know, so I was like, oh my God. But I'll leave it at that, you know.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I went into everything that was revealed by Helbig. I looked very deep into it, and I was surprised that Alex Jones just backed off of it and went along with the whole idea that he was psychotic or something, because that was, to me, that was the thing that showed me that the media has been hijacked by something. I didn't know what, I didn't know how bad it was.
Yeah,
but that was the clue.
So the reason my channel got shut down back in the day was because I actually put out a video showing that, like, I think 100 residences in Newtown got their mortgages paid off on Christmas Eve of that year. That I'm like, what? Are you like, who paid these people off? What scares me is if there's that many people getting paid off in just one small little town called Newtown, which is a creepy little town like that. I can only imagine how many more people are out there like that. I mean, they must have like legions of actors like this, you know. And I was talking to my friend that works in the electric boat business. He makes submarines, you know. And I'm like, he's been making submarines for like 10 years. And I'm like, hey, have you ever seen one launch? And he's like, no, I'd never seen one launch. I'm like, are you for real? So I suspect like it's a fake industry where they dismantle it over here and they put it back together over there or something like that. And I was talking to him, and what was my point? I forgot. Oh my God, I'm sorry about that. I actually lost my train of thought, but I mean, ultimately, like, it's.
Well, let me bring this up really quick.
No. Hold on. I remember my point. I remember him telling me the contracts over there was for like $10 billion, and it's enough to like employ like 16,000 people for the next 25 years. So I'm thinking to myself, like 10 or $16 billion or something like that. You know, like it's a small billion number there. You know what I mean? Like, as opposed to what they've been, you know, dishing out lately. You know, so I'm thinking to myself.
Okay, wait. So you're talking about like
any billionaire,
a town.
Any billionaire could. Yeah,
you could buy
any billionaire.
Like the guy Christoph in the Truman Show, who basically owned the whole town. And Truman was the only person who wasn't in the conspiracy.
Yeah, basically, you know, like a billionaire out there could afford to have a legion of crisis actors out there, you know, doing his bidding at any time. It's absolutely feasible. Like, I'm in the same boat with you, where I think there's high technology out there, and it belongs to the billionaires, and they're controlling the things like you wouldn't believe. That's what I truly suspect, that, given where I'm at right now. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your show, and I'm out. Peace.
All right, appreciate it. Great leads, and I'll follow up on all of those. Okay, so this, this really got me thinking about the numbers here, because the thinking around conspiracy theories generally is that you've got a small group, a cabal, and they control a large group, the sheeple. And that the reason why they're doing it in secret is they don't want to wake up the sheeple. And if they did, they would lose because they're far outnumbered. That's kind of the thinking. But lately I've been open to the idea that maybe we're outnumbered. As in, the pyramid, like you have the sleepers at the bottom, and then the awake, the Illuminati at the top, they're glowing. But the higher you go to the top, the fewer people are there. Well, it could be the case that maybe our pyramid's inverted and that the majority are part of the scam, the control system. They're all Agent Smiths, and there's only a small minority who are in fact the subjects. Sort of like the Truman Show, where he was actually imprisoned by liars everywhere. And until he realized he couldn't trust anybody, he wasn't able to awaken. But it doesn't matter if people are literally initiated into the cult that controls the world. Most of them behave as proxies anyway. So you could buy a town if you were rich enough, sure. You could hire a bunch of crisis actors. But most people become crisis actors by following the programs given to them. Last year, the world was given COVID by the WHO, which has a wicked case of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, got us all sick. Well, at least those who followed the scripts. Let me see here. What the caller brought up about alternative reality, or rather of news curation down to the level of the individual, done by HAL, the supercomputer, by AI, that's where things are headed. It's already there anyway, in the sense that you have this automated system of censorship. I mean, they've destroyed social media, but that's their point. Commenter says, your callers are a lot louder. Appreciate it. I'll try to fix that. I'll have to call the company that I use for the phones because there have been some strange glitches, if you've heard. Wasn't sure if it was just me or not, but we're working on it. I'll fix it for the archives. And by the way, if you want the archives, just join Patreon, $2 a month. You'll get the links, audio and video. And then, of course, we're available on all the different platforms that do podcasts, Spotify and other words. I think Spotify is one of the most popular ones right now. And that's like $2.99 a month, full archives. The first 550 podcasts are free, but as of 8/12, we're putting them behind or for the members. But nothing is exclusive. In other words, yeah, you could just go to YouTube and listen. Or you could catch us live, no big deal. Commenter says, how many accounts am I interacting with on Twitter that are fake and doing psyops? Well, look, nothing that's viral, if you ask me, nothing that is viral is organically viral. It's like pandemics. Well, every viral phenomenon, for the most part, there's a few things that might slip through the cracks, but by and large, if something is going mainstream, it's because somebody's paying it to go mainstream, or the media has an interest in it. It's a few little glitches here and there, a few little bugs we're working out, but it's a work in progress. We have a 30-year plan, and I think you're going to like what evolves over the next few weeks and months with this channel. We're expanding, not contracting. We have more people tuning in on a weekly basis than ever before, despite all the failed and feeble attempts to censor us. I mean, YouTube has tried its best, and they hate us, and they do take us down when they can. Right now, we're live on 2 different YouTube channels. Each one has about 50 people or so. So, appreciate you all subscribing. Hit the notification. But if you want to make sure that your access to this content isn't interrupted, you should just join one of these, either Patreon or the podcast platform, because every single one of those YouTube channels is marked for death. Zareth says, the majority of the people under the spell are Agent Smiths. Lean says the word viral, very interesting, obviously. Yeah, think about it. They've been using the lexicon of epidemiology to prepare you for the eventual censorship of the internet for thought crimes or mind viruses. It's a very important book. If you haven't read it, it's called Mind Virus. Actually, it's called Virus of the Mind by Richard Brody. There's a few reasons why this book is significant. The New Science of the Meme. They should have put pseudoscience, because this, I believe, was the source of this idea that now we can associate memes with genes. Memetics is the science of memes, the invisible but very real DNA of human society. Has a lot of one-star ratings, which surprises me. But anyway, it was written by Richard Brody. So what's the significance here? And it has a brain being vaccinated. An American computer programmer. He created Microsoft Word. So think about that. The creator of Microsoft Word really codified the existence of memetics and mind viruses. His whole theory in this book is that you don't consciously choose the ideas that you have, you caught them. You could catch flat earth if you overhear a very catchy meme. Therefore, we must be quarantined mentally. So I think that this book was put there in advance to get us prepared for today, where now people are ready to put masks on in case somebody around them has bad thoughts, wrong think, misinformation in the, like, that's really what it's about. Misinformation is the new virus. Orwell is right, says neuro-linguistic programming, absolutely. NLP is a huge part of it, anchoring and everything. Also, a part of neuro-linguistic programming, at least the practical part of it, is when you're trying to basically improve your internal communication to get better results in life. And you do kind of fulfill a lot of the prophecies that you tell yourself. Like a lot of your self-talk does reflect in what you manifest. And I think in that sense, NLP is a huge part of mass media, setting our expectations, getting us to mentally prepare for things or rehearse things, which is a big part of it. This article here, I brought up here, could QAnon commit an act the magnitude of 9/11? No. Now, could the government and the media? Yes. And of course, they will blame it on QAnon. And anybody with a Q on a shirt, on a bumper sticker, will be targeted for censorship. There's an all-out war on memes. Last year, when I said that they're going to send in the UN troops to take the Qs off your keyboards and the question marks, I was sort of joking, but it's all coming true. Someone sent this to me. I brought this up earlier. Some kind of a prophet, Benjamin Paravicini. This is a prophet, they say. This guy wrote some poems back in the 30s and 40s. Here's an image of it. So we're looking at a Russian poet and this bizarre drawing, which I believe represents, it's kind of hard to say. It looks insane. But anyway, listen to this. It says, satellites will fall down to the yellow man. This is from 1939. The alligator will bite and destroy. The satellites will fall down. The red ones will be frightened as they will fear being victims of a maneuver. So this is a little, it's called Forbidden Prophecies, not apt for public consumption. Anyway, someone sent me this link, so I'm looking through it. And I have found a couple of interesting things that seem to suggest that this prophet might have a point. But his whole thing was about falling satellites, and seems to be indicating Russia, possibly China. And if you haven't been following the story, Russia sent this satellite up last week. It hit the space station, and at first they understated how hard it hit the thing. Impact of a space station, spin requires study. It says they flipped it 540 degrees. Further analysis showed a total attitude change before regaining normal attitude control, 540 degrees, so it's 1.5 turns. But to me, it's starting to look more and more fishy, specifically because of the source and the idea that this was a new probe, and when it was docked on the space station, somebody hit the on button, somebody turned on the thrusters, and I don't know why it didn't fall all the way down to Earth. Now, lately I've been talking a bit about the real meaning behind the space program and how basically it's all a cover for something much more ancient. That is just the old mystery Babylon dressed up as science fiction. Well, the other day I was looking through this Star City, this star base where Musk is setting up his Starship rockets to take people to Mars, and I found something there. It's called Stargate. So he's in front of a big sign, and I'm like, Stargate? That seems to be like something out of a movie. I don't know if you've seen the Stargate movie. So let me show you a picture. Elon Musk on Stargate. Now, this was new to me, of course, that they have this place they call Stargate. And the reason it stood out to me is that if you remember the history of L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, and Marjorie Cameron doing these rituals back when Jack Parsons was still doing these experiments with rocket science, before NASA had really even discussed seriously the idea of going to the moon. Back then, they were doing these rituals to invoke or evoke or summon the Antichrist, or conceive of him, actually, is what they were trying to do. They were trying to conceive the Antichrist, or perhaps bring about the spirit of the Antichrist into the age. I mean, this is all just history. But my point is, I was watching this video today about Musk over there, and he's posing in front of a big sign that says Stargate, and it made me think, well, they called the woman, the priestess, a Stargate. That's part of their terminology. And so here's an article from Scribed. The Babylonian Stargate opened. Aleister Crowley's attempt to create a dimensional vortex to bridge the gap of the world, of the seen and the unseen. So just to put this in context, Aleister Crowley has this thing, this Babylonian Stargate ritual, the purpose of which is to open some kind of a gateway between worlds. Well then, here we have Elon Musk talking about Neuralink, artificial intelligence, uploading one's consciousness into a computer, into the cloud. Well, here he is posing in front of this interesting structure, and behind him he has his two rockets like twin pillars, but the sign in front of him says Stargate. So I'm just saying there's really a direct lineage, if you follow it, between SpaceX, the space agencies, New Age occultism, specifically sex magic, and these Stargates. And also in this video that I was analyzing today with Elon Musk, I also saw something else that's kind of noteworthy. He has a red scar across his throat. I'm not sure what that could mean, but here you have it, Stargate. If you want the article, I have it linked over at my site. So if you just go over to world.news. It'll take you to my Minds account. You can read about the dimensional vortex, the Babylonian Stargate, and everything that entails. And it has to do with something called, well, it has to do with, sex magic is what you could call it. But in the new context, interestingly enough, this is what I'm suggesting, is that SpaceX is Mystery Babylon, that the obelisk worship of old has just been recast, new props, and that SpaceX might actually be space sex, because space is the new heaven, higher states of consciousness, and that's ultimately what we're talking about here, spiritualized sex. And that's what is at the core of Mystery Babylon. And that's why you have these so obvious fertility rites, but it's esoteric. It's hidden in plain sight. And oftentimes it's given away in the verbiage, the words. So again, not a coincidence that he's in front of a Stargate. I'm going to put a link in the chat to a video by John Laban. If anyone follows him, you may already have seen this one. It's kind of an interesting topic. And I listened to this podcast today. He was asking the question, are people really waking up? Because it seems like a lot of people are very concerned with your woke status. And I wonder, is that even a relevant question? Should we even be asking that question? Like, are you woke? Are you vaxxed? Is it my business? Do I need to make sure that everybody's vaxxed or that everybody's awake? Like, what's more important, your spiritual health or your physical health? So, it's to me, it's just not my business how, quote, awake other people are. I don't assume that just because they're not privy to the esoteric, that they're somehow slumbering. I mean, in many ways they are, of course. They're dupes, that's for sure. But anyway, the question, are people waking up? And simply asking the question got a lot of interesting responses in the chat. And the podcast that I'm referring to, the one I linked, he's going through and responding to people's responses. And I think now's a good time to really ask this question, since we've had 2020 to look at. I mean, in my opinion, the world has embraced a new religion. The new religion is an amalgamation of all the other ones, just as bad, actually much worse, because it combines the worst elements of all of them. But it's a combination of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, atheism, which is a religion, basically deifies science, but it combines them all. And the new heaven is outer space. The new concept of sin is your virus. Your new eschatology is climate change. Stranger says, when you wake up, you just take on the opinions of the conspiracy channel that woke you up, still not free thinking. Interesting. I like CNN. I like Fox. I like a lot of the fake news for its entertainment value. And I think it's important to know what the dominant world is. The dominant world's not the real world. It's the world stage, the fake world. We are, I believe right now, for the time being, speaking from the perspective of people who are in the real one. But it's not the dominant worldview, as we all know. But what we actually do have is we do have curious minds. The slumberers that do awaken do tend to get filtered into various camps, which is the opposite of free thinking. Happens all the time. They get guardrailed. I have a book on the topic. If anyone wants to read it, it's called Guardrailed. I'll give you the full title. But basically, it's about how free thinkers or curious minds tend to be contained by false narratives. The full title is Guardrails, How Free Minds Are Contained by False Narratives and Conspiracy Rabbit Trails. And I make the distinction between false flag theory and hoax theory, or rather the explanation that it's a hoax, that it's fake until proven real. I'll go through the table of contents really quick here. So this one opens up guardrails, where I explain the premise here about how people who do break away from the mainstream are pretty much contained. And then I explain, or rather I have an article in here about why auto-hoaxing matters, why it matters to shift the burden of proof whenever it comes to mainstream, extraordinary claims. If they say it's going to rain tomorrow, you can mostly trust them. If they say an asteroid's going to kill us all tomorrow, it's extraordinary. I also included in here Mandoozled, my explanation for the Mandela effect, why I think it's not real, or at least not the way that its experiencers believe it to be. And Nipsey's Not Dead, the Jesus Christ hustle, and that one's all about his fake exit, his fake death, the exit from the world stage. And one more thing, the cover art was done by MVP, Hardware Vandal. You've heard his music on this channel. You have the Twin Towers, you have the Seattle Space Needle, Nelson Mandela, Cell Phone Girl, Nipsey Hussle. If you're familiar with any of these psyops, all of these characters should resonate with you. Lickety says, excellent book, appreciate it. If you're in my Patreon, I will send a ebook copy. So let me put that in the notes here. If you want to sign up for Patreon, I'll send the ebook copy of Guardrailed to everybody who is a subscriber there. It's patreon.com/InfinitePlaneSociety. So just look in your inbox for that, probably in the next half hour or so. All right, there's so many things to go through. We got through most of it. We're pretty much live most afternoons. FakeWorld.news, just parsing everything as it's unfolding. Today's 8/4. Happy birthday, Obama. Like I said, they canceled the party. Not sure that what they did with all the hot dogs they no doubt ordered. I mean, 500 people. They could have consumed a lot. In about a week, we have the Cyber Symposium. We have the FEMA emergency alert to look forward to as well. Appreciate the callers. Thanks again for calling. And I'm going to try to work with the levels. We're going to have to figure that out. And one more thing, just if you are a QAnoner, I'm open to taking calls on this topic because all people have are the media misrepresentations. And it seems like the media is setting the public up to expect a 9/11 coming not from the Islamic terrorists, but from the Uber patriots. I mean, what a complete inversion. I mean, have they not just completely flipped reality upside down on its head? All right, thanks for joining. This is Auto Hoax by Chief Crow, and I'll send out that PDF shortly. Have a great night. Same time tomorrow.
I'm on Auto Hoax, and it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless eyes.
My buddy, my buddy and me.
Telecommunications Act of 1996. 96, y'all. Gonna filter your eyes and scrub your mind.
All right, everyone, thanks for joining. Today is August the 3rd, 2017. Almost happy birthday, Obama. Before I forget, let's go ahead and put that out there. His birthday is going to be on the 4th, and a number of people have very high expectations for what's going to happen tomorrow, which we may get into. I'm also going to get into voicemails. So you can go to infiniteplainsociety.com, and there's a button there that says messages, and you can leave messages directly. Oh, by the way, the intro track is Emerald by MVP. It's I'll make it available if anyone wants to download it. I'll put it on the playlist in its entirety. Let me go ahead and jump into these voicemails right away as well. So I appreciate anyone who leaves them. 833-311-1984. And if I'm not live and you leave messages, I will get to it. I respond to pretty much everything. P. Trippa says, best show of all the shows. Thank you. Michael, best show on the internet. Hey, it's the only, I believe, the only post-media critique out there. Every other live stream, every other broadcast will assume that everything on the world stage is real until proven fake. We shifted the burden of proof several years ago, and we have seen no reason to shift it back. No reason to just suddenly become faithful, true believers in the church of MSM, because we know what it really is. All right, let's jump right into voicemails.
Hey, Tim. Paul from Boston. There's a Steelers article to put it's about putting the Steelers players, that are unvaccinated into, wearing this yellow bracelet if they don't have their COVID-19 vaccine. It's blatantly the same yellow as Black Lives Matter. It's the same yellow worn by Proud Boys, and I don't know. It just looks like it's starting to be the 2021 color of the year.
Interesting. So yellow bands, more vax apartheid, and this is all coming from the statists. And again, we're looking at a form of segregation based on vax status, which is really about your belief in establishment media and science. So colored bands, I'll look into this. I didn't know that they were actually employing these. Okay, so Buccaneers is using red wristbands for the vaccinated. Okay, New York first city to require vaccinate. Okay, now I saw something else in California. It was for city workers, but it was voluntary. So you can just put a yellow sticker on your shirt if you want to. I mean, it's voluntary. No one's forcing you. You can wear a dunce cap. And I was saying this last year. I was like, you know what? At least they're only mandating masks. Wait until they start mandating dunce caps and diapers, which they could do. And people will go along with it. Space junk, though, would be the next logical step. And flotation devices for global warming. And I suppose bulletproof vests. Bulletproof for the bowl cut shooters at the malls, because those are making a comeback. And I've been asking, and no one has an answer for me, why haven't there been any female mass shooters? And I apologize to Nicholas Cruz and Adam Lanza and the rest for assuming their genders. But really, there haven't been any. Assuming that all the news reports have been accurate, there has not been one single mass shooter. And I'm just thinking, that's a discrepancy. I'm not sure if that's a hole that needs to be filled. I just feel like it's just systemic inequality or something. Something's wrong with that statistic. Green Smoke says, have you noticed it used to be Smokey the Bear, and now they say Smokey Bear? That sounds like a Mandela effect. Let me think. Smokey the Bear or Smokey Bear? See, I think as a kid, when you memorize things, you kind of group things together. So you have like Kermit the Frog. So it would make sense you would memorize him as Smokey the Bear, because you don't call him Kermit Frog. And so I think a lot of people just remember him in different ways. It just depends. I don't think it's an indication of reality having shifted, but I don't know. If you're Mandela affected, phone is open, 833-311-1984. I've had someone recently call in and explain how his copy of Moonraker has evidence of tampering, that the braces were removed from Dolly. So Dolly did have braces, but they uncovered it. Been talking a little bit about the Mandela effect lately. Not the Mandela effect, but how false memories happen and how they're easily just kind of accepted. They're passed along as true. It's almost like your memory is kind of blurry and then you settle on something and it never gets questioned unless it's challenged by somebody who knows better. For the last few days, I've been playing this clip from Conan O'Brien, May 17th, 2000, when he had Buzz Aldrin on. And he's telling Buzz Aldrin about how his parents woke him up to see the moon landing, and Buzz snaps at him and says, "No, you didn't. You saw an animation." I'm going to play this clip because it's worth hearing, because this is how the Mandela effect works.
Let's talk about this, because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does, I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. See, you associated what you saw with...
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
you watched animation, and so here Buzz clarifies on what exactly Conan would have experienced and how he somehow conflated that with having witnessed the moon landing.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about, you know, how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said, contact light, engine stop.
So he explains how he heard, and then he saw an animation on the screen, but he never actually saw it. And this is what happened with the Chinese Mars lander. So many of you saw the Chinese Mars lander video, and it looked like a bad 1980s arcade game. I mean, just really cheesy special effects. Well, that's because this was not a real video of it landing. It was a simulation that was played along with it. So it's just a cartoon. It's an admitted cartoon. But you know that all those children who grew up, or will grow up, who witness this will think as adults that they watched these things land on Mars. No, for all intents and purposes, it's a scale model Lego set in some scientists' scale model, and it's done so you can visualize it. And that's all it is. But it works. I mean, look how the programming worked. If Buzz hadn't corrected Conan, Conan would have had a faulty memory. He would have been, you know, Mandela affected for all intents and purposes. All right, let us oh, look, someone called something out. There was one girl in the San Bernardino shooting. Right, okay. I was looking for toxic femininity, and she's more of a jihadi. But you are correct about that one. Strangely enough, Bill Nye blamed this one. Bill Nye said it was caused by global warming, and it was some kind of a blowback. But it was a married couple. I would not categorize that as, you know, a female mass shooter necessarily. That's a terrorist attack, kind of a different thing. Oh, by the way, Mike Lindell, even though I've been telling you 8/11, FEMA, FCC, emergency broadcast nationally, Mike Lindell's going to expose the deep state and everything else and the corrupt election, etc. Even though the prophecy was saying, the QAnon prophecy was saying, that 8/11 was the day that Trump would be declared winner of the 2020 election. They pushed it back a little bit. So the Cyber Symposium is still happening on 8/11. However, he did say that we're bringing our findings to the Supreme Court in late August or September after the symposium ends, and we will prove that the attack on the election was by China. So they kind of just pushed it back a little bit. But now, listen to what the FBI has to say about this and various government agencies. It says the QAnon followers are growing restless. If you're a QAnon follower, if you're drinking the Kool-Aid, spelled with a Q, put a Q in the chat. Because listen to this. Put a Q in the chat if you're getting restless. I just want to know, because I don't know anybody who's all that antsy about getting Trump back in. Because listen to this. Government agencies are warning about the risk of violence by delusional conspiracy theorists. The Department of Homeland Security, for instance, has issued 2 warnings. The Global Network on Extremism and Technology concluded in a recent analysis that failed predictions might lead to violence, writing that QAnon supporters are beginning to feel like they have to take matters into their own hands after saying that they cannot expect the political or military leaders to implement their vision. In other words, they're tired of this endlessly delayed prophecy, so they think they might just have to make it happen for themselves. Now it says Trump cannot be reinstated as president, but he allegedly thinks it's a possibility, and he believes Lindell's conspiracy theories. Now, a conspiracy theory, by the way, is just news that the mainstream doesn't agree with. So, to the mainstream media, global warming is real. To people in the real world, that's a conspiracy theory. So just because they say it's a conspiracy theory doesn't mean it's not true. In fact, more and more conspiracy theorists are being vindicated. And most conspiracy theories now are just spoiler alerts. But this idea that conspiracy theorists are becoming delusional and violent, that's the new radical terroristic threat that's replaced radical Islam, as I've been saying. The Quran as a radicalizing factor has been replaced by the QAnon. And there's a one-for-one transition here. There's a template. They invented white Al-Qaeda or vanilla ISIS off of the template of the previous thing. And we've talked about this before, about the psychology of the terrorist blowing himself up for 72 virgins in heaven, and how that compares to the incel who's super repressed and is waging a war on women through his gun. That was the case with the one they recently arrested, who had plans to take out 3,000 women, which is like, that's very 9/11-y if you get down to the numbers. Yeah, again, Obama turns 60 tomorrow, having a huge party at Martha's Vineyard. I'm sure they're going to order a lot of hot dogs. What, $60,000 worth of hot dogs? A few pillows, lots of pasta for Joe Biden, who likes to go deep on the pasta. And of course, ice cream. And of course, these are not conspiracy theories. These are just menu items. Obama has, in fact, purchased $60,000 worth of hot dogs. Nothing to see here. Now, my problem with this meeting is that it's going to be a variant. Basically, it's going to be a super spreader event for the new deadly variant. Like, do we know that every single person there is going to be vaxxed? Insane. Zinvala says, I'm stocked up on popcorn from last summer. Let's see it happen. Orwell was right. 33 is now following. Appreciate you subscribing. I recommend everyone subscribe. We have multiple YouTube channels. We're always going to be live at the same time in this window. And we're also live earlier in the day, where I record the podcast, The Auto Hoaxer Revolution, which you can get at autohoax.com, and Dark Matter subscribers get it. Undercover CIA handler says, what's ice cream? Good question. Ice cream, if you go by the code, ice cream, pasta, all the stuff, it's all part of the Pizzagate code. I hate to even go there, but I will point this out. Tom Hanks, if you remember, Tom Hanks was talking about selling hot dogs at the Major League Baseball last year. And that stood out to me as strange because he just got picked to play Geppetto in the new live Pinocchio. And I'm like, wait, this guy took the name, a character with the name Geppetto, of all things, a guy who makes boys out of wood, and then he's going to sell hot dogs at this game. So if you're privy to the Pizzagate lexicon, they're basically talking about, well, trafficking in children, more or less. I mean, is this new to anybody? Do they think that Joe Biden was really just eating ice cream cones? I mean, come on. All right, let us go ahead and continue. I don't want to go back on. I mean, we have already, I think, explored thoroughly the whole Pizzagate phenomenon, and I happen to think it's a bad joke by Democrats being played to make the right wing look crazy and to radicalize them against Democrats and Hollywood types. Actors like Tom Hanks, for example. I happen to think this is part of a script. It's a big setup. Because there's no way that the Pizzagate style cannibalism and blood drinking and all that, there's no way it's only a liberal thing, a left-wing thing. It would have to be bipartisan at the top. So, Scientific Journal suggests making it a federal hate crime to criticize Fauci. See what they're doing here. Like I said, they're making it look like right-wingers are crazy, and they're placing all kinds of crazy... I'm surprised Dr. Fauci hasn't been accused of hanging out at Epstein Island. Although there are some connections, now that I think about it. His wife is believed to be the sister of Ghislaine Maxwell, believe it or not. But check this out. This is from National Pulse, a scientific journal article authored by Professor Peter Hotez, a frequent guest on corporate media networks, called to, quote, extend hate crime protections, and these are federal hate crime protections, for scientists facing criticism from far-right extremists. So yes, not only is questioning Fauci questioning science, which is basically like today tantamount to questioning God, you're questioning the Bible. Well, now it's a hate crime. Like, where do we draw the line here? See, to me, you're a public figure, you're open to criticism. He's the one talking about injecting people with stuff, poking people with stuff, potentially, and I'm not trying to suggest these things aren't necessary or whatever. I don't care about the medical misinformation thing. I'm like not really in that conversation. Vax, anti-vax, gun, anti-gun, this is all just partisan football. But my point is, nobody is making any threats towards Fauci. If anything, they're saying he's threatening. They're threatened by him. So the idea that it should be something of a hate crime to criticize him is kind of absurd. Zin Vallis says, I don't know what a normal hate crime is, let alone a federal one. Well, this is all about, I believe, stifling any kind of discourse. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And really, it's not about him anyway. And I try to steer away from that. Like, I try to steer away from taking hardline positions on the issue because I think this is all a trap, to be quite honest. I think it's all a trap. It's a schism that they've injected into society. That's it, a schism. Ingenious, too, because what they've done is they've created a line in the sand between believers in establishment media and science and the non-believers. And media today, globally, is the state church, the world state church for the post-reset world. It's a monolith. And they're making sure that they know who is on which side. I mean, if anything, the needle represents a blood pact with the church of state. You know, a communal initiation rite. To get into the group, you have to sacrifice a little bit of your personal, individual integrity, your personal interests. You have to kind of give a little bit of yourself. And so I think that the pinprick actually represents that. A little bit of vulnerability, but now you're joined with the community. And now you are collectively threatened by those who are not in your community. The variant D spreaders. I mean, you see how that works? The devils. When I first saw the whole conversation go into contact tracing, I thought, wait a minute, this is like an inquisition. And COVID is just a devil that the atheists in the new world will believe in. The virus is a replacement for the archaic concept of sin, just as global warming is just a new flood myth based on the old flood myth. Nothing to do with science. Nothing at all. Penguin Dung says, everyone must wear their government-mandated burqa while in public. All unvaxxed infidels will be placed in internment camps. Sharia law for everyone. Well, I would describe the New World religion as a perfect amalgamation of Islam, Christianity, Judaism, and probably, well, scientism. You know, that's because that's the lexicon, that's the dressing of it. So it's dressed up like science, but I think it's a combination of all the big bad religions. They all submit. I mean, they all shut down for the new devil. And they all submit because you have various competing ideas of what does and does not constitute a sin, what is and isn't the right path to heaven, and what heaven actually is. Well, the new heaven that everyone accepts, that nobody fights over, is space. Outer space. You go up there, you can see the earth, you no longer see national boundaries. When you go up to space, you have the overview effect, they say. You transcend. It's like seeing the face of God, your little petty earthly skirmishes. And then you can see the damage that we're doing to the earth. I mean, going up to space has been treated as this new holy rite of passage. And they want to actually make it possible to send more people high up so they can become environmentalists and Democrats. And it's just such a scam. And there's this thing called, and it's an overview effect. But Space Buzz Project wants to use a virtual reality setup to give children the feeling of having experienced that. They want to have them go into a virtual environment where they go really high and they see the globe. And then, of course, they're forever changed with this so-called cognitive shift. I mean, that's a status symbol. You know, you're vaxxed, you have a cognitive shift. It's like higher awareness. This is the elevated high priesthood. Undercover CIA says, what flood myth? That was a hoax. Well, you can call Noah's myth or Noah's flood a historical event if you feel like it, but it's based on older stories. But I talk about this quite a bit. The NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, is a retelling. It's a modern retelling of Noah from the Bible. And their logo is the dove, which is the symbol of the post-reset after the flood, not a coincidence. And the global warming is eschatology. It's the wrath of God. God floods the world because of what? Man's wickedness. Noah warns them. Well, today, Noah is warning us to stop polluting. If we don't listen, what's going to happen? Globe's going to flood. They even have an ark. I mean, this is a retelling of an old myth, just like Wall-E, the Pixar movie, tells the same story. So I'm more inclined to think that, they're intentionally just rebranding their old mind control system with science. I don't think it means that global warming's real or that Noah's myth was real. I mean, if you know something I don't, feel free to fill me in. Do you remember earlier today I was talking about Michael Fanwon, the crisis actor cop with the mangy beard and the oversized suit who thinks he's Jack Nicholson, a terrible actor? I brought up how he's the guy who was waving around the flag, running around the Capitol on 1/6. Only he had a different beard, he didn't have the neck tats, and he had some fake teeth in, like missing teeth, like one of those hillbilly fake teeth you get from a vending machine at the laundromat, like really bad disguise. So we talked about this. And the only difference between the other character and this one is a little bit of weight loss and a different beard. And the neck tats, which means one of two things. Either the neck tattoos are fake, or during his initial appearance when he was carrying the Confederate flag, he had those covered up with makeup. So one of the two. But it's not rocket science here. So Fanwon, this Capitol police officer, is being compared to, or rather has been confused with, they're saying, but I think it's the same one, as, again, this other individual who's been identified as Kevin Seafried. Now, according to PolitiFact's Truthometer, this is not true, but their Truthometer is actually broken, or rather, it goes the opposite of the truth. It has to, because the truth is that event was a CNN production. It was crappy performance art, bad crisis actors, nobody died or cried. It was totally fake, and they're trying to bury the truth by claiming that all the cops involved are just suddenly committing suicide. None of that's true. So why should we believe them here when they say this is a lie? I think if anything, this kind of makes it seem more likely to be true. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be addressing it. Just think it's curious that we're talking about it, and then PolitiFact does this fact checking, as they call it. You know, we're the only fact checkers here, as far as I can tell. And I really have to question this. The beard. That beard is so out of uniform regulation. Way too mangy. Same with the mustache. And the suit doesn't look like it fits. And for someone so highly decorated, there's no reason for him to have that level of facial hair. It's just my opinion. But I even looked at the other cops, and all of them have questionable facial hair. Like, they don't look like they know what they're doing. Did anybody see French President Macron's owl, his Bohemian Grove shirt? This is in the news today. He does some kind of a Instagram. Here we go. Owl play. Macron's t-shirt logo inspires conspiracy theories. French president's TikTok sessions about the vaccine were overshadowed by speculation about his bird design. So he's talking to TikTok about the need to get vaccinated, and on his shirt he has a design that looks like the owl from Bohemian Grove. Does anybody else have any idea what this could be? And there's really no explanation. It says here, unfortunately, conspiracy theory suggests that there's more to the message. What does it mean? And it says here, the first theory says it's a logo of the Bohemian Club, a political group created in California in 1872. To add to the confusion, he didn't clarify what it was. And it also remarks that people are now selling this on a t-shirt. It's clearly an owl. I mean, I don't know what else to call it. Yeah, I'm not going to read any of the puns in this article. Sorry. I have a quote here by Stephen King. Sooner or later, everything old is new again. Yeah, Stephen King is, I would call him a metascriptor. His work is very prominent in predictive programming. And many of his books have a subtext, and usually the subtext involves post-reset or, like, for, you know, The Stand, actually. The Stand had its 42nd anniversary in 2020. Probably not a coincidence. Speaking of anniversaries, Friday is the 76th anniversary of Hiroshima. Just a heads up, I mean, last August was a lively month, and I kind of expect the same to be true this month. Now, this may be a nothing, but maybe it's a something. Kim Jong-un has this mysterious wound on the back of his head. Sometimes he has it covered with a Band-Aid, sometimes he doesn't. It looks like one of those charging ports for the Teslas. Anyway, I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking, that's kind of strange, like a hole in his head. That's got to have some kind of significance. And I don't want to draw too much from it, but I'm just pointing it out. There may be some significance to it in the next day or so, and if so, I'll draw your attention back to it. Something else we talked about today. We were talking about the actors around Stanley Kubrick and the overlap between those and some of these other Kubrick productions that people believe to be real events, like the JFK assassination, the moon landing, 9/11, etc. Anyway, in our research, we had kind of examined the idea that George C. Scott is a lifetime actor who isn't dead, but has played the dual role the entire time, and that George C. Scott is in fact Buzz Aldrin. And of course, when you look at the universe of possibilities contained where Kubrick did the moon landing, this is almost like a certainty. Same thing with the curious relationship between Lee Harvey Oswald and Riley Coffee Company, and those employees all migrating over to the space agencies. There's some curious connections worth looking at. But I'm taking a closer look at this one, Buzz Aldrin, and this curious resemblance to George C. Scott. And there's quite a lot there. So I'm putting it out there. If anyone has anything to add to that, feel free to call in 833-311-1984. I also have a number of articles about 1968, America's bloodiest year in politics, and how 1968 and 2020 are very interrelated, as though 2020 were scripted off of it, and how the same seems to be true for this year in 1969. So I've been tracking several storylines concurrently, specifically the space race. And I don't know if you caught this, but it's been admitted that the impact with the space station, that new Russian module, was worse. It didn't just tilt it 45 degrees. Supposedly it flipped the space station over entirely, 1.5 turns. So I guess it's 540 degrees. Stranger says, I've seen several versions of the JFK assassination. One makes it look like the driver shoots, another like Jackie. I've seen those. Driver, Jackie, there's a few different versions, and they're all kind of convincing. But my thinking on it is it was totally fake. And the reason why is that there's a ritualistic framework around the JFK assassination that was really, I think, clearly exposed by James Shelby Downard. And that ritualistic framework suggests that it's either a carefully coordinated assassination meant to follow along a very specific set of circumstances, and like everything, not just the killing of the president, but also the killing of the assassin. All this stuff is just too coordinated for it to be real, if you ask me. Especially when you look at the bigger picture here, the idea that you're looking at a staged event that's tied into other staged events. And this is what I've been saying. The idea of a meta script that ties all these things together. News bending. Because just as it's been posited that Kubrick was part of the crew behind the Apollo 11, he's also implicated in the JFK staged fake assassination. And the staged fake assassination of JFK Jr. or accident, depending on how you want to look at it. And there's a number of clues that he gives. I brought this up yesterday. If you look at the release dates of Stanley Kubrick films, they're always curiously aligned with deaths of Kennedys or the Kennedy names in it. So, for example, Dr. Strangelove gets released 11/22/63. It's their screening. Apollo 11 actually starts on 7/16, just so you know, that's the date that they actually lifted off from Kennedy. And on 7/16/99, when Eyes Wide Shut was released, JFK Jr. died. And the same analysis that would lead you to think that Kubrick was forecasting these various things, these future events in these films, would also, and I kind of agree with this, lead you to conclude that JFK Jr. actually does play a significant role, and that he's kind of the basis in several key ways for the character in Eyes Wide Shut. There's a whole story here worth looking into. And I only really started focusing on it because I learned that the QAnon movement is all based on this mythology of JFK Jr. returning to avenge the death of his father. Like, behind all the political footballs and the election drama, there is this storyline, this good versus evil storyline. And that's what actually I think motivates the whole Q thing anyway. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and bring this up. Biden calls on the government, on Governor Cuomo to resign over Cuomo sexual harassment allegations. Yeah, I used that term today and then Breitbart picked it up. But that's what it was. We actually have a clip. Should I play it? It's from South Pole. South Pole is so prescient. So there was an episode of South Pole 6 months ago or something where Cuomo is selling himself and his brother to the ministers of unhealth, like Maggie the Block, I mean, there's a world stager's name for you. Maggie the Block, have you seen? This is one of these things that's got to be a joke. You know, last year we're like, save us from the virus. You know, so you have these health ministers. You have the Belgian physician comes out to give us their advice, and looks like quite possibly the least healthiest person you've ever seen. And it's not about body shaming. It's just like, this has got to be a costume. Like, somebody's wearing this thing. You know, I've been guessing as to who could have been wearing it. I don't think it's real. Like, I brought this up last year. I think Maggie the Block is someone wearing a costume. I refuse to believe it's real. But anyway, in the episode of South Pole, Maggie the Block is extorting favors out of Cuomo in exchange for higher COVID death numbers so he can justify further lockdowns. Let me just go ahead and play this clip.
Didn't my brother take you out to lunch?
Your brother raided my medicine cabinet.
I want to crush the Big Apple and all the worms with it. And from the source, we'll build back better.
If you want more power, you'll have to personally appease myself and the other ministers of unhealth.
I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
In? So you are in.
All right, anyway. So we had predicted that Cuomo was a total dirtbag a long time ago. Southpole.lol. In fact, there's a new episode at work right now, and in the works, and you wouldn't believe this, but two of our memes, like two of the main memes from the new South Pole, have already been stolen. One was stolen by PewDiePie, and the other one was stolen by the Babylon Bee, and we haven't even released it yet. So, Travis Cloud says South Pole is the new Simpsons. Salty Siren says his tongue. Well, that's just a clip. You don't want to see the whole episode. It takes place in the pizza restaurant in the basement of CNN. Golden Pathway says, did Cuomo just drop some document exposing some blackmails? You know, I don't know. There could be some blackmail operations going on. I saw Judge Napolitano is being brought up. Someone next to George Soros has a torture dungeon. I mean, insanity is on the loose. There's just like everyone's telling on everybody. By the way, Trump is calling for action immediately. Quote, something must be done immediately. Statement by Donald J. Trump, 45th president. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but basically, someone by the name of Captain Keschel has released some information that should, in Trump's view, change everything. He says, the outright fraud of this election is an open wound to the United States, and something must be done, quote, immediately. I have a video here with, I believe it's Bannon.
I want to bring in Captain K now, Seth Keschel.
I'm going to play a minute of this. This is from the War Room, Steve Bannon, and they're talking with this Captain Keschel about what Trump thinks is his trump card.
Heated up with Mike Lindell. Captain, your Army intelligence, you've been drilling down on the math here. I want to put up this map of America with the broken down the way you've got it. Dave Clements and the great group over there at America, at the Telegram site, right, at the audit site over there. America First Audits, America First Channel, America First Audits Chat, all of it. I think it's 200,000 people now, American citizens in this. Full forensic audit in 50 states. Captain K, what is this map tell us?
Okay, now this is, again, Captain K. This is the guy who is bringing this information out, and it's all going to be shared during the Cyber Symposium in about a week.
Let's do it.
So this is the very first discipline of an intelligence operation. Of course, military intelligence, you have open source information. It's often neglected, but that's actually what the enemy knows the most of you about. Then, of course, you have human intelligence, signals intelligence, imagery intelligence, but this is basically the guy walking along the beach with the metal detector, and he's getting in the area of where there's something buried, and then somebody else is doing the digging. So one of the things that real analysts look at in political science is trends. So trends are in effect until something causes them to reverse. So if the Republican Party went away from this new working class trend, you would see a shift back towards Democrats in the working class states. But
So the long and short of it is they believe that they have enough information, even without accounting for votes that have been flipped electronically, to change the result, possibly in all 50 states. I mean, these are big claims. I'm just putting it out there because it's being talked about. Trump posts, quote, positive proof here of fraudulent handling of the 2020 election. Again, this is all going to come to a head here in a few days, if you ask me. The Cyber Symposium. And apparently they're going to kick the can down the road a little bit more anyway. I mean, September? How much longer are people going to wait? And this is what the intelligence agencies are worried about, allegedly. They're saying they're worried about QAnoners getting impatient. TuneX says, has the World Wrestling Entertainment taken over the world? Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it gets so strange when you really go into some of these rabbit trails where, believe it or not, a lot of the reasons why the QAnoners believe that JFK Jr. is on his way back is there are hints in World Wrestling Entertainment. Like, do you remember how the World Wrestling Entertainment had the Twin Towers predictive programming? As in, you had Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage talking about demolishing the Twin Towers. And the Twin Towers were these other two wrestlers. So you have these types of out-of-context clips that make sense when you plug them into this particular view. Well, there were also many things that seem to indicate an expectation of the return of JFK Jr. as coded into the World Wrestling Entertainment scripts as anything else that they put into those things. Got a few more voicemails. Let me play another one. This is from the Anchor FM page where you can leave messages just through your browser.
Brian Stavely.
Okay, let me play that again. Sorry.
Oh, hi. I like your show with Brian Stavely. I've followed Brian for a long time, and I really like him a lot.
He says, I liked your show with Brian Stavely. I follow Brian for a long time, and I like him a lot. I'm just translating.
The guy is the absolute genius and legend.
The guy is a genius and a legend.
Also, I called into Dose of Reality and talked with Brian for 5 minutes.
So it sounds like he's describing Dose of Reality. If you don't know what Dose of Reality is, it's a live stream for the Mandela Affected. And these are the people who believe that CERN, it could be anything, but mainly the theories about CERN, as far as the person who coined the term Mandela Effect, it had somehow, through quantum computing, has managed to throw reality off its track a little bit. So some people are noticing changes in reality. Timelines have shifted, and the people who have noticed these changes have coalesced around YouTube channels and live stream channels like Dose of Reality, and they formed a pretty large community of people who believe that, yes, they are all more or less, what would you call them? Transdimensionals. Okay, so I'm not going to play the rest of that guy's voice mail. I mean, I'd like to, but it's another 30 seconds. Next one.
Hey, one of your callers called in the other day and was trying to come up with all the PSYOP fake operations that have happened in Florida, and one that y'all forgot was the all those rental cars, the hundreds and hundreds of rental cars that caught on fire and all burnt. And I've been a mechanic for 20 years, man, and I'm telling you right now, that was totally deliberate. Somebody went through and lit every car on fire, one car catching on fire is not going to cause, cars are made out of steel mostly, and the gas tanks on modern cars are pretty protected from fire. There's a lot of safety measures that goes into these new gas tanks. That was totally fake.
Awesome. Let me take a look at that. Rental car parking lot fire. This was in April 2020 near the RSW airport leads to, 3,500 vehicles, Southwest Florida airport.
It's very scary. It's very scary. We've had so much to deal with, and I said, and now this.
This is right when COVID started, before the masks came out. So let's see here. I want to scoot forward to the fire.
Overflow parking lot near RSW. Plenty of you saw this. There were so many incredible videos and images that you all sent us. So let's go through a few. You see just a big ball of black here and firefighters working to put out the flames.
And it calmed down for a bit in the evening, but then...
So the caller's bringing up the point here that each one would require some individualized attention. That was really strange, and I assumed it was some kind of big insurance scam. But you have the reporters going out and getting reactions. Not very believable. Is it fakeable? Absolutely. I have no reason to think it is what they say. Okay, next voicemail.
Hey, IPR, I just want to say quickly that the show is like poetry. I'll be taking notes and stealing quotes to bust heads on Facebook with the things that you be saying, because they're so great. Great as in it just flows so good, like your Vax Salvation and all that stuff, man. When you start busting that down, the communion wafers, I mean, if William Cooper was MJ, IPR is Kobe. One thing I want to say also is that I disagree with, you keep bringing up anti-vax. Me and my family are not anti-vax. We're anti-government politicians and bureaucrats telling us what to do. Bottom line, call it anti-vax is the improper term to describe millions of us. We're anti being told what to do.
All right, excellent point there. And I think I might actually take him up on that one. It's like anti-vax, pro-vax is about the needle. But the real issue here is, if Big Brother said, take a cough drop, would you? If they mandated a cough drop. And that's ultimately what it's about. It's about the mandate. Do you want to have sick days for individuals, or do we have to have collective sick days where government tells us all what to do, as though we don't have individual minds? This is pretty much a valid point. And I like the idea, too, that we got to focus on that aspect of it, because it's about power. I talk about the needle versus the gun, the barrel of the gun, and how they set this up because it creates a perfect schism between left and right. But the real schism isn't about your attitude towards vaccination. The real schism's about the attitude towards government power. That's ultimately what it's about. Do you have your own immune system, or do you need a government-injected one? And it's not a coincidence that anti-vaxxers are, well, pro-gun. Or the people who don't want the mandates. That's the same is true for the other side, on the opposite, where they are pro-mandatory vax and they're anti-guns. It's like, wait. So one party clearly expects the government to do everything for them. And it's not enough, of course, for them to voluntarily decide to live their own way. They try to impose it. And that's the part where you create the dialectic. That's where you have the tensions. It's like the people who are pro-lockdown aren't going to lock down. Think about this. They're not going to lock down until everybody locks down. Until the anti-vaxxers lock down. It's like, look, if you're pro-lockdown, lock down now. If you think it's a good idea for the World Economic Forum to shut down our economies to save the planet, then start now. Sell your car, lock down. I see people walking around with masks now when the mandates have lifted. And I'm thinking, why stop there? If you're going to go that extra step to mask yourself without a mandate, then you should also be observing social distancing and quarantining. And then you're going to go that far, well, you might as well take it the next step and sell your car, because the next stage is climate lockdowns. So, yeah, with the caller on that. Eric of Bear says IPS is pro-anti, anti-pro-vax. Yeah, pretty much. Post Globe Syndicate says I'm vax-gnostic. Now, I have been vaccinated against anthrax. I was in the military. And look, I don't believe that there's anything in it other than a little red fish, a red herring. And it's the ultimate distraction. It really is. And then one other thing, and I hate to be cynical or morbid about this, but if the only people who really want it, if the ones who are double, triple, quadruple jabbing, the vax junkies who want to force it on you, if they're the only ones doing it, why are you trying to stop them? Because if these things are as bad as you believe, the other side kind of takes itself out. But that's really not the case. Again, it's all about power, and I think ultimately it's about an invasion. The ultimate invasion of privacy, to where now everybody gets to know your vax status, what's in your blood. Just like they want to know what's in your mind. This is the whole idea about censoring the internet. They're pretty much setting the stage so that they can segregate people who are carriers of dangerous misinformation, super spreaders of misinformation. Virus super spreaders and bad idea super spreaders are the same group, not a coincidence. And just the fact that it's a perfectly divisive political tool alone, that it's so perfect on so many levels, to me says that there's no reason for it to have anything in it with any sort of toxicity whatsoever. Now, again, this is all about, I believe it's all about an encroachment. I think nothing more than that, but let's move on. Vaxageddon hasn't happened. And I entertained the notion. Last year, people were so scared of 5G towers, they would go around the block to avoid it. Towers were burning. And then it was the masks. The masks are going to give you nanobot worms. They're going to eat your brain. And then it's like, they move past that. Now it's, no, the vaccine will make you magnetic. Now it's going to fill you with graphene, which is going to make you programmable. Like every month, there's another bad thing it's going to do. But nobody's dropping dead from it. So I remain a skeptic. I'll say that. I'm an anti-vax skeptic. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's real Tim Osman. I've been posting a lot of interesting articles I've been digging up, just trying to figure out where this whole thing is going. And right now, the narratives of free thinkers being dangerous is really being heated up. Like, you have new variants now. Now you have the aggressive anti-science conspiracy theorists, right along with this idea that questioning Fauci is a hate crime. And it makes perfect sense, though. It makes sense that the scientists would want the same protection as religious types because, I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at. I mean, science has become a religion, and I think they want it to be a blasphemy to question science and a hate crime to say something derogatory about one of its priests. That's exactly where it seems to be going. A DNS561 says it split my family. That's pretty powerful. Yeah, totally. I mean, the split was already there. The schism was already there, but this issue presses it. It makes it an issue that you can't just ignore. Like, it used to be, like religion and politics. These are things that are always divisive. But now it's something that's very immediate because it's about life and death. And the entire post 9/11 template for rooting out the terrorists has been reapplied, but now it's applied to everyone universally, not just those who came in contact with a particularly bad strain of radical Islam. No, now it's everyone is presumed to have come in contact with this particular strain. So it's like your innocence is not presumed. You have this idea that you're presumed innocent until something proves that you're guilty, but no, you're presumed infected. So, you know, after 9/11, they had to go to the people who went to these various mosques. They had to contact trace them. And in order to find out if somebody had a dangerous mind virus that might cause them to blow up in public, they had to dump water up their noses, you know, waterboarding. Well, now, to determine if you have a virus, not a mind virus, but the virus that can make you destructive to people, they're not waterboarding you, but they're swabbing your brain with a Q-tip. And I'm suggesting it's the same ritual. They're basically waterboarded everybody to root out the terrorists. They treated this as a global 9/11. They scaled it up. They gave the world AIDS, or fake AIDS, I should say. Golden Pathway says, I got kicked out of college today, not allowed back until I have government papers. Right, it's a form of discrimination in a way, but you can't really claim that if they make other, they can make other options available mostly online, so it's like you can just sit outside. Stranger says they gave the world AIDS. Exactly. I mean, that's kind of the idea here, though. Like, I think that AIDS was probably a trial run, and if you look at the people behind it, it's the same people. And you know, one of my favorite clips of all time, and I don't really care for the show Seinfeld, but there's a very good clip where Seinfeld doesn't want to wear an AIDS ribbon. Take a listen.
Okay, you're checked in?
Yeah, thank you.
Here's your AIDS ribbon.
No thanks.
You don't want to wear an AIDS ribbon?
No.
But you have to wear an AIDS ribbon.
I have to?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't want to.
But everyone wears the ribbon. You must wear the ribbon.
See, he doesn't like the compulsion, like the guy who left the voicemail. It's not that he's anti-ribbon. He's not an anti-ribboner. He just doesn't like the compulsion. And just because they want him to wear the AIDS ribbon, he's not going to do it.
What you are? You're a ribbon bully.
Oh, vax bullies. You know what you are? You're a vax bully. You're a mask bully. I mean, last year we had to deal with the mask bullies, but now it's the vax bullies. And he has a valid point, because if it wasn't for that, there wouldn't be the so-called hesitancy. And now, the next scene, Kramer is marching against AIDS, and he's accosted by a number of anti-AIDS marchers who notice that he's not wearing a ribbon. It's like, oh, he's not wearing a mask. He's not wearing a sticker that shows that he's been double vaxxed.
Hey, where's your ribbon? Oh, I don't wear the ribbon.
You don't wear the ribbon? Aren't you against AIDS?
Yeah, I'm against AIDS. I mean, I'm walking.
Aren't you against AIDS? This is so prescient, and this is from this is exactly what we're going through today, and I'm suggesting it's the same operation scaled up. I mean, this has just been a massive mind control experiment, like the Milgram experiment, where having the ribbon gives them power. I mean, how many videos have you watched where a bunch of mask wearers beat up somebody without a mask, throw them out of a store, act like a bunch of zombies? I mean, at first it was funny, and then it was funny not funny, and then it was terrifying. And that's kind of what we're seeing right here. I mean, watch a few more seconds of this clip.
Just don't wear the ribbon.
Who do you think you are?
Put the ribbon on.
Hey, Cedric, Bob, this guy won't wear a ribbon.
And the next thing you know, they beat the crap out of Kramer for not wearing the AIDS ribbon. And again, he just didn't want to wear it because they were forcing it. Like, who can argue with that? Eric of Bear says Fauci also brought you the AIDS. Yeah, I think so. I think he was out there some 33 years ago romancing the apes, and then a couple years ago he was out there sampling exotic dishes, and he tried the bat soup. Like, he had his hand in both of these things. All right, check this out. McCloskeys have been pardoned over last year's incident. So this is another callback, I believe, to the Turner Diaries. This is the couple, again, if you don't know the McCloskeys, they're known for posing in front of their house, waving their guns around at Black Lives Matter protesters. Now, this is, of course, during a climate where protesters were burning things down and beating people up, and the news media was turning a blind eye, and the police didn't do anything. So you can understand their reaction. But I think that these two are actors. I think that this is a charade, and someone had drawn my attention early on to the cover of the Turner Diaries, which came out 42 years prior. The fascinating book, fascinating topic. This was the inspiration for Timothy McVeigh. This is the Bible of the racist right. And it's about race war and the New World Order, blue helmets taking over America, and then the whites nuke everybody else. I mean, it's a ridiculous story, could never come true. I don't think there's any will or desire for this thing to be true. But the Turner Diaries is named from Nat Turner. So they kind of took the slave rebellion narrative from Nat Turner and applied it to whites, kind of inverted it. But if you look at the cover has the McCloskeys. And this is from 42 years prior. They stepped out of the cover. Now, he has the open shirt. She has the stripes. It's all the same. And it wasn't only at this event. So they started politicking. And at all the various events where the McCloskeys could be found, these political events, they would dress up the same way. And I thought, that's strange. So you guys are going to go out and speak to people in public, and you're going to wear the same costume. Again, here they are. He's running for office, and she's got the stripes. He's got the same shirt, posing. Again, Timothy McVeigh was inspired by this book. So I don't think it's a coincidence that they're in the news right now, totally exonerated for this, because it's August, and I think they're going to heat things up. Next is Kyle Rittenhouse. We'll see what happens there. Lily Bell says, Fauci pushed the AZT drug. Side effects of AZT killed a lot of AIDS patients. Sounds about right. Sounds like the MO, if you ask me. So I'm suggesting the McCloskeys are world stage characters, and this is part of, it's telling a story. Because if you look at this, how it played out, you had this older retired couple living in a giant mansion, in a gated community, surrounded by a big homeless population. And they're on the side of Western chauvinism by default. And so they come out to defend their property, and they wave their weapons like they're threatened. And so it looks like the personification of white fragility, of white privilege, everything that they are trying to paint whites up as today. It's a caricature. Well, that's what they created here. And I think that's why they ripped them right off the cover of the Turner Diaries. No coincidences. Same outfit. You believe that? Beyond cringe. I have a few more comments about this Turner Diaries book. We'll get into that later. So many different areas to go into. I don't know if you saw this. Owen Schroyer unfurled a massive Trump wand sign at a baseball game. They stole his flag for it. So whatever you think about this, the usual agitators are definitely setting expectations pretty high. That's why I think this is going to be a very interesting month. Last August we had Kenosha. We had Black Mamba Week. We had the bombings, the fires, the twin bombs in Beirut, and then 2 weeks of inexplicable mushroom clouds all over the globe. Echo Charlie says, stand your ground. Several states have open carry. Yeah, or isn't it legal to run over protesters in Florida now? Like, that was one of the strangest things about 2020 to me. You know, when you're looking at the mob, and the mob mind is always a very fascinating topic, but you see a group of people, and they surround a car, and then they cease to think about their individual safety, and they start banging on the car, and I just saw people getting run over, one after another, I saw so many people get hit by cars, and I brought this up last summer. I'm thinking, here we are, mid-August, and we've had months of sustained protests in all the major cities. No social distancing. Nobody's vaxxed. COVID-19 was just ravaging the country supposedly, but nobody from Antifa died of COVID. There were no BLM COVID deaths. None. Yet there were more than 100 examples of people getting hit by cars. A lot of them were getting hit by cars. In fact, there's one incident I want to look at. It was the Summer of Love, is what they called it last year, if you remember, out there in Seattle. And you had a couple of characters. You know, I happen to think that these would have to be probably fake. But you had two protesters, Summer Taylor and Diaz Love. So Summer Taylor and Diaz Love, 24 and 32, were hit by a car while they were dancing the Cupid Shuffle on the freeway. And this is outside of Seattle. And I watched the footage, and there's a couple of things about it. One, they kept calling it the Summer of Love. And you have these two characters named Summer and Love, and they both get hit by a car. And I looked at the footage, and both of them are, one's kind of small, and the other is sort of tall and thin. Neither of them would be described as husky or rotund. But, and I'm not going to play it, but the footage that shows the car running over them, it's clearly, to me, some kind of stunt devil who jumps in front of it, and the other person is wearing a lot of padding. I mean, totally fake. And then that very night, one of the protesters, I believe it was Love, started sending Instagram posts from her hospital bed. Totally fake, no blood, staged, like most of what transpired last summer. I remember looking very closely at this one, and the available photography showed that the EMT, they were clearly trying to block any kind of view of the body, and the view you did have of the leg showed a leg that, by the every indication, doesn't belong to either one of them. So it was a drill. Anyway, last summer was very drilly, got very interesting. We had Chazistan, which I thought was going to spread. I thought they were going to succeed. For some reason, they didn't. Like, here's your chance. Here's your chance. All the utopians on the left, they were going to rebuild society. The reboot was going to happen there. They were going to build back better starting in Chazistan. And they couldn't even get a garden to grow right. What happened was they had a garden. Then they racially segregated it. And then the colonizers were prohibited from entering the garden. And then they took down the fence because they said the fence was speciesist. So the fence around the garden that was racially segregated was keeping animals out. So they took the fence down. Maxwell Cooper says getting hit by cars was the real pandemic. Yeah, I was suggesting that maybe they ought to go protest not the police, but the Department of Transportation. Why don't you go shut them down? Burn down the Department of Transportation because you're getting hit by cars far more than you're being killed by cops. As I promised, I'm going to be reading all of the comments left at the infiniteplane.media forums. Mystic Stoner posted this today. I hate the fact that we could be eating human meat that's mixed with ground pork, chicken, and beef. Human meat is worser to eat because that means you're a cannibal and have the potential to get prions from the meat that makes you a cannibal. I'm fine with rat meat in food as long as it contains rats. That's from Mystic Stoner, and he posted a link to an article that says more than 1 million pounds of rat meat is sold as boneless chicken in the United States. This is from myhealthguru.com. I kind of don't believe it. It says, we revealed that the United States FDA are very worried because 1 million pounds of rat meat is sold on the market as boneless chicken wings and served in restaurants. I kind of think it's not true. But I kind of picked this one up because 2022 is the year of Soylent Green. Soylent Green is people. You know the whole thing. If you look it up, it says here, it came out in 1973. Opening clip. The year is 2022. New York City. Right now, this is the year of Mad Max. Restless Bear says, I eat a lot of boneless chicken. Look, I don't buy it. There are so many fake health sites out there. For the, generally speaking, if it says health in the URL, it's probably hoaxy. It's probably fake. But like I said, I'm going to be reading these things. Another commenter says, great name for a band, Illuminati Dung Heap. Yeah, I've taken to referring to the pyramid as the Illuminati Dung Heap for a few reasons. I mean, for obvious reasons, but I pointed out that there is some kind of a hierarchy here because there is a very small group of people at the top. A little while ago I mentioned, have there been any connections to Epstein Island with Dr. Fauci? And here's what I did find. It says here, Ghislaine Maxwell has been connected to a few notable world stagers. Could it be Anthony Fauci's wife is Ghislaine Maxwell's sister? Now, there's a claim, too, that Ghislaine is the sister of Anne Maxwell, who is the psychiatrist in Littleton, Colorado, who evaluated the Littleton shooters. But this is from Reuters. Fact check. Dr. Christine Grady, Dr. Fauci's wife, is not Ghislaine Maxwell's sister. So I have several different examples of this claim. Reuters says it's not true, but I'm not going to immediately go with them. Here's an image of it. Fauci is married to Ghislaine Maxwell's sister. I mean, it puts him right there, right, in the same group of people. Amazing. Looks pretty close if you ask me. Erica Bear says, I don't care about animals at all, but I recently quit meat because I really thought about it and I think it's weird to eat death. Interesting point. I'm curious as to what they're going to be eating tomorrow at Obama's birthday party. Is it going to be the hot dogs? And let me show you that claim. Did Barry Sotoros get $60,000 worth of hot dogs? Okay, fact check. USA Today. Barack Obama did not spend $65,000 on prostitutes, codenamed pizza and hot dogs. And that's the thing here. It's all code. So there's a claim here. It says that this surfaced on August 8th. I think this would have been 2020. The post features a black and white image of a man holding a sign that reads, Obama spent $65,000 on pizza and hot dogs. He's referencing a statement from an email chain between employees at Stratford. The chain was released in 2012 by WikiLeaks. Okay, so here's what the email actually said. Obama spent $65,000 of taxpayers' money flying in pizza and hot dogs from Chicago for private parties at the White House. Pizza and hot dogs. So why would you fly in hot dogs from Chicago? It says here, rumor has it that hot dogs are code. You may have heard this stuff. WikiLeaks released the email chain, and that's where that came from. It says here, the source of the claim is a chain of emails dated May of 2009, and it says, get ready for Chicago Hot Dog Friday. It includes the statement about the Obama administration spending taxpayers' money on hot dogs. It goes on to say, they may have been alluding to a Super Bowl party. Pizza and hot dogs along with chicken, pretzels, and ice cream were served, but only 75 people were there, which doesn't explain a $65,000 sum. Right, well, what makes more sense? $65,000 worth of prostitutes for 75 people? or $65,000 worth of pizzas. I mean, come on. So, despite all of the fact checking, I'm still leaning towards Barack Obama eats hot dogs. What do you all think? Travis Cloud says, I gotta go repent. Eric of Bear says, mark of the beast is to eat flesh literally. You know, I read somewhere, someone had suggested that the image of the beast that everyone worships is the TV. Lily Bell says, Obama's upcoming Martha's Vineyard birthday party, 500 guests, 300 servants. Man, that's going to be like $250,000 with the hot dogs. There better be some video. But look at the pure hypocrisy here. Like, by their logic, with the variant D going around, there's going to be death as the result of this. Pippi Langstruff says, cheap, eat tons of insects. Yeah, I know, I thought about that too. The whole insect thing, that's post-reset, you know, the post-reset ideal. It's sustainable. The Frog King says the TV is the scrying mirror occult. It's witchcraft. Yeah, it is. You know the guy that coined the term British Empire? John Dee? He allegedly had a black mirror that he used to communicate with angels, with beings, with messengers from the other side, whatever that means. Stranger says at $66,000 divided by 75, it will cost you $888 per hooker. Reasonable. Right, that's probably also including the flight. How do you fly them in? How do you bring in that many hot dogs, quote unquote? Do they have an underground train system? Some kind of monorail, like a Hyperloop that goes from Chicago to DC? Okay, let's get back on topic here. Someone sent me this picture on Facebook. I don't participate a lot on Facebook because every time I post, I get banned. I spent more time in Facebook prison than out of it. I have the tats to prove it. So I don't post there, but if you send messages to me, my Facebook page is facebook.com/crisisactors. Someone on Facebook sent this to me today. It's a picture of a coast redwood. It's called a moon tree. This moon tree is a redwood grown from a seed that was carried to the moon in 1971 and brought back to the Earth. Part of Apollo 14. It was then planted and nurtured into a seedling and planted here in 76 to commemorate the bicentennial of the United States. So this is a redwood grown from a seed that went around the moon, supposedly. How does anybody believe this? Does anybody listening believe this? Did you know that the moon rocks given to Holland by Neil Armstrong and Buzz were fake? Now, it wasn't petrified elephant dung. I had that fact checked. It was actually petrified wood. Think about that. The souvenirs given by Armstrong and Aldrin and Collins during a Goodwill tour of 69 in Amsterdam, and this is what shocked them all, this shocked the scientists. The rock they delivered was petrified wood. It says here, the U.S. Space Agency gave moon rocks to 100 different countries, and there's no explanations for why these things are fake. What is the explanation? My latest theory, and I have a few, my latest theory is that Buzz chopped them all up and snorted them, and so they had to replace them with something. But come on, if this is your evidence, I'm sorry, but you're a true believer. And I mean that, you know, in the disparaging way. True believer syndrome describes people who continue to believe in a paranormal event or phenomenon even after it's proven to have been staged. It's a cognitive disorder. This is why people believe in charlatans and psychic mediums and NASA. You have true believer syndrome. The moon rocks were fake. Zinvala says the moon is made of petrified wood. Surely. Right, no kidding. No kidding. I hadn't thought about that. That would make the most sense. Lily Bell says Joe Rogan's talking about UFOs. He thinks the video of the radar tracking of the Tic Tac is real. He doesn't know what's real and what's fake. You know, I have a video somewhere of Joe Rogan looking at a video of a Porsche, and he's amazed by it, and he's told, oh, that's not real. That's CGI. And then he watches a video of one of Bezos' rockets taking off, and he's like, why does it look so fake? Is that one of their promo videos? And he's told it's real. So he doesn't know. But he needs to talk to his friend Mick West of Metabunk, who's already debunked it. They just want to believe with these Tic Tacs. And you're not even talking about a physical sighting. You're talking about a graphic on a digital display. Eric of Bear says maybe the petrified wood is from the moon tree. I've never heard of the moon tree. Golden Pathway says, I've witnessed UFOs on 5 occasions. What do you suppose I was witnessing? Now, that's a very good question. I would say this. You witnessed unidentified flying objects, which could be anything. Take out your Occam's razor, most likely aircraft. I mean, that's the most likely explanation. But if your conclusion is aliens or something other than man-made, as in something paranormal, if that's your conclusion, then you've made a logical leap. It's a fallacious approach to say, I don't know what it is, therefore it's an alien. It's a non sequitur fallacy. It's like, I saw lights over there, I think it might be the space station. Well, that's kind of non sequitur. You'd have to rule out more likely explanations first. This is why people believe in Bigfoot. You go to the woods, you hear bears at night, you tell your friends, I heard bears. Now, you go to the woods again, but this time you're told before you go, oh, people are hearing Bigfoot in the woods. Well, now, when you hear bears, you're going to say, I heard bears, but it might have been Bigfoot. Well, it's non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow. But since they put it there within the realm of possibility, it's very easy to include it as a possibility. But again, it doesn't follow. So what did you see? Well, you didn't see E.T. Now, let me go ahead and show you something else too. Because one of the questions you have to ask yourself when you're evaluating whether something is real or fake, because the burden of proof is not on you. It's on the media, as much as they want you to think otherwise. You have to ask yourself, is it fakeable? As a rule, anything they fake in the movies, they can fake on TV. Well, I want to show you how they were able to fake or simulate satellites in low Earth orbit before Sputnik was even launched, before the dawn of the space age. And this is from 1955 U.S. Air Force International Geophysical Year satellite program called Needle in the Sky. And as you'll see here, they simulate low orbit satellites very simply, and they do so for the trainees below.
At high altitude, they simply took a common household flashlight lamp and attached it to the suction end of the familiar household tool known as the plumber's helper. $2 worth of parts you can purchase at any hardware store. When this strange and unglamorous device, endearingly called the bug, is towed through the night skies behind a civil air patrol plane, it appears almost exactly like a real Earth satellite hundreds of miles above the Earth.
Wait, what?
Bug is towed through the night skies behind a civil air patrol plane. It appears almost exactly like a real Earth satellite hundreds of miles above the Earth. All across the country, the volunteer Civil Air Patrol crews began flying training missions for their fellow volunteers of Operation Moonwatch. In more than 100 isolated locations throughout the country, Moonwatch stations like this were set up by volunteer astronomers. And it takes the help of hundreds of volunteers the country over to collect the data which becomes available from a satellite streaking around the Earth in outer space.
There you go, simulating a satellite streaking around the Earth in outer space, simulated 2 years before Sputnik. So it's within the realm of possibility. I'm going to put a link to this if you want to watch it. Again, I think this is worth noting because people will say, well, there's no way they could have faked it. And I mean, I came to this conclusion myself. I thought, well, how can you fake the space station? Because the only way something that size, that shape, could move 17,000 miles per hour, which is the speed it would have to go to orbit the Earth in 93 minutes. The only way it could do that is if it were in outer space. Because within the atmosphere, it would fall apart. It couldn't possibly move that fast, and there's no visible means of propulsion. It's falling in orbit. So I had to conclude that either we're looking at CGI, and well, we are on the transits. We'd have to be looking at some kind of simulation. But when it comes to what's above, what are you looking at? How would you manage to fake that? Because drones can't go that fast. It gets to be very problematic unless you take into account something like this. A drone with a flashlight. Just a light, basically. It could totally be done. Super easy, too. Commenter says, here's a sighting I had a few years back. A satellite drifting across the sky, one coming from the opposite side. When they got close, they zigzagged across the skyline in less than 20 seconds. Another commenter reports here that she had a UFO encounter, but it was only sound. Okay, what was the sound? Flat Fact says, I took a video of the ISS. Oh, give me a video, or rather a link to your video. I'm curious to see. I know a few people in Seattle who go out when they say on Twitter it's going to pass, and occasionally they get something. But is it what they say? Is it the ISS? And here's another issue as well. The shadow of the Earth needs to be taken into consideration here, especially with regards to the orbiting routers that are only 180 miles up, much lower than the space station. These things aren't covered in lights. The routers don't have lights. The space station has no lights on it. So what are you seeing? Well, it's reflecting the sun. So once it passes the terminator, anytime after dusk or dawn, I mean, it's not going to be visible to you anyway. It would disappear. So people who say, I saw a satellite passing over my head last night, not just the ISS, any satellite. If you think that you're walking around at midnight and a satellite passes over your head, that it's orbiting in space, you see this little light up there, if you think it's like 300 miles above or 200 miles above, you would be mistaken. Because the Earth would block the light of the sun and it would have no way of reflecting down to you. Now again, the space station disappears into the shadow of the Earth, but the Starlink satellites don't. And I called this out last year. No, actually, 2019. We started mentioning this routinely, and they changed something about these CubeSats. So basically, it's this. The Starlink satellites are far too low to be seen at night, and yet people are always seeing these things. And I think that's a major problem because it goes against the existence of the shadow of the Earth. It's just very problematic. So the more I talked about it, the more I noticed that the conversation became, well, the reason why you can see them is because, here we go. They would say timelines, or it depends on where you are. It depends on the time zone that they're in. People are always trying to defend these things. Well, finally, Starlink came out with what they call visor sats. And they said, well, now you're not going to see them anymore because we've put visor sats to block the sun. They claimed that astronomers were complaining. They claimed that people were complaining about the lights in the sky at night. And I'm saying, no, that's not really possible. From dark sat to visor sat. Now, again, it's because they were saying that these Starlinks were leaving streaks in the sky and astronomers were having their observations screwed up. SpaceX's visor sats will fix astronomy's problems. The visors will make them invisible. My point is, they should not have been visible in the first place. Starlink has darkened its internet satellites to avoid disrupting your night sky. So after we drew attention to the fact that you shouldn't have seen them, they made them invisible. Stranger says, I'm starting a dating site called NPCs and Me. You know, good luck. They'll probably ban it because someone tried a dating site called Unjected for the unvaccinated, and Apple pulled it. They don't want the unvaccinated having babies. Apple bans the Tinder for anti-vaxxers as inappropriate. Unjected, yanked from the App Store. Apple bans the Tinder for anti-vaxxers. Interesting, right? They're like so desperate to not have, and it's not about the virus. You know that, right? They don't want people with similar viewpoints. It's about political views. That's what it's really about. They don't want them getting together, forming relationships, and networking. I mean, that's ultimately what we're looking at here. All right, just a heads up here again. Tomorrow, or rather 8/4/2021, is Obama's 60th birthday. Also, if you're a follower of Jurassic Liars 26, just another heads up, there's a possibility that there may be some kind of a psyop involving Trump tomorrow, kind of similar to when Hinckley shot Reagan, or attempted to kill him. Wasn't successful. So that's scheduled for tomorrow, just a heads up. I have Infinite Plane Radio Kiss Cut stickers. I'll put a link in the chat. Go to infiniteplane.store. And also, if you like that Bohemian Grove shirt worn by the French president, I've also made those available. A lot of these links you'll find over at my Twitter account at RealTimOsman. Okay, so Flat Fact is talking about the video he recorded of the alleged ISS. He said, even though the news said it was the ISS, it was the size of a helicopter searchlight. Right? Well, they all work together, and they're all pretty ignorant about it. You know, the mass media, they don't ask questions. They certainly don't question anything coming from the space agencies. Here's something else that was brought up earlier today, if you want to look into this. So we've been studying a lot of these world stage characters who seemingly die, but seem to come back later. You know, these characters who are, you know, like Bill Hicks, fake dying, becoming Alex Jones. Jim Morrison, fake dying, coming back as Rush Limbaugh. Jimi Hendrix to Morgan Freeman. Then you have Amy Goodman, was formerly, supposedly, Janis Joplin. In fact, I think I know who Nipsey Hussle is now, but I'm not going to blow his cover unless someone wants. We can go down that path later, but I want to point this one out. So we all know about Nicole Simpson. O.J. is not guilty, by the way. O.J. Simpson is an actor. That's all you need to know. He's just an actor on the world stage. He's not guilty of killing anybody, except in a really bad made-for-TV movie. Well, Nicole Simpson, of course, as most of you know, was repackaged as Megyn Kelly. I didn't really know what happened to Mark Goldman. I kind of ignored that one. I just had no idea until the other night someone suggested that Mark Goldman might actually be Governor Newsom. So I'm looking now to see if there's any sort of narrative structure to support this idea that Ronald Lyle Goldman might actually be alive and governor of California. If you look at the pictures, you know, pictures say 1,000 words. If you account for the time, you know, age, and a nose job, I think it's there. And if you can see that Nicole Simpson was clearly repackaged as Megyn Kelly, then this one shouldn't strain you at all. Just more indication of how fake things are. Enslaved by Truth says, is Owen Schroyer the Q shaman? Not the guy they arrested. Oh, okay. Well, oh, he is a Q shaman. Why don't you call in? I mean, I think the Q shaman is an act. I mean, the guy's an actor. Not only is it an act, but I think it was setting the stage for his later defense. He's claiming insanity. And they want the public to think that anybody involved with the QAnon conspiracy theory is insane. Now, they may be delusional and fanatical, but I don't think they're crazy. And I don't believe that there's any chance that they're going to be suddenly activated from, digital soldiers into real insurrectionists. I don't think that's the case. Someone just sent me this. Looks like O.J. Simpson saying that you need to get your shot.
Yours truly. Heard something really interesting today. With 99 or whatever % of people dying are the unvaccinated from the new COVID stuff, and over 90% of hospitalizations, especially in Florida, are among the unvaccinated. A female doctor was on this morning. She made the best analogy I've heard. She said that being vaccinated is like wearing your seatbelt.
Being vaccinated is like wearing your seatbelt. I love this. I saw this meme where this individual's walking around with a seatbelt on outside of his car. And I've been saying for a while, you might as well wear a cast. When you're sleeping, you're not using your legs, put them in casts. Wear a helmet for space junk, double mask, of course, bulletproof vest, wear a flotation device because global warming. But anyway, let's listen to this analogy that O.J. Simpson found useful.
That it doesn't guarantee you won't get in an accident, but if you do, you have a much better chance of surviving. Hey, get your shots. I don't like wearing masks, and it's you people who aren't getting the shots that has brought this
Okay, can't listen to the rest of it, but basically he's saying that the ones who don't want to wear masks have brought it back.
mask thing back.
We brought it back. Not we, but you brought it back. Anyway, that's O.J. Simpson. And what I don't know for sure is, okay, so let's say this is true, that Megyn Kelly is Nicole Simpson. What I don't know for sure is whether or not she was actually in love with O.J. Simpson or if that's just made for TV. And I'm kind of curious to know what the relationship would be now between Megyn Kelly and O.J. Simpson. Like, is O.J. living in Megyn Kelly's basement and they have it dressed up to look like the inside of a jail cell? Because these people go to fake prison. You know, these made-for-TV villains, they don't really go to jail. I think that the same could be true for a lot of musicians. You know, a lot of these arrests, I think, are just publicity stunts. Like Tekashi 69, for example. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. AK All Day 2323 says, get a jab or get a stab. Jordan says he has a good Twitter account. I haven't followed it. DNS says OJ's whole career was a fraud. Watch the films. Now, he was in that one about the fake moon landing. That might be worth checking out. But again, he starred in a very bad made-for-TV movie. Nobody died or cried. Same with the 1-6 insurrection. You know, does anyone here actually believe that these 4 cops committed suicide? And again, I'm looking at their facial hair, and I just think it looks out of reg. I don't think they look like real cops.
And now we hear that 2 more Washington, D.C. police officers who responded to the insurrection on January 6 have died because of suicide. Officer Gunther Hashida was found dead in his home Thursday. He joined the D.C. Police Department in 2003. And Officer Kyle DeFreitig was found dead July 10th. He'd been with the police department since 2016. Their deaths mark 4 of the known suicides by police officers who responded to that Capitol attack. 2 other officers killed themselves a month after the insurrection.
Very fishy. Not all that believable. And my view on it is that you had a closed movie set. And those who weren't actors were filtered out, and they weren't part of the main scene. You have to look. There's required viewing here. It's called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Shooting in 21 Minutes or Less. I'll put a link to that in the chat, and I'll link it over at my infiniteplane.media forums pretty much every day. It's worth watching because a frame-by-frame analysis shows you that Ashley Babbitt didn't die. There's no reason to get any kind of strong feeling about this event. Commenter says, I don't know about the neck tattoos. Oh, that's easy. One of two things. Okay, so one, the tattoos are real or they're fake. If the tattoos are real, they put makeup over them on 1/6 when he played the role of the guy with the Confederate flag. If they're fake, they drew them on before this thing. One of the two is true. All right, we'll be following along with the story of Cuomo resigning. Not that I care all that much. I mean, it's just the tip of the iceberg. But look at this. The Babylon Bee put this out. Expert warns of a new Cuomo variant that's dangerous to young women and fatal to the elderly. What an unlikable character. And his brother's even worse. His brother is a massive hypocrite who claims that the COVID gave him phantasmagoric visions. And he called it the beast, which, now that I think about it, there's a lot of talk right now. A lot of people are comparing the vax to the mark of the beast. But if you remember, Cuomo's little brother said that the feeling that he got from the COVID virus, from being sick, was like being possessed, that he had a beast that came out at night. He was describing this to Anderson Cooper and Sanjay Gupta, who, I mean, these are all just made for TV characters. This guy here, Gupta, was in a movie about a pandemic and used the same lines he used on TV. I mean, they have blurred the lines between fiction and reality so thoroughly that the public is in a simulation. I remember a few years ago, Musk was talking about this, like, notion that in the future, we might actually move into a simulation and not even know it. And I'm thinking, we're already there. Most people already are in a simulation for all intents and purposes. But let's go ahead and listen to Andrew Cuomo talk about the beast. And this is from CNN Business.
As well. I can't tell you how many stories I've had of people who have had over 100, 102 fever for 8, 10, 12 days. And just to tell you what kind of toll that can take, look, it's not about life or death. I don't mean it that way. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing the show. I'm not looking to scare people. I'm trying to do the opposite. I've lost 13 pounds in 3 days. Wow. Now, I'm a big guy. I started off at 230 pounds. My wife is feeding me we were...
Now, does he sound sick? No. Not in the slightest. In fact, he sounds very healthy. He's talking about how he lost 13 pounds. And let me scroll forward, because he says that he has visions of all of the people who died in his past, specifically his father. And he says these visions are, quote, phantasmagoric. And that during the day he feels fine, but then at around 10 o'clock at night, the beast comes in. So let me go ahead and play that part.
Virus. I've talked to several clinicians and experts in this. They've all said it's a very common thing. Literally, my vision in my left eye is a little blurry from pressure, from sinus pressure, and some manifestation of the virus. I've talked to several clinicians and experts.
Okay, now here's where it gets good.
Said it's a very common thing. And then you can't sleep because you have a fever. And you have these wicked phantasmagorical experiences that are not dreams. When I say I saw my father sitting on the end of the bed, I would have gladly raised my hand as an affiant and testified to it under oath.
So it was not a dream, these phantasmagoric experiences. And again, he was visited by the ghosts of his father and several others. Let me play that clip again.
When I say I saw my father sitting on the end of the bed, I would have gladly raised my hand as an affiant and testified to it under oath easily. Why? Because the fever, because your body's all screwed up. So what I'm saying is, yeah, I'm going to make fun of some of this stuff, but it isn't funny when you're living it for people, and I do not mean to...
And at the end of this, he starts talking about the beast and how the beast only comes out at night, which I guess is meant to explain why he seems so healthy right now. And if you recall last year, he was supposed to be quarantined in his basement, but he was out in his front lawn celebrating Easter, and he was spotted out in his lawn by someone who said, "Shouldn't you be in your house?" And he threatened the guy got very, very ugly. All right, let us continue. I'm going to keep up with this Mike Lindell thing. Again, as I said, we have the upcoming emergency alert system. FCC is going to be testing it out, and FEMA, and that's going to be on 8/11, coinciding with Mike Lindell's revelations, whatever he's going to show, to supposedly affect the election outcome, although even he is pushing it back. So just a heads up, it's going to be in September, but we'll get the information much sooner. Also, another heads up, expect some kind of a blackout right on time and very consistent with all the predictive programming. A new show on Fox. I'm going to play the preview. "9/11 Blackout returns this fall." Just something to remember for the future. Very ominous. Not quite sure what the show's about, but if you follow along with the predictive programming, everything seems to point to this dark winter, blackouts, internet blackouts. And what you see on the trailer is a city going dark, screams, and then you have a Rolling Stones song from the late 60s, Paint It Black. And of course 911, which is code for all of the transformative psychodramas, the big psyops that they play. So that's pretty consistent with what I expect the next psyop to be. A space station situation with the Russian module more serious than stated. I think this is worth pointing out once more because this is tying into the incoming event. It's going to come from above. And they understated how bad it was, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was intentional. Because do you remember the hole in the ISS? And this is in 2019. They couldn't figure out who put the hole in the ISS. They said, what caused the hole in the space station? It says, according to the reports, Russia knows it, but NASA has not been informed. Russia will keep... This is the whole problem here, I think. This is the source of it. I think the sabotage is what it is. Russia says it's going to keep their source of the hole to themselves. Was it done by a human hand? It says the ISS is leaking air again 2 years after the mysterious hole. The Russian cosmonaut says it was drilled. Again, this is just foreshadowing, if you ask me. Then, of course, this year, on June 1st, space debris hit the space station on the arm during the Celestial Immunity Project, where they're testing out the effects of vaccination on the immune system in space, and the space station's arm gets vaxxed. I mean, what are the odds? Mark C says the Russians hit something on the space station. Well, yeah, it was their module. So the Russians have this new module called the, I don't know if it's pronounced Nuka, but that's how it's spelled. So they send this thing up there, and once it plugs in, once it docks on the space station, its thrusters fire. And it says here, originally NASA said that it was only knocked 45 degrees out of attitude when its thrusters started firing and when it lost control. Further analysis shows a total attitude change before it regained normal attitude control. It had spun 540 degrees, which is 1.5 turns. It says, while NASA said on Twitter and officials repeated during public comments that it tilted 45 degrees, that was not the full story. The flight director says the station tilted far more severely, that it's been incorrectly reported. They spun 1.5 revolutions before coming to a stop upside down. The space station then did a 180-degree flip to get back to its original orientation. I think it's foreshadowing. I think there's quite a lot of that. In fact, I don't think it's a coincidence that Jeff Bezos' rocket launched at 9/11. If you listen to the Auto Hoaxer Revolution podcast earlier today, I went through some of the hints, I think, the foreshadowing as to how the takedown of the ISS may actually occur. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Another thing to look into, since we're analyzing the fake world, I believe that this is still the most likeliest explanation for Joe Biden, who I don't think is Joe Biden. Joe Biden's son, Beau Biden, supposedly died at 46 of brain cancer. And if you look at the symbolism of many of these ritualistic death fakers, the head injury is very significant. 46 is the age of JFK. And the idea of the president being his own son kind of fits in with their bizarre ritualistic theater, this occult dynasty. And it would make sense in this context that Beau Biden faked his death at 46 to become president at 46, and the real Joe Biden retired. That's the theory I have at the moment. And the thing that really stands out to me, and the thing that substantiates this, is that Joe Biden today looks more like Beau than the Joe Biden of his vice presidency, specifically in the shape of the skull. The one thing you really can't change. I mean, you could add, but you can't take away. And I'm looking at the skulls in particular. So Beau Biden is the theory I have right now at the moment, unless somebody has something better. Golden Pathway says, can you call in via Skype if you're international? Yes. We can do Skype, Zoom. Discord is often easier as well. A lot of people find Discord to be the easiest. If you want to get into the Discord server, go to infiniteplanesociety.com or infiniteplane.info and join for $2 a month. And one more thing, this channel has about 500 some in the archive, 500 some podcasts. You can get them all on SoundCloud. You download them as videos, listen as audio or whatever. But $2 a month, you get full access to all of these archives. And the archives from 8/4/2021 on will be accessed to subscribers only for $3 a month. So you either have to join the Patreon for $2 a month, or you could just sign up at the podcasting site for $3 a month. But either way, I'm just letting you know that after tomorrow, if you don't catch it live, you do have to join. And I'm doing this because it'll make it almost a guarantee that we keep Infinite Plane Radio on 24/7. Going through some comments, see if I've missed anything. Yeah, if you want to join the Discord server, that might be the easiest thing. So just join, I'll send you the link, and then go into the voice chat, and it's just as easy as Skype. Bill Cooper explains the true meaning of Stanley Kubrick's A Space Odyssey. Video recommendation.
That if somebody looks...
He does a breakdown of Stanley Kubrick's The Odyssey, which I think is critical if you want to understand the space age and the reset. Because the new age and the space age are the same thing. And both of these have been referring this entire time to the post-reset. So prior to 2020 was the old age. We're in the new age. And one of the things that Bill Cooper connects quite early on here, and this is something that I didn't even connect until like last year, is that the symbol of the obelisk, which is the symbol of this world-spanning cult's earth god Osiris, is the same as the symbol of the monolith in terms of its symbolic meaning in the context of A Space Odyssey. Very significant, which we will get into all of this stuff more in the coming days, because I think we're still living in Kubrick territory. I'm convinced now that, and look, if you understand that events are staged, you have to recognize that somebody wrote the script. And I think it's safe to say that Stanley Kubrick had a very heavy hand in the scripting of 9/11, the post 9/11 world, and COVID-19, and whatever comes next, the coming dark winter. And by the way, another meta-scripter worth thinking about in this context, probably equally as important, is Tom Clancy. Tom Clancy's books have been pointed out as having predicted 9/11. That would be Sum of All Fears 10 years before. But also, his books figure very prominently in the present day, in the post-COVID. And his books would also suggest that we're looking at, well, Dark Winter, The Division, all these things that have been pretty much programmed into our subconscious in all these various movies. We've been conditioned for the future, for the new age that they've set up for us. Jordan says, happy birthday, Barack Obama. Yep, send your well wishes. I guess you could just call in UberDash and send some hot dogs out there to wherever the party's at Martha Vineyard. I think that's what they're all going to be having. Knockout Bear says, Stanley Cube Brick. Masons who worship the cube. Sure, in the cube, the Saturnian cube takes you right back to the monolith. And what's more, in the movie, they turned Jupiter into a new sun. But in the book, it was Saturn. And I think they changed it. Jay Widener suggested this, and I agree with him. They changed it from Saturn to Jupiter because it would have been way too obvious. And what's more, right now at NATO, you have the digital monolith that the world leaders were all worshiping recently.
Ladies,
it's the same symbol. This is the obelisk. This is the monolith that Kubrick described. And that is quite literally what it is. It's the cult of the monolith, the monocult, the New World Order monocult, the one eye, one vision. And of course, it's also a symbol of Osiris. But now the fact that it's digital, and this also ties into Space Odyssey 2001, HAL 9000, this AI, and the idea of what's coming next, the global AI initiative from the World Economic Foundation, where they want some kind of artificial intelligence to take over because we fall short. But they're introducing it as this digital thing, which is all very consistent with HAL 9000. And again, HAL becomes IBM when you shift each letter one to the right. HAL IBM. None of this is coincidental. But to see last year, like I said, 68 and 2020 had many things that connected them. And last year I was pointing out how these monoliths were popping up all over. And 1968 was the year that Space Odyssey came out. So we were already looking at the symbol of the monolith. It was being brought to our attention. And here it is. And they're introducing this at the same time that we're introducing the idea of quarantining the internet, of making it a hate crime to criticize a scientist. Blasphemy to criticize science. You know, this is the emblem, I think. This is the perfect emblem. Because the new age, or the new order, this new world order, which is the old world order, its Bible is the screen. You know, the thing that unifies everyone under this one vision. You know, they've phased out all the old holy books that were competing. Now it's the screen, which on your iPhone or your TV, it's the same symbol as the monolith. It represents the one accepted view, the curated one, the one that's been approved. I mean, I'm not approved, as you know that. This channel's not approved. We're not included in this thing. But look at how these creeps just sit around. And in fact, I think the voice says, remove your masks and face the obelisk.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remove your masks and then look. Ladies and gentlemen, please remove your masks and then look into the cameras for 15 seconds. Nous allons maintenant prendre la photo de famille pour le sommet de l'automne 2021. Mesdames, Messieurs, je vous prie d'enlever vos masques et puis regardez les caméras pendant 15 secondes.
So there you have it, your world government standing around their AI god. Got Your Back Bear says, Tim, $2 a month is 0.066666 cents a day. Damn, been exposed. Frog King says, Tim, we have obelisks all over here. The Ferris wheel in major locations represents the Eye of Horus. Right, well, this is the newest iteration. The other way they represent the monolith, the obelisk, is the rockets, named after the obelisk gods. You know, the gods that are represented by the obelisk. You know, like Saturn. Look at all the different names of dead sun gods that are used by NASA. No coincidences. Look, it's not a coincidence, and I'll do a 10-minute video on this tomorrow. Like, I'll succinctly start breaking some of these things down. It's not a coincidence that Virgin Galactic has all the goddess symbolism, that its two wings spread and go up when it's up in the sky, and all the women on board open their mouths really wide. Not a coincidence that you have the Virgin and all the goddess symbolism to be followed by Jeff Bezos's rocket dong. Super obvious, highly remarked upon. It's a fertility rite. But I'll show you how deep it actually goes. You know, look at the belly of the Virgin Galactic spaceship with the corona symbol. And what's more, it's carried up by these two planes sharing one big wing, and they call them the White Knight 2. So you have this twin tower symbolism encoded into it. All right, let's see what we have here. I'm looking in comments. Orwell is right 33 says, all of the fourth industrial revolution cryptos are hexagon logos. Chainlink, Quant, Ocean, VXV, Alliance Block, and that's the Aquarius Tree of Life. Yeah, I've noticed the same thing. I've noticed that a lot of the cryptos make use of Saturnian symbolism, like, for example, Tezos. Tezos is something where you stake, the way that it works, it's almost like you're planting and harvesting, the kind of the way they describe it. They use the way they describe these, you know, baking, for example. But I'm looking at the symbol, and it looks like a cross, and it almost looks like the Saturn's symbol. You got the T and the 3 here, but I'm looking at the symbolism here, and I'm like, every single one of these looks like it's derived from the symbol of Saturn. And then the hexagon, of course, it contains the two-dimensional cube on the inside, the hexagram, the cube. These things are all Saturnian symbols. Lickety Split says SafeMoon is using company for transactions that use the 7-pointed star. Well, I mean, nothing new here. I don't think there's anything new about any of the stuff. The fact is, we're just noticing these patterns we're not supposed to notice, which makes you hateful. I mean, that's where they're going with this. I think there's so many things they've added to the list of things that are considered to be hate. I believe Keck, Pepe the Frog, is in the news again as something to be, you know, wary of. Like, if you have any of these stickers on your car, you're going to be on a list. Right now, there's an open war on memes. And we've been fighting this war for some time, this war on memes, but it's expanded. You know, first they go for the fringe, and nobody cares. And then they expand to whoever was not caught up in that first group. And the fringe is always the group that is closest to the edge. And they're consistently shrinking the universe of ideas. Now, I had a suggestion here. I have a suggestion here for, you know, those people who are still wearing masks voluntarily when they're not mandated. If you're smart enough to wear those masks, you're smart enough to stay home. Like, I'm thinking maybe we should play into that Emperor's New Clothes kind of reverse psychology, where nobody wants to admit that they're not in the know, so they pretend to see what they can't see. I think that's what we're dealing with here. And I'm wondering if it might not be possible to kind of goad the pro-lockdown crowd into locking down without a mandate. Again, I find it super problematic that they need everybody else to do so. Knockout Bear says, can I get a Vax patch? Constant drip. Oh, look, we're in the age of the dawn of the age of the Vax junkie. You won't need a Vax pass. You're just going to lift up your sleeve and show your Vax tracks. People are going to be addicted to the rush, the feeling of pure safety rushing through their veins. That's what they're going to be addicted to. The feeling of safety. And what else does it offer? Does it offer any real protection? Or is it just the feeling of protection? Lickety says, privacy must be eradicated. See, that's what I think. When it comes down to it, I think that ultimately we're looking at a total invasion of privacy. I think that's the bottom line. I don't think it's about changing your DNA. I don't think it's about turning you into a mind-controlled robot, because, as I said earlier, if you're following along with everything without questioning, you're already a mind-controlled robot. Like, they already made that happen. And what else needs to happen for people to recognize that the worst has already happened? That the FEMA camp scare, people are afraid that they're going to be scooped up and they're going to be taken to a FEMA camp. Like, nope, not going to happen. The FEMA camp is your home. If you're at home, locked down in front of Netflix, and your internet is being censored, your ideas are being censored and policed and recorded, and you're in your own FEMA camp, which makes it very easy for them. They don't have to regulate you. They don't have to take care of you or feed you. You take care of yourself. And I think that the fear of the needle is an engineered hysterical response, just like gunophobes. Guns don't kill people. People kill people. You tell that to them, but no, they're afraid of guns. And I'm suggesting here it's the same type of fear. It's baseless. All right, thanks everyone for subscribing. If you don't want to miss our live streams, because usually during the days we're live for a few hours here or they're random, subscribe at infiniteplane.info. I do send out live stream notifications. There's some things you're not going to want to miss in the coming days, whether it's some drama with Trump, elections being flipped, UFO invasions, JFK Jr. and Michael Jackson showing up with Princess Diana atop a UFO, space station falls down, hits the Space Needle. So many things are going to happen, and I think there might even be some very high profile, and I hate to say it, but I think there might be some kind of very high profile celebrity takedowns. PSYOP, of course. I don't think there's anything necessarily real, but yeah, I do think there's going to be some drama like last year for a lot of reasons. And if you've been listening to this channel, you know the reasons why I'm saying these things. So if you don't want to miss it, you're not going to see it on the censored news, and you're not going to see it in any of the gate-kept news outlets. So you do want to subscribe here, Infinite Plane Radio. We are the only, I would say the only news source not based on the literal existence of every one of these PSYOPs. And it matters. If your reality is filtered through certain stories, you live in a different universe, a very fearful one that's very divided, schismatic, and prone to collapse. And I think that's what they're aiming for here. Anyway, thanks for joining. Be back same time tomorrow. This is Neo Mode.
The globe is my home. I'm too infinite. infinite, into infinite. And I'm killing it, I'm killing it, I'm drilling it. And I said, it's fake as shit. Yeah, I was in the basement. Now I'm in the spaceship, cause it's fake shit. Got on my camera, and I'm guiding the challenger. I'm smashing the actress, cause that's all that NASA is. Space isn't real, the stars are a spirit, and I'm trying to do it real. I'm counting it. I'm trying to show space. Nobody can relate. So infinite, yeah. I'm so infinite. Oh, I'm so, never right. Infinite, yeah. Knowledge.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
As you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
All right, thank you for joining. It's another day of fake news coverage. Fakeworld.news, only on Infinite Plane Radio. We're going to be examining all of the news that's topical and everything that led up to it and where it's going. Past, present, future. We retro auto hoax, we future auto hoax, and we auto hoax the fake news of the day. Should be a very interesting month. Things are heating up in every way. Everything we've covered, from QAnon to the encroachment of this censorship agenda disguised as a public health issue, has just gone along lockstep with what we said it would. It's all a script. Space junk Armageddon. You heard it here first that the Chinese or the Russians were probably going to be the first ones to shoot at the space station. And it's kind of a half-assed slow-motion space war. It's mostly ideological, but I don't think it's a coincidence that a Russian module tilts the space station 45 degrees. I mean, it could have flipped it. So you'll hear it here first because we're examining and parsing the news in a nonpartisan, non-hateful way. In fact, all we're doing here is media analysis. So let's start with this. This has been bothering me for a few days. Matt Gaetz is 5'7", according to all of the best information that I can find. And I've been digging. So everything from Wikipedia to celebrity sites, political sites, every kind of bio website shows him at 5'7". So I'm looking at a picture of him standing next to Jim Jordan. Now, Jim Jordan is 6'1". So again, 5'7", Matt Gaetz, formerly porcine. He's shaped up a little bit. But again, standing next to a guy that's 6'1", Jim Jordan, strangely, Matt Gaetz towers over him, head and shoulders. And this is not the only picture. I have found several pictures like this. So I'm like, well, is he 5'7" or 7'5"? Did somebody get it wrong on Wikipedia? Not unheard of. And I'm trying to figure out exactly, well, where do they add the extra length here? There isn't much room. I mean, his hands don't go as far down his legs as they should for a, generally speaking, I would imagine for a male. So I thought, well, maybe they stretched out his legs. Like there's some Photoshop chicanery here. And then I'm looking at the guy next to him, and I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe this is the key here. Jim Jordan is 6'1", and he looks a little compressed. And his belt is actually lower than Matt Gaetz' belt. Matt Gaetz is 5'7". So I did an experiment. I uncompressed him, and their eyes lined up, and Gaetz was shorter. But anyway, this is just more weirdness around Matt Pizza Gaetz. Nothing surprising there. But all right, I'm going to be hijacking the stream for just a moment here. Yeah, I've noticed our audio levels have issues, so I'm not sure how to take care of it. I might have to consult someone, an expert, and maybe even have everything started from scratch. And I might even just scrap it and start a new collection of archives starting maybe tomorrow. And then I'll kick the 24/7 back on once we've accrued a week. And I'll make sure everything is balanced audio-wise. It'll just take me a little bit of... I'm not an audio person, otherwise I would have solved it years ago. But I've been hearing about this for some time. Originally, I didn't have audio issues at all. But it seems like the audio got worse over time. Skype was destroyed. YouTube was destroyed. A lot of these companies were doing very well, I think, as far as their technology. And they sabotaged it, I think, because they didn't want to have too much competition with the mainstream media. And so it helps them if people are unable to get the same production value that the MSM does. For example, Skype used to be able to take calls, and now it's just become extremely problematic. It's crap, to put it nicely. All right, let me go ahead and go over to the symposium. It's the reason why I'm here right now. I've been following it all day, but someone last night contested. It's very interesting. So if you're a sound tech and you know how to fix this, you will get paid. So if you can contact me, timosman007@gmail.com, say, I'm a sound expert, I can
Hello, everyone.
Fix your audio levels. We will definitely do it. Okay, so I'm trying to get into Frank's speech for 7 o'clock. Do you have to give him a phone number? It's kind of stingy. And I got to solve a CAPTCHA. They're asking a lot. I just want to go straight to his live video. And if I'm not able to get to it, somebody in the chat maybe can lend us a hand. Post a new link. Yeah, the CAPTCHA is actually going to block me, strangely enough. Which is typical. I might be a robot. Okay, I got through. Let me know if the audio is loud or low in the comments. Just say it's too loud, too low on the background.
Social media. Our life. One of them was My Body, My Right when it comes to the jab. And the other one was that to Senator Toomey in Pennsylvania when he kept saying things that I knew were incorrect. And so I put a tweet out and I said, okay, number one, you can run a ballot through a Dominion system more than once. Yeah. Number two, if there was a nefarious actor, they can program that computer to do whatever they want it to do. And then I said a couple other things at the end of that tweet, as much characters as I had. And I said, either you're complicit or you're dirty. Look at Eric Coomer. Woo! I unleashed the media, boy. I tell you, I got it. And what they try to do is they try to shame you, and they try to put you down to shut you up. And so I had the Secretary of State leaning on our Colorado County Clerks Association, 64 counties in Colorado, and he calls me up. He goes, Tina, you know, you gotta tone it down. And I said, well, let me ask you something. So, Matt, is it true that you can, number one, I said that you can run as many ballots as you want through the Dominion software? He goes, yeah. I said, number two, if there was a nefarious actor, could they write, you know, scripts in there to do whatever they want to do? And he goes, yeah. I said, so what's the problem? And he couldn't answer.
The problem is the truth.
But I was shamed. I'm still being persecuted.
They
for
can't
that.
find fraud because they're not looking for it.
They don't want to.
And you can't find fraud because they won't let you look for it.
Right.
But the elections belong to us. They belong to us. If you find an elected official who will stand with the people, stand with them.
That's right.
And if they won't, remove them from office because they're unfit. They're unfit.
Where were my bipartisan judges today to witness the Secretary of State being in my office? The Democrat Secretary of State being in my office, doing who knows what kind of little doo-doo with my machines. Where were the bipartisan set of judges? Where was my representation in there?
And you know what? That's the problem. They're using fear tactics to scare everyday average people into being quiet. And we have to be, we are patriots. Think of our founding fathers who risked everything to stand up to the tyrants. Right? You have to stand up to these tyrants. And that's every last one of you.
Just takes one.
And don't fear the media anymore.
That's right.
They can't hurt us anymore. They lie. They don't talk like Fox. You know what? And don't be afraid if someone calls you something from the media or Alan Duke and Facebook fact checkers put that something's not true.
Yeah.
It's just the
I'm ready for
opposite.
the Lord.
Just
I
like when
repent.
we say the big lie.
Hey,
it's the
man,
big
I
lie.
thought maybe
Anything they say is fake news is real news, and anything they say, you go the opposite. It's pretty easy, right? And I'll tell you what, you want to stick with journalists, you stick with the ones that are out there telling the truth. We hope that during this symposium, these 3 days, that we bring journalism back. Opposite, you bring media back to telling that. The problem is we've seen the video. Soros has bought all the media. I can go down media and who owns it and stuff. This is our voice of free speech. If you have that, you have it all. You take an election, you have the media, you can put out your own narrative. We don't know why you're on the way here. She gets her office raided. We're going to find out.
Well, the timing's been unbelievable because the solutions are here. You are the solution. John Wayne is dead and the cavalry's not coming. We are the answer. We are. We're the solution. We are what we are looking for. And that's what this time together is for, is to come up with those solutions to protect one another and defend our right to preserve our own backyards. It's God-given. It's not man-derived. And it sure as hell isn't government-derived. So thank you, Jesus, for this time. Thank you for all of you guys. And Mr. Lindell, thank you for the sacrifice that you've made.
Thank you, Mom. And we're gonna have on Thursday. Remember, we got a red team here, and we're gonna dig into some stuff because it doesn't make sense. Isn't the timing weird? And you'll see it all over the news tonight. Well, you know the truth, okay? And we're gonna dig, and we're gonna put out even more of the truth. You know, talking about out there now, they're trying to discredit during all this. Now they're trying to discredit where the data came from that I have. It is what it is. So here we are on the first day. There isn't one of them that said, they could have said, hey, this isn't from the 2020 election, like they're supposed to show. Not one of them, everybody. Even the fake news fact checkers lead stories. You remember what he did do in that six-page data over there? He said, you know, 2 of them are the same. Well, gee, I'm sorry. I had 50 states made and they put 2 in there. We're checking on that. He might be lying. Wouldn't that be something? The fake check, the Facebook fact checkers lying?
Never.
But that's what we have to break through is this media. And so, like, you wouldn't have to live in fear. Wouldn't that be something that live in fake check?
It's a badge of courage. No. If they're attracted to you because of your message, it's almost like a badge of courage. You know you're doing something right.
No weapon formed against us
shall prosper.
Right. So can I just finish, because I'm ready to go sit down. I didn't plan to come up here at all. This was like very spontaneous. But when this is over, could I just ask that all the legislators come forward? I see Representative Fincham here. Mark Fincham had the opportunity to, he's a champion as well in Arizona. But if y'all could just come down front, I would love to exchange business cards and then set up a weekly call where we can collaborate as legislators and encourage each other.
Support.
47 states are represented here, everybody.
Representative Mark
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Does anybody have, we could do some questions if anybody wants questions.
Yes, sir.
Have backup. Was all of the information kept in your office, or did you have backup?
That's a good question. I think Thursday we will be talking more about that. So make sure you're here.
We have a Colorado representative here in the House, Representative Ron Hanks in the back. Get on up here. This guy's our hero.
Here he comes.
Retired Colonel Ron Hanks. Deserving of all of that. That's right.
Okay, he's going to hold the mic. That gives me a lot of free hands. Now I got it. May I? All right. What I wanted to say is I have put out a lot of conversation and documents to our Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold. I will tell you, she has blamed us for the threats of violence. And I told her to reorient her finger and point it directly back at herself.
That's right.
And I will tell you what, the media, which I call lion media and yellow journalism, is causing the division and the hatred and the threats here. We have to get through the membrane of this evil and knock it back, because look at what we saw with the son of the Brazilian president. And he did that, they did those motorcycle rallies. And I teared up at the patriotism of Brazil. Look at the potential brotherhood we have in this world if we get rid of this kind of evil.
The media. I mean, it's everywhere. If they got that, if you control the media, and that's why they went on, the first thing they tried to do was take away our First Amendment right to free speech. And Dominion's right there, the lawfare. Fear of getting sued, fear of getting threatened, fear of being, they used, and what they did, this hasn't been done since 1798, Alan Dershowitz said, in our country. 1798 they did it, called lawfare, where they threatened these news outlets, probably newspaper, probably more than just threatened them with lawsuits, huh? But they didn't do it for all those years. And you know why? You know why I figured out about, if you go back a few years, it would have been a story if another journalist did a bad story. You know what I mean? It would be a story if Dominion's over here suing someone, and then the other media would go, wow, why are they getting sued, and who is this Dominion? Right. It doesn't make sense. Instead, they all piggyback on. And then you've got Fox. Fox gets sued, and then they get sued again. They got double sued. Wouldn't you want to be here, Fox? And if you got your lawsuits you're worried about, and that's why you're not talking, to see the evidence, wouldn't they have sent a forensic person here, a cyber forensic expert? Let's think about that. I'm out there, I pulled millions of dollars worth of ads. It cost MyPillow $1 million a week in revenue. That's revenue to MyPillow. Right. We're direct response, direct sales. So if we don't have that, we can't go replace it somewhere else. This isn't like advertising, like branding. So it hurt us, and I did it. You know why? Because I wasn't going to give them any more money. I'd rather lose money myself, millions of dollars, than succumb to the cancel culture. Because when the lights go out, it's over, everybody.
Yeah.
And I'm so happy we got here, and I'm looking back, and there's what, 20 cameras back there, and it'll be just so interesting to see, because tomorrow what we're going to do is go right down all the stories they put out. That's why we're live streaming this 72 hours. What we're going to do so everybody overseas can see this too. You know, they're worried overseas. Who do you think controls all their media over there? CNN and Fox. Right. Now, if you know, Facebook. I don't know. We don't hear much about Fox, but CNN, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
And if they're controlling, other countries are worried. You've seen with Brazil here today, Eduardo, and they had the same, it's identical. They're going after their media. The media is going after the people, and then they're going to go in there with the machines and take their 2022 election. That's what they're going to do. And it's so here, the whole purpose of this isn't whether we have the evidence or not. I talked to some guys last week, and I said, you guys had so much evidence, you could have put everyone in prison in the whole country with the evidence you had. In November and December, it was, of course dead people can't vote.
Right.
Of course this can't vote. Brad Rassenberg listed them off. The president listed them off, and he doesn't matter. We were all in the twilight zone going, this can't be. It's like everything was thrown out the window. Well, no, you don't get to do this. Oh, no, that's not real. How do you control that narrative? There's only one way, and that's the media. So that's what the purpose of this frank speech is, and this 3 days. It's to break through, like was said there and said here. We have to break through, and everybody's got to have the voice. And that's why I made frankspeech.com. I got millions, 15, 20 million into this, counting Frank Speech. Easy. I don't care. I don't care, because you know what? It's the best money I ever spent in my life, is to save our country.
Thank you.
And the help I need, you guys, thank you, but the help I need is everyone watching. All you got to do is keep sharing. Get everyone to watch tomorrow. Get everyone. Now you got something to look forward to Thursday when we come back with their red team that we've got. You've got that, but we've got other stuff coming up every single day. Those cyber forensic guys, what do you think they're going to find? Of course they're not going to find it's not from the 2020 election, because it is. That's right. It got you all here. I showed you those states today. That's real. And then you got that cyber attack, those packet captures and data. And then you got Dr. Frank's thing where he came in out of nowhere and did a mathematically where they proved every algorithm. You guys think of this, in every single state you live in, including Colorado.
Especially Colorado. Especially Colorado.
Well, no,
we're the jewel. We're the jewel in this takeover.
Right. But let me tell you the way it is with his work. You take one county, and in that county, or precinct, I'm not sure, either one, and there's a pattern. The same percentage of 25-year-olds vote, pick a number, 45-year-olds vote, 70-year-olds vote. You take that pattern, and you can, it's like it goes in every county. I mean, only machines could do that. And every single state is like that. Why do you think they took away the registry where you could just go out to your Secretary of State and get, hey, I want to see our voter rolls, registered voter rolls? Because then you could have done it yourself. Then it's real. I guess it's real. But it is real. It's all real. Every single thing. His thing is completely separate from all this, which is completely separate from all the organic fraud. When you show this, everything shows the same thing with the dead people. How do you have, like in Colorado, how many non-residents for it? Do you know that number?
Around 25,000.
25,000. Let me tell you right now, everybody, 25,000 people in Colorado didn't have a meeting and go, hey, you know what? I don't care if George Soros is leading the pack or not. You can't get 25,000 people to commit a crime. It's impossible. Right. You can't. Try it. And try not the word leaking out. They're not going to do it over their one vote. How do you get 25,000 non-residents to vote? Because you used the 2010 voter rolls, and you did it with a cyber attack from China and stole our country.
That's right.
Well, you know, it's interesting because why would a Dominion is just, the machines are just a scanner. So you put the ballot through, it scans it, it determines that oval is for that person, that oval is for that person. It's just a scanner. My question was, and this is what got my attention, is why would there be Wi-Fi access. Why do you need Wi-Fi access? And why did I not know that? And why is it that I don't have passwords, and who has those passwords to turn that on and off? There's certain things you can't unsee.
Yeah, and so you know they had Wi-Fi access.
Yeah, wireless access. It says it on it.
Says it right there when they were doing they were in my
Here's
office.
what's funny. They sit there, we've seen the movie, oh, there's no access, there's no access. You could say, gee, our government should have been collecting those packet captures and data last fall, right? To protect us from a cyber attack. But they didn't. So should we give them a pass and we say because they called up Dominion and Dominion said, you don't need to look at anything there because we're not going to be online.
Right, exactly.
Right? And then it's like flood insurance. You go, I'm going to sell you flood insurance. Don't buy anything. There's no water here. It's a desert. They lied.
Right.
Well,
That's it.
Okay, so I've been saying that story for the last few years. Well, we're not even connected to the internet. How can anybody access it? Until I saw there on the screen when the Secretary of State and Dominion were in doing this trusted build, what they call a trusted build, and I said, wow, look at that. There is a toggle switch that you can turn on Wi-Fi access. Wow. Why would you need that in a scanner? And why did I not know that?
And why would the executive director of the Clerks Association deny it repeatedly that it was even a capability? And Sean, if you want to speak to that, I think, do you guys want to hear a little bit more about the actual machines and how they work? And how we know that they have this capability? Because we have the expert in the house.
Well, you can look it up for yourself. Right? I mean, Colorado, the Secretary of State, unfortunately for her, I guess, she probably hasn't even looked at it, publishes a list of the certified equipment with the serial numbers, and you can look them up and see how they were ordered. So voting machines that aren't ever under federal law supposed to be connected to the internet or outside the voting system network are built with wireless modems at the request of the company that ordered them.
So then they are not shocked. They shouldn't be shocked that it has it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, the Secretary of State and the staff of the voting system companies know. I mean, this is a question: is how long do you let them lie to you? Yeah. Right? How long do you let them? Once you see, I mean, how much do you need to see before you know they're liars? You want to see what somebody does? You want to see their character? Watch what they do with power. For years, they have been saying the same thing. We still have clerks who are saying it because that's what they've been told. They don't know. They're not.
I didn't know.
God bless Tina Peters. She's not a technical expert. They're not allowed to open up the machines and look at them. They didn't order them. The people who did order them know what's in them. They asked for it. They asked for that configuration. Secretary of State has the legal obligation to know.
And the passwords.
The Election Assistance Commission has the responsibility to accredit the testing labs. The testing labs are responsible to test them, and yet we still have voting machines with wireless modems in them, and people who don't know better assuring us that they're not connected to anything.
And it's all a lie.
And until you demand something different, until we demand something different, that's what we'll have.
That's right.
Yeah, you know what? When you talk about something different, remember, the same input, you have to change the input to get a different output. I'll tell you one thing, we can never, ever have an election with the internet, with the world we're living in right now. You can't have it. The machine's got to go. And you know what? I said this. This is what I said 2 weeks ago to tell you about the news, the fake media, the terrible media, the evil. All of them there except for we could name them. We know who the good ones are that are still journalists. There's a few left in our country. But let me tell you what I said. On Thursday, when we wrap this, we're talking about where do we go from here. You know, there's different paths to pull this down. The Supreme Court, we're going to reveal at least 2 or 3 paths. But I will tell you this, we also are going to reveal a replacement for the machines. Now, I put that out there. These guys developed this. I've looked at it. To me, it's foolproof. So I said, and you know what? The media did. Mike Lindell, at his symposium, is some money grab. He's going to run his pillow ads. This was CNN. They're going to run his pillow ads nonstop. And he's going to reveal a thing so he can get cash money or money for replacement of the machines. Well, let me tell you, fake news, they're going to give the technology away, these guys,
Oh, wow.
because they love our country. I'm going to quick announce this. It was Robert Sutherland, a state's representative from Washington State. Remember, 47 states are represented here. And he has given me this note. He wants that I announce that he's calling for public hearings this Sunday, August 15th, to read affidavits of voter integrity, or no, irregularities, in other words, crimes. Already hundreds of responses. Well, now you're going to get thousands. And you know, you know what? Just think of November, December, when we all heard all this and everything. You heard about voter crimes everywhere. Everywhere. You couldn't, they were like, between Dominion and the media was like whack-a-mole for them, right? I mean, that's what they're doing. But they were so powerful, the media, and they used fear. They used fear in people. They started using fear. And that's what they did. And then they separate us. They call us a divided country. You're racist. No, we're not a racist country. We're a united country. We're the United States of America. And they put that in there to divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. Oh, there's this party and then this racist. It's not true. What they've done, it's just a deflection. Put it over here, and everybody look over here, or the mask thing, and then the vaccine thing now. Put it over here. The vaccine is serious. What they're doing is overplaying their hand. How dare they take and if you want a vaccine that wasn't okay by the FDA, that's good for you. If you want to listen to whoever, I don't know who they are, and you listen to them, but you know what, then don't worry about me. I'll do what I want. I feel if I would die if I took it more. I have a more chance of dying. That's just me. You're not going to tell me what to put in my body, and you're not going to make me lose my businesses because you can't, like they tried in New York. I don't know if that even went through. I've been so concentrated on this, where you have to be vaccinated, and the restaurant owners are supposed to, they have to have proof of vaccination. Yeah. When only 30-some% of like blacks and Hispanics are vaccinated, so you're not letting them in. And they're supposed to enforce that. Businesses, small businesses, they just, as if they didn't destroy it enough, destroy them, and then let's do this. But you know what? That's all working to our benefit, everybody. Because why? Because as long as we got a platform and we break through the media that's ruining, the terrible journalists ruining our country, that make the people the enemy. As long as we break through that and we all have the same voice, this is our freedoms. We're fighting for our freedoms. This is just, if we were to win any further on this curve, we almost lost it. You get here, you got to thank God that we're in the best time in history to be alive.
Ever.
Because this is going to change the course of history. Right. Because if they would have took the machines that took our country, if we didn't have all these deviations, we went through that, you would have never known. And then it's over. You never get it back. You can't go back and say, once communism is here, what are they doing? They're going to destroy it. And you can't, if you control your elections, if you don't have elections, you never get to go back the other way. Right. And I think we were probably getting there. Now that I met so many Republicans and Democrats, sometimes you don't know which one's which. And that's scary too.
I think that's why it's so important that a clerk and recorder is here to just speak to you and share with you, because you have an obligation to defend your own vote. You have an obligation to secure your own backyard. It really is we the people. It's our job. I think about Sean, who's already served his country, and Representative Ron Hanks, who served his country, and yet here they are getting back in the fight again because they didn't fight just so that we could give it all away. Right. They didn't fight just so we could surrender we haven't even begun to fight yet.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute this for just a moment. I'm hijacking the coverage. I'm just mirroring this thing, and I was expecting something at 7 p.m. Central Time. It was very hyped up, and it looks like the red team that was going to bring the info, whatever it was going to be, may have delayed it till Thursday, which is extremely surprising. Because the prophecies always come true on time. The Vax father, Trump, has not made an appearance yet, nor has JFK Jr. on a flying saucer. Not to minimize what they're exposing here. It's all very interesting, and I'm curious to see how the media responds. I assume they're just going to laugh it off, but in the court of public opinion, does the truth even matter? In the court of public opinion, the mob mind, that is, the truth is secondary. And I think if enough people believe something, they'll act on that premise. We saw what happened last year when the riots were instigated by an obvious psyop.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they call them commercial off the shelf. They're not commercial off the shelf, they're ordered. But regardless, they're commercial quality machines. They're not defensible. You cannot defend them against it. If they're not a target for a nation state level threat, if they don't want our elections, what would they want? And they've already demonstrated, foreign hackers have already demonstrated their ability to penetrate.
Now, another interesting thing about this is the similar dynamic to the post 9/11, where suddenly we had a new enemy and everybody had to learn about the stealth jihad being waged by the militant Islamic terrorists, and that disappeared. Nobody knows about or cares about Quran radicalized terrorists. Now it's about the QAnon radicals, and that's what we're listening to here. And the way this thing looks like it's being framed, as far as like the post 3/11, the post pandemic world, we do have a new terrorist threat, and it is the election deniers, or the conspiracy theorists, and the QAnonists. And QAnon, of course, is a vague term the media uses to broad brush everybody in a negative light, but it's not unintentional. This division has been created, and the shenanigans we're seeing here, if you ask me, is in the storyline, in the script, and it's not quite over yet.
Hear about China and Dominion attacking us? Dominion. This went on and on and on. Mike, you lost your Twitter account. Did you hear about Dominion and
Oh yeah, one other thing I was going to mention here is that, yeah, I think that China has just replaced for the right, it is replaced as this enemy, the Middle East. It's just like a replacement, and only the right's going to buy it. So the left is obviously sided with China, more or less, and against the right, that is, against America, property ownership, free market, and all that. And post 9/11, the left was more copacetic with the Islamic State, or with Osama bin Laden, than they were at the right. So I'm just saying there's a division here that they've created, and this is just like a perfect storm. I don't think this Mike Lindell is I don't think he's some random guy who walked into the White House with some good ideas. I think he's a very skilled actor, like World Wrestling Entertainment level. So I'm going to continue to follow this. I don't know if there's going to be any kind of big announcement.
Right Side Broadcasting? They're right over here.
And you know what?
Yeah,
you know what? I really do believe that there are good people in the media. And I think it's just those people, just like me, out of 64 counties in Colorado, I'm willing to stand up as the county clerk, 1 out of 64. And there are people in the media that need to stand up and say, I'm not, I'm going to, if I have to risk my job or whatever, I'm going to say the truth.
Right.
And I think if enough people did that, you might have to start your own media company. But
Why are you so afraid to say the truth?
Well, in their defense, because I know most of them, okay, they have my direct number. I'm going to give you a story about the New York Times and the Washington Post. 2 months apart, they came to me and they wanted to do, the one kid from the Washington Post wanted to do it like they call it a long, I mean, this would be the whole front of the paper, right? It's a 2.5 hour, actually, no, it was a 4-hour interview. It's a long interview. I said no, and he wanted to do it over the phone. I said, we're going to do it by Zoom, but you got to read my book first, okay? It's a 27-year-old kid. He read my book, and we went on Zoom. Now, he's torn. This is a story of an ex-crack addict, living the American dream on steroids. You can be anybody you want in this country because of our freedom. Anything can happen. It's the American dream. So this kid reads it, and we do this Zoom interview, and his article is going to be printed, right? And I didn't hear about it, right? Didn't hear about it. Now, on the same path, the New York Times. It was down in Florida. She did almost identical thing, 4 or 5 hours. Now, she showed me her article ahead of time, and I'm going, there is no way they're going to be able to print. The New York Times will print that. Neither one got printed because their bosses, it was too good. You know, so what I do, I have to take the bad media, that Zach that wouldn't come up here, he's a little coward shy, but he, I blocked him. I took him off my phone. I blocked him for 2 months after the Frankathon. I blocked him, right? And he finally, the other day, about a week ago, he said, Mike, will you please unblock me, you know, so you take his calls. I said, yeah, Zach. I said, I don't mind you printing your garbage like you all do, but you better at least quote me, and all outside of that, you can do what you want. And he was pretty good about it, you know, pretty good about it, except for today. You know, he puts it up, and he said, why don't you come up on stage and say this? They're cowards. Some of them don't even put their names on it. They don't even put their names on it. This is the enemy. This is the only thing stopping from getting our country back, everybody, is the media and the journalists, and including social media. That's it. We have all the evidence. Are you kidding me? All the actors, the terrible actors like your Secretary of State, they would be called out if the media was right. They would be the ones that should be in fear because they did bad things.
Right.
Right?
They sure do.
You know, I have a saying that, I mean, our family is very much a proponent of integrity. And I've always said, one thing, I'm getting too old to remember some things, but the other thing is if you tell the truth, you never have to worry about what you said. And so I think it comes down to integrity. It's just tell the truth.
Right. That's a good point, because everybody says to me, I put up with them every day. I don't have...
Okay, so just to clarify for anybody who's listening here, their special announcement for 7 p.m. that was being promised, this jaw-dropping announcement, is being paused until Thursday because of the raid. And so here's the story on the raid, and this is from Code Monkeys, who's one of my QAnon sources, or close to it. These are the true believers who follow everything, and they desperately want all this to be true. Secretary of State leaks admin passwords, then does a press release of the mainstream media in an attempt to pin the security breach on an election official who is looking for fraud. Lindell is bringing the person who is going to be smeared to the stage to explain what happened before the media could smear her. Secretary of State was the only person with the password. Raid on the election official's office happened at the same time. So, just to go on, one more post here. This is by Code Monkeys. It says, it's a shame it's presented poorly and it's tough to digest, but this is a massive scandal at the Secretary of State. Framing one of your subordinates while they're investigating you is big. Anyway, the story unravels a ton of connections. Code Monkeys is suggesting people do press releases. So I don't think there's going to be any big announcement or something, but we'll continue to listen for a moment. I don't know if anybody here is full of nothing burgers yet. They're not filling. They're actually kind of addictive. So let's go ahead and continue listening to Mike Lindell here for a moment.
And I hear in the green room that he read my book. So I had a little piece. He had read my book. And, you know, I was just a guy, had, you know, functioning addict. I'm always an entrepreneur, owned bars. I had bought my sister flooded a third-story building of an apartment complex once with a waterbed. I became a carpet cleaner. You know, with the American dream, the freedoms we have here, you can be anything you want. You know, I'd fall down and pick up and do another thing, you know. And so I go in there to Jimmy, and I come walking out with the book. And I take over and I tell about my Lindell Recovery Network. And I'm going to do it one more time. If you're out there and you have addiction, the LindellRecoveryNetwork.org. Around the world, go there. It's free. I spend millions making it. It's free. There's no time people are looking for hope more than this. Go there. Instead of masking it with the, you know, addiction, go there. There's your answer. The same input will get the same output. Try a different input. Go there. It's the best online that I've ever known, ever. I'd say it is the best, but we'll have to see if I get fake fact book checked by Facebook. Well, anyway, so So I go into Jimmy, you guys, and I get on there, and you all know he hits me with these questions. He had a list. This was a setup. Get rid of Mike Lindell. This was a setup. This was their last thing they're going to. So I go on there.
Sounds like Secretary of
During the
State.
commercial, it goes to a commercial, and everybody needs to hear this. Jimmy, a year ago now, they tried to go after him because he had done something in the 90s, blackface or something. You know, he did a lot of stuff. A lot of people, I can't help my past, I can only move forward. But in between their commercial, I said to Jimmy, I go, Jimmy, you know, we have something in common. I said, you know, they went after you last summer too. And he looked at me and he said, Mike, he said, the difference is I did something bad. All you did was back a man you believed in. And that meant a lot to me, you know. That's Jimmy said that, Jimmy Kimmel. And we talked about things like, I go, Jimmy, they laid out, you know, 50,000 union jobs they stole. I said, what I have for this evidence of this cyber attack, it's real. And he's listened. He listened. We talked about it. We had the conversation, you know. And believe me, he had a whole bunch of people, trolls, people upstairs, all the way to Disney, owns the ABC, telling him, don't put him on. Maybe, I don't know. He said there were a lot of people sure said don't put him on, just in case they couldn't crush me, right? Everyone over here said don't go on. When that show ended,
All right, okay, it's just story time now. There's not going to be any jaw-dropping revelations. No jaw-dropping revelations tonight. You're not going to walk away with the overjaw effect like the astronauts when they get back down from the space plane. Have you seen that freak show? It's like a roller coaster, but they come back down and their faces are stuck like that. I think it's fake. I don't even believe they went up there. Okay, so I'm not calling this a nothing burger, but yes, Waterman Chris, this man is an epic carny. This is definitely something worth studying. However, I'm not going to listen to the whole 72 hours. I'm going to wait for the distillation, and I was hoping to be here to break whatever they have to you right away, but it looks like there's some kind of raid, which you'll hear more about very soon. And so the substance of the nothing burger you have in your hands is actually being postponed until Thursday. So Thursday, you will have that. Trust me. It's not a carrot on a stick. A lot of pillows to be sold. You know, I was suggesting, you know, because he had purchased $7 million worth of masks and nobody wants them. And I'm like, well, that's a good sign in a way. Like, this guy's not funding a civil war. He's not creating a militia. He's trying to cash in on the biggest scam of all time. Selling masks. Anyway, he couldn't get rid of him, and I thought, why doesn't he just sell a line of blankets made out of those things or stuffed pillows with them? Echo Charlie says, thanks for the little QAnon or posts. Oh yes, I am definitely close to Q. I'm closer to QAnon than anybody. In fact, I've sued Q. That might sound crazier than Lindell to say that I've sued Q, but it's absolutely true. I have evidence to back it, and it's all going to come out here very soon. So I'm not going to continue with Mike Lindell for very much longer here. I'm also working on improving the audio quality on this channel. So if you have any experience with this, like basically we have fluctuation with music and mic and phone. I believe I've balanced a couple of those out, but if anybody wants to chime in, timosmond007@gmail.com. You know, I pay industry rates or whatever. I'm not looking for free work. I'm looking for someone who can fix our levels, which will be very, very helpful. It's one of those things, though, it's always changing. You know, equipment's always changing, software's always changing. It's a very dynamic thing. Just use a compressor. That's kind of what I was thinking. That's just going to have to be the answer. Now, if you have one you want to recommend, I'll install it now as we speak. Okay, actually, I have a couple here. Yeah, let me go ahead and set one of these up. I want to upgrade the sound quality, and then we'll turn everything back on. Make sure you're subscribed to the newsletter. I'm going to be writing and posting a lot. and recording quite a lot more here in the coming days. We're also merging back with Dark Matter in terms of our live streams. So there's a lot happening, but at the moment, it doesn't look like the Kraken's going to be released. I mean, what are we really seeing here? It's like 2021 has been the year of the bait and switch. And this could all be part of a long, protracted scam. I was actually thinking about this, how Trump is talking about running 2024. And it's like, wait a minute here. Is this all just to string people along? The true believers? Okay, somebody suggests Waves Audio has a broadcasting plugin. Okay. Yeah, that's what was suggested to me, because the thing is, we have so many different sources. Sometimes it's Gab, sometimes it's something MSM, and their commercials on the pop-ups are always louder than the video content. And so instead of trying to adjust everything on the fly, which isn't impossible, I wanted to find one solution that'll balance everything, especially with the calls, which I fixed today. I balanced the phones. Anyway, this is boring stuff. Let me go ahead and go through Fake World News really quick. FakeWorld.news is where I'm posting all of the leads, tips, and links. Okay, so today is August the 10th. The symposium continues tomorrow, Wednesday the 11th, and tomorrow's the emergency broadcast. So we will be live for that, audio balanced. Now look at this, how convenient. Space debris might stop humanity from leaving the Earth. It's like they're already preparing people for this. Okay, at 7 p.m. Central Time, Lindell says, quote, "You will hear something that will change the world." So that was 43 minutes ago. Can anybody verify, look around you, any new Mandela effects? Go rummage through your old DVD collection. See if there's any discrepancies between how you remember the titles and what you see. Maybe the world has changed. Like a little Mandela effect. In fact, I had a really good quote from Nelson Mandela I wanted to share. I think it was, "Everything seems impossible until it happens." Now, did Nelson Mandela know about the Mandela effect? That's a question I have. Like, what did he call it? Like the me effect? Like they're blaming me for this? Like he's probably just as baffled and it's confused as your average Mandela effectee. He's like, when the hell did they take the K out of Chick-fil-A? It's a me effect. All right, this has been fun. I'm going to be updating everyone via newsletter and Discord as this goes along. I'm going to go back to working on South Pole, and I'm also installing a compressor. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the stream off so I can get this right. And then what I want to do is I want to take like the last months of archives and selected archives. Oh, you found got a link for me. Appreciate it. Going to do some curation. And